like it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you would too. I'll close, there's all we lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, once your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, made you put me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games begin. Green light, it's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go medicine training. If I win, then you would too. I'll close, there all we lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, once your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, made you put me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games, games. Pulling me in. Games begin, games, games. Games begin. Games begin, games.
I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? Yeah. To take my time, I haven't decided yet. Yeah. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I'll find
Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was drowning, now I'm shouting. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days. You found a way to lift me up, even when it's getting rough. You don't ever turn your back or walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles,
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big, around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time, my time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. My time, my time, my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. My time, my time, my time. What I wanna do with my time.
I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe
me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even Will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about if I told you
That we could have a better life. Would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible. Yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did you
What a finish to the round-robin phase in Paris. 2 days, 11 rounds, 12 elite players chasing 8 quarterfinal spots. And today, there was one number on everyone's mind. 5 points, that was the magic mark. Reach it, and you're in. At the top, the picture was clear. Magnus Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Arjun Erigaisi were the first to qualify. Carlsen played with ice in his veins. He survived a tough position against Keymer with a fortress. Yes, the man who once said he doesn't believe in fortresses built one to hold. After storming into the event, late arrival Nodirbek Abdusatrov also cruised through, despite some shaky moments. Hikaru Nakamura clinched his spot with an incredible defense against Nodirbek, under pressure and with seconds on the clock. After all, he is one of the absolute best defenders in the world. The real drama played out just below the cutoff. It came down to the final round, and it was messy. Fabiano Caruana with 4.5 points only needed a draw, but he lost to Vincent Keymer. With that win, Weissenhaus winner Keymer jumped to 5.5 and into the quarterfinals. Caruana, he made it too, thanks to Nakamura who knocked out Richard Rappo in the very last game. The other heartbreaks, Gukesh, Pragnananda, Vidit and Rappo. 4 chess giants, all eliminated.
He had to make sure that Richard didn't have the time to make this last move that he just has, because now with its positions busted, there's a checkmating threat on the board. I don't see a way of surviving it with 5 seconds on the clock.
No, now he slides
That's
the
a
rook
checkmate.
over, but
That's over.
yeah, not to the position he needs. And just like that, Richard Rapport will take a decisive victory early in the day, shaking his own head somewhat in disbelief. I think both players will be replaying this one in their minds.
For world champion Gukesh, it was an uphill battle all day. A misstep in the opening against Nepomniachtchi almost cost him the last game by move 7.
For Gukesh now to kind of create too much
Whoa,
imbalance.
whoa. And you saw the reaction as quick as the eval bar was on Jan's face there. He saw it instantly. A questionable
But
move
make
here
a
from
move.
Gukesh.
And he does take the pawn. The bar says it's the right approach.
For Gukesh, the problem is now you normally want to maintain the integrity of your pawn structure. You want some presence with pawns in the structure. Here, we saw him wince, but if he takes back with the black pawn, the white knight jumps in, and this is just terminal. There's a threat of a fork, a family fork, a royal fork. King and queen would be caught here. Not just that, but the white queen is coming out. This could be an early checkmate.
Vidit had one brilliant moment, beating Caruana with a tricky mate threat, but too many blunders earlier in the event left him with no buffer. Rappo showed flashes of brilliance, like giving up his queen for a mating attack, but it wasn't enough. In the end, these 8 are through. Magnus Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Arjun Erigaisi, Nodirbek Abdusatrov, Hikaru Nakamura, Vincent Keymer, and Fabiano Caruana. Quarterfinals begin tomorrow. The slate is clean. The fight is on. You stay tuned.
Welcome to Paris, to the second leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam event. We are over with the first and the second day, the qualification phase, and we are very excited. I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm very pleased to have again Peter Leko, the Super Grandmaster, next to me. And I want to pose you a question. How easy is it for the players to switch from the first 2 days marathon of rapid games, and now they're going to be playing the classical format?
Yeah, thank you, Judith. Welcome, everyone. I think we will see a completely different dynamic today. Yeah, the players need to slow down. And I'm also very curious that how much it really meant to take the first 4 spots and then picking your opponent. I'm very curious to see the results, who is advancing to the semi-final. Really the top 4 guys of the preliminaries will dominate, or actually we'll see real comebacks from the players, because I believe that someone who just makes it in and he stays alive, he gets so much energy that I'm in, I can fight with equal terms, and I believe we will have 4 incredible matches.
Well, we are very much looking forward, and of course, as usual, we have Nicholas Huschenberg, who is going to be helping us with your ideas and thoughts as a Grandmaster and picking a little bit with the engine. So what do you think about the outcome of the qualification phase? Is there any surprise for you?
I don't think there was a big surprise. Maybe not a lot of people expected Fabiano Caruana to barely make it into the knockout stage, but in the end he got there. And now we have 4 exciting matchups, and I'm really interested to see the approach of the players to the classical chess, because in the rapid portion we saw some players like Nepomniachtchi, Vachier-Lagrave, they were playing so fast and energetically, but now it's classical and you don't want to rush things, especially in freestyle chess. So I'll be very curious to see the approach in terms of time management for the players, especially in the first few moves, Jude.
Absolutely. But before we start to dive into things, what's going on, let's see what is freestyle chess. A little summary.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the Grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every Grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 Grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days, with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
Yeah, we are here in Paris, and the playing hall is a little calmed down from yesterday because we had so much heat there, so many action. Of course, we have some losers, we can call, because who are going to be playing for the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th place. But the top 8, what do you think? Who is the favorite of all, looking back the games, the way they played?
Well, if we look at only the preliminary, then we see that Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen has dominated the event. Yeah, they were just very stable, showing pure brilliance. The fast play of Nepo and the perfect play of Nepo combined. Yeah, he was not playing fast and then relied on some lucky chances because the opponent had no time. The overall picture was fantastic. Magnus enjoyed the premiere so much. He came up with brilliances. Yesterday we even seen his game with Laporte, which was the move of the day, which turned out to be a double pack. Magnus in good mood, but I already highlighted this before, the guys who just made it, Vincent, Fabi, Hikaru, they cannot be ruled out. I had a conversation with Hikaru, I apologized to him. I told him that, sorry Hikaru, but the way you played today, I was criticizing.
Asking a lot of questions because you know both players extremely well. And already now we see the players arriving to the playing venue. And there are fans also who are collecting signatures here and there. The weather is beautiful. And just in about a few minutes, the opening will take place, where the drawing of lots. We see Arjun walking in, one of the most talented Indian rising star. He's number 4, I think, in the world.
Yes, he's number 4.
Right now, and he's the only one who could qualify into the top 8. And here we see Nepomniachtchi.
So they actually do fly together.
Partner.
Yeah, they do fly together.
Yeah, they
go
like
this. There's like a. Yeah, no, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, right next to the playing hall, actually, we have seen those beautiful flowers. That's the Floral Park of Paris. It's a wonderful park. I had the chance to walk around there for 1 hour with my wife. It was wonderful.
So the upper brackets we've seen, and then we're going to show also the bottom bracket, which is going to be for the places decisive for the 9, 10, 11, and 12th places. We have a matchup over there. Pragnananda plays with Rapport, and Vidit, who is actually, he was the most unfortunate player here in the first 2 days, I believe. Also for Gukesh, it was ups and downs, but for Vidit, it was mainly down. He had so many opportunities, which was very painfully turned out to be somehow very bad.
Yeah, but I think that whomever you talk to from the players who did not make it, they have their own story. Yeah, they know exactly, here I missed, there I missed, yes, here I got lucky, but somehow they certainly feel like the missed opportunities were much more than the used chances. I think it's fair to say that also Rapport, based on his play, based on his chances, absolutely deserved to be in, but he missed so many chances and you get punished for it.
Yeah, this is something I'm wondering also, that when I look back the games and I see that, oh my God, there are so many mistakes. And I think also the players feel the same way, that it's not convenient to look back your game because you see, especially with an engine, you understand that you made mistakes maybe from move 1, 2, but practically it goes on. And everybody made a lot of mistakes, right? Including Nepo,
Okay,
including
freestyle,
Magnus.
10 minutes, you can't play without mistakes. It's impossible.
If I have to pick some real difference which makes the very top ones from the lower places, who took the lower places, is that they made the crucial decision in crucial moment. They made the good decision. Maybe they made mistakes, but when it was the moment, which is a turning point of a game, then they made a better decision. Just comes to mind, for example, when Magnus played Queen C3 and played on against Rapport, or some other games. Here we see the security check, which is taken very seriously these days in most of the tournaments, but also especially here. And there are extra measurements, not only the usual gate, which is used at the airports, but these are some extra measurements that they're checking all the players before they enter to the playing hall. And from there, they are not really able to come out. They can go, though, obviously, to the bathroom, which is outside, but then they are, somebody is going with them.
I think it's lovely footage, yeah, that we have access. Everybody can see how it's done, what's happening here, because there were a lot of speculation. What is this kind of CIA type checking and so on? Everything is under control. I think all the players, everybody is very happy because you know that everything is under control. You just have to focus on your game. You don't have to think about anything. Everything else is taken care of.
Yes, here we see Hikaru
resigning. Yes, I give up.
Before entering to the playing hall. And it is interesting how much the players have to adjust their mindset, because I retired more than a decade ago, but things were so different, and there are different measurements taken for players in different events, but these days, obviously, it's taken seriously. And also the players are just fine with that because they understand that there are all these technologies which can be used for not only good purposes.
Yes.
And it's much clearer, and the fair play is kept under control this way.
Yeah, basically I think we have to speak also a little bit because we know how things are done in the top players' minds. Yeah, that if, for example, cheating means that during a game, if you just get one little hint at a certain moment during a game, nothing else, then you can become unbeatable and you're going to win the event. Those little margins are there, and that's why everything has to be taken care of.
Yes, of course, this is a huge debate in the world, and it's you can discuss this with anybody, with professionals, and we do discuss this, and also with amateurs. And of course, we have to divide chess itself for online and offline events, because online is a whole different kind of story from this perspective. It is much more difficult to control who is using help or not. But on an offline event also, there were, of course, different kind of stories, huge stories. In Chess Olympiads, it was influenced, the meta, right? So, and in those days, it was not only the technical equipment was used, but also human help.
Yes.
For the execution, right? The show, giving signs and stuff like that. But indeed, the most important thing, what you highlighted before, that what is really cheating in chess? What does that mean? That what is the help? And indeed, the higher the level of chess is, sometimes it's just enough to say, think.
Yes.
And if you make sure that you think, you will find it. Not to talk about it if only a piece, or you have something, or the evaluation already decisive, right? So, but okay, we have fair play, players respect each other, and I think everybody is very happy here to play the freestyle chess, which means that they are not preparing for the opening phase of the game, but they have to prepare in a way psychologically that they are ready to make decisions from the very first moment. And now we throw it to the, let's see, the drawing of lots.
Hello and welcome to the Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony and I'm delighted to be your host for the day. So today it is time. We are going to play freestyle chess in a classical time format, day one of the quarterfinals. For the players, we would like to remind you that the confession booth is right there behind you. If you would like to use it, we encourage you to do so. And before we get to the draw, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
What a game day at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in Paris. On the second day, the best chess players in the world are once again faced with a huge challenge. Only 8 players advance to the knockout round, while 4 of them must leave the tournament. Journey ends here for newlywed Vidit Santosh Gujarati, Hungary's youngest ever Grandmaster Richard Rapport, and Indian prodigies Pragnananda and reigning world champion Gukesh. After winning the Weissenhaus Grand Slam, Vincent Keymer had a difficult start in the rapid round. However, by the win of his last 3 games, he secured a spot in the quarterfinals and emerged as the player of the day.
The second game today, my chances were not looking that great. Even with a loss, I think I would have been guaranteed a playoff, so that's quite comfortable. I'm really looking forward to playing freestyle classical matches again. I like it better than the rapid, and of course it's great that I don't have to play for 9th or 11th place, but can still fight for the top spots.
Magnus Carlsen led the round-robin stage for most of the day, but with a final round win, Jan Nepomniachtchi caught up to share first place with him.
Today was a great day, but it's important to keep the momentum, because the main tournament starts tomorrow.
The first 2 days delivered unexpected upsets, bold strategies, and thrilling time scrambles that had the crowd on edge. The unique freestyle format pushed players out of their comfort zones, blending preparation with creativity. Paris proved to be the perfect backdrop for this high-stakes drama, where even the best couldn't afford a single slip. With the knockout stage ahead, the tension and the brilliance can only grow. Stay tuned.
So the knockout stages start today. Opponents were picked at dinner yesterday, and we're about to find out which position we will be playing. In order to help me make the draw, I would like to welcome to the stage Hugo. It's his birthday in 5 days today. Being here today is his birthday gift. Give him a warm round of applause. The position today is 841. The players will have 10 minutes to prepare. We are going to be listening in. Merci beaucoup, Hugo. So good luck to the players and to the audience. Please enjoy.
Formula 1 position. Just
A45 changes, right?
No, I mean sometimes okay, but maybe 3 comes at a time in some lanes.
Okay, so F4 probably. F5 or D5, right?
Maybe try to play G4 or 1.
F4, play G4.
You mean f5, g4?
f5, g4, you can g6.
I mean, also f4, can you play f6? It's no such e4.
6 normally, like, you just give up some space, yeah, like, maybe not bad, but...
I just saw with d5,
e4, e5, and then knight d3, and knight g6.
Yeah,
knight d3 always, like, something like d6 wouldn't be as bad.
Well, knight g6 looks more...
Yeah.
Is f5? It might be too much space.
f5?
No, but f5 you get d5 and
d5,
d3. Knight d6.
Take 6, knight f7, maybe.
Or knight d6, yeah.
Yeah, I like the main, like,
pieces are well placed.
Out for game and learn thick.
But also d4, I think, is good for black. d4, c5, and just get space.
Yeah. But okay. I mean, what else can white play?
g4, e4, it's reasonable.
E4?
E4,
yeah, very reasonable.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Because you can the king's gambit.
Yeah, here.
E5.
Not exactly.
Yeah, f5, let's say f4, f6, yeah, and we are pretty much
but I mean,
the
you
same.
never know in this one because you can never cancel.
G6 always good in these positions. I can, like, I mean, always.
You want to go
literally.
g6 here?
No, g6 and g9, g6 is like always, like, evolution is about to go equality. I mean, no, I mean, that's, no, but like, that's like, that's not me. That's not me, that's like, stop g4, like, e5, like, whatever. Then bishop to g6 and so on.
But d4, e5, I don't like. What?
You take knight f5, knight goes to c4, bishop g6, bishop f6. And you're already winning, like, knight b6. No, seriously.
No, actually, what doesn't look bad.
It doesn't look bad. Winning is a...
No, like, and, I mean, it's interesting how that can be.
Yeah. Bishops come to get this.
It's interesting, yeah, this gambit.
Yeah, what about f5, e5?
I thought maybe f4. No, I think f4 is good. F4, like, restricting the punish one.
Yeah, no, this is
quite nice.
Okay, so e4, e5.
Are you sure about the gambit? I'm not so convinced.
Yeah, I'm not so...
A lot at stake.
Okay, why should take it?
But
how does white play? Because the pieces do move so nicely.
I mean, the worst case you get is Catalan structure, like... No, why? Like, I mean, like in this... Catalan knight c6, let's say.
Yeah, your bishop's not on d6.
Because, okay, this pawn, like... I mean, okay, but that's even better for us here, because
it's true,
more
e5, d5.
Yeah, this is developed very reasonably. Like, what does white play? Knight g3 or what?
Okay, whatever, like...
That's true.
D3,
But d4, e5, I really think this is good.
D4, e5, I think it's, like, quite doable.
Okay, white should take, right?
Yeah, white should take.
F3 is a move.
F3?
F3, okay, I don't know.
Yeah, take bishop
And
f6.
b6, maybe.
Yeah.
Or bishop f6 immediately.
Yeah, also.
Interesting, yeah, maybe...
Or knight
yeah,
d6.
let's go with knight c4, yeah.
This knight is also very...
No, I mean, this is, like, quickly gets out of control for white.
Okay, so what's first this?
So what first e4? G4? F4, G4.
Okay, g4.
Can we go h5 here? h5 takes f5. Ah, no, maybe then e3, like...
Or knight g... Yeah,
knight g3 was idea for it.
But what's wrong with g5?
Not so much.
Also maybe e5 or something, but f4, no?
Yeah, e5 and 4 maybe is not so easy. F4 here...
Yeah,
f4 probably...
Takes an
Take an
knight
h5, no?
Yeah.
Take an h5.
Yeah. Looks fine to me.
f5 also.
But then I was wondering, like queen f4, how do we...
After h.
After queen f4. But h5 looks really bad.
It looks fine. Yeah. Harmonious.
I
think f4 is quite
F4,
fine.
F4 is very logical. F4 seems okay, so f5 or f6?
F6
D5
maybe.
also
is D5 not playable? I'm not sure.
It is also always playable.
G4. And now f6.
Now f5 is
f5 maybe e5.
E5,
Yeah. Maybe yes.
Yeah, that doesn't look
unsolvable. Yeah.
bishop g3.
So this is some knight b3. They flex it.
Knight b3, knight d6.
Or yeah, let's say a4. Let's say we play e5.
Okay, so what's the general, like, if white plays a4?
Yeah,
It also looks completely fine. You want to take back or on d6?
5, I guess. 96 should be okay, yeah. 96 and d5 are just much better.
You sure? Why?
Because then okay, so bishop f2.
Yeah, there are some squares.
Auch okay, would be still.
Yeah, but we're also maybe a bit far, yeah?
Yeah,
Not
we're
getting...
also, yeah.
it's like it's not immediately clear to sort of gauge any.
Well, okay, d4 feels very normal.
E4, I guess.
How about e4, e5?
And 97. 5-4. Also, it's d4 option. Take knight b3. Or knight b3.
So f5 and f1?
Yeah, I guess I just want to take.
I'll take knight d6. Yeah. G4, g6 probably is good for black.
I'm not sure. But it becomes very much like some kind of Catalan decision, right?
Oh, bishop g3 might have to also.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to. I think we're not unhappy here.
Yeah.
Like black kind of needs this.
Yeah, because they're also struggling with the bishop. Both have the same problem.
Maybe you just take back here.
Yeah. I guess knight g3 and f4. Or knight g3 and d4.
How about d4, then some g5, bishop g6?
Yeah.
I would think that's fine for black.
Yes.
I think we need to play. Yeah, I think we need to play with f4.
F4 immediately?
Knight g5.
Knight g3 and f4?
Gentlemen, we will start in 2 minutes.
C6, C7. Yeah, maybe white is a little bit better. D4, knight d3.
Yeah.
Like if we go with d4, d5 and dagger, like f3, knight d6, knight d3, and then we try to push e4 quickly.
But I thought we said d4, d5, g4 is interesting.
I mean, maybe we
anyway,
don't want g4, g5.
Yeah, unclear.
It's just not sure whether want or need it.
Yeah.
We are ready for the start of the quarterfinals. You may start the clocks. Good luck.
And now we see already the 6 board, which are going to be played today. It's only this game today. It's a classical time control, which means that the players are going to have 90 minutes each, and 30 seconds per move will be given to them. And
yeah, but very important to highlight, yeah, that the last 2 boards, the lower bracket has a wrong starting position. Yeah, so this will need to change. The top 4, the knockout stages of the big guys, everything is fine. There we see the correct now, the last jadoo by Magnus. Vincent is very focused. Of course, now the pressure is on the white players because they have to make up their first move. Very big question, is this 10 minutes time enough already clarified the direction, or actually, as we have seen in Weissenhaus in the very first event of this Grand Slam tour, that the players were thinking, and it's very important, it's very essential, because the first couple of moves determines the direction of the game. And I believe that once you get the right direction, because the players are so strong, they automatically find the way to improve their position. But if something goes wrong, it's so difficult to correct things.
And I also think that, the previous 2 days, it was so many things happening, and their mind had to be working a lot differently. First day, they played 6 games. So they couldn't get into the depths of the position. Second day, they still had 5 games, 1 less than the first day, but it was very tense because everybody was calculating who is going to be qualifying, right? And now it was a very cheerful discussion and analysis which we all witnessed between the groups of the player. One group of the player we've seen who are playing with the white pieces, and the other group of the players who are playing with the black pieces. And they were relaxed, they were chatting, smiling, laughing, teasing. I mean, everything was there. And but now I think these moments, all the players are so happy that, okay, I try to filter out all the information what I've just heard from the other top great players, and now is the time that.
And 2 games already started. All the games started, but 2 players had already made up their mind, and it is 1e4. It's interesting, that was the move that the players debated. Maybe we can even select a game.
Yeah, we should select a game. Let's go for Maxim, the local guy. What do you think? Let's pick Maxim's game and talk a little bit about the position itself, because now we also have a lot of time to discuss and give our own thoughts.
Finally, yes, exactly. I feel the same, and also we have been following what the players analyzed. Nicholas had a look with the computer also just to try to understand what the players were thinking about the position, and also how it really affects computer-wise the evaluation. So the move e4 was discussed, and I believe that f5 was the move that was debated most. It's a very challenging move. Black tries to grab the initiative, challenging the e4 pawn immediately. And after e takes f5, there are 2 different possibilities. You might wonder, what is 2 possibilities? The pawn was captured, so clearly black has to take the pawn back. But once black takes back the pawn, white jumps out with the knight to g3. We have seen this debated by the players. Rook goes back to f8, and suddenly white plays the move f4. White gets space, and it looks more comfortable for white. Judith, your first reaction was, doesn't this position really looks comfortable for white?
Absolutely, because it seems like definitely huge space advantage and development advantage for white. If you go back just for the beginning, for 1e4, where actually the game is standing and black, Fabiano playing with black is thinking how to react on this. I want to analyze a little bit the structure of the pieces, where it is standing, because now we really have the time just to understand a little bit, try to break it down to our audience and to ourselves, that what is what, because this is freestyle, that basically from move 1, in reality, we are in the middle game. There is not such a thing like a warm-up moves that you made your preparation the first 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, and you can feel comfortable. So what can you say about these bishops in the center lines on d1 and e1? Is it beneficial or not? Because we've seen in the rapid portion of the games that when the bishops were in the corner and on g1, many players were opening up immediately, or when the bishop was on b1, then c4 was the move. And now the players are looking e4, g4 was also maybe on the board, I'm not sure.
Well, in one of the games, Pragnanda was the one who picked g4. Vincent picked d4. And Magnus, we haven't seen Magnus yet. Did he make a move, or is he in Magnus mode? Thinking, and I love this. I'm always truly impressed by Magnus's composure, that he can switch Yeah, yesterday it was rapid. He adapted to that speed, and now it's the classical portion. He slows down. He has the self-confidence to think right from the beginning, yeah, because it's a little scary strategy. Yeah, you might also think, if you are an experienced freestyle player, that if I'm thinking for a long time, will I be able to play a better move or not at all? This is the first thing. And if I'm not making a better move, I might need that time later on in the game. Magnus says, you know what? If I spend time, I will spend it correctly. I will get the upper hand. I will get to the type of position that I'm really looking forward to, and then I can speed up.
Yes, because it's a big question for me that the investment, what the player does now in the first few moves, how beneficial it is for later. And we've seen in the rapid portion of the event that, of course, pawns were moving in the first several moves more, with Magnus clearly. This is what I noticed. And only after that he puts his pieces out. But for example, what can be on Magnus's mind or Nepo's mind when they think about strategical things? That do they think about where my king would be standing better already? Do you think they think about that? Or what is how do they set up the priorities?
Well, I think they are looking more at the pieces. Yeah, that's what kind of feeling I'm getting, that they always look like, yeah, how do I control the center, or how do I control the position so that I will get harmonious development afterwards. Clearly, moving a rook, for example, is a very dangerous thing in early stages of the game, because then you lose the right to castle. And we have seen how important it is to stay flexible, castling to the short side, to the left side, to the king side, or to the queen side, depending on the situation. It can also keep your opponent in the dark. And I believe that first, the pawn moves are important, and then how do you combine it with piece development, and only afterwards you think about what you're really going to do with your king.
Okay, so maybe I think it's the perfect moment to ask Nicholas that he shares his evaluation, and because he was analyzing, so he can come up with the best evaluation and understanding of the position. So I would give it to you, the word.
Thank you, Judith. Yes, we see different starting moves in a lot of the games. We see e4, we see d4, we see g4, we even saw a4 by Rapport. And a lot of these moves are valid. Actually, a computer likes these four moves best in the following order. g4 was evaluated best, then I believe f4, then e4, and then a4, or a4 and f4 was, I think, around the same. Because let's have a look at the starting position. Let's maybe really take it one by one here and have a look at all the pieces. So the king is, of course, the most important piece in chess. And what is nice about this freestyle position is that the king is already quite safely tucked away on the left side of the board. So in these kind of situations with the king on b1, the rook on a1, it is a very common motive for all of you viewers out there who also want to try freestyle chess to remember to play a4 at some point, so that you have maybe a possibility to develop the rook in this way. And this is actually what Rapport played in the very first move. He played a4 against a Gukesh. So at some point the rook could be developed. Of course, castling is also still possible, but with the king on b1, you don't really want to castle to c1 later on if these squares are open, because then you have your king on c1 where usually it would be better placed on b1 already. So if you're able to develop the rook in this manner via a3 at some point, this is definitely more beneficial. So let's have a look at the move played in this game between Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana. e4 was chosen. It was also chosen by one more player, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually only Maxim. I know, Arjun also yes. chose against Nakamura, yes. And there we already have a move, which was f5. And f5 was a move that was championed by Jan Nepomniachtchi in the analysis. Actually, we had a similar situation yesterday in the rapid game between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, where he also played f5, and then after e takes f5, he sacrificed the pawn right away with g6, quite a powerful idea, and he mentioned the same idea also in the preparation phase now once again, and it seems like that possibly Nakamura is going down this route. Quite an aggressive approach. I'm very confident that Nepomniachtchi would have played this way if Vincent would have gone for e4, but Vincent played d4. We will get there later. So the point is that after f takes g6, knight takes g6, black immediately has some development. The pieces are out, and black has some center control, can follow up with e5. Maybe objectively, white is a bit better, but it is definitely a very interesting idea. So in the current position, Fabiano is still thinking, and he has some choices. He can go f5, like discussed. He can also go e5, but the best move to a computer is apparently e6, being maybe kind of flexible if you go d5 or maybe f5 in the next move. So there are some choices, and Fabiano is taking his time, already spending the first 9 minutes on his very first move. But this is completely normal because, as Peter and Judith have pointed out, this is already middle game from move 1. There's no opening theory. The players are on their own. And the first moves, Judith, they're just really, really critical.
Absolutely, and this is why we get to like more and more freestyle chess, because already from the very first move, it can be very critical, and the players have to be very much focused to understand it already from move 1, what is going on in the position, where their pieces will be standing the best, because it is shuffled quite a bit. The knight on h8 in the corner. So we'll see how it will be the continuation of Nakamura. But there are a lot of things what is different.
G6 on the board.
G6 on the board.
G6 on the board. Yeah, Nicholas highlighted that this was one of the ideas that Nepo was suggesting during the pre-game analysis. And then it might look like, this is Nepo's idea and Hikaru is taking over and maybe Fabi will go along on this way. I can reveal one secret. After the Weissenhaus event, I talked to Vincent and he told me that, you know what, I was like shocked that Fabi came up with the idea like d4, c5, d takes e5, b6. C takes b6, bishop b6 with lovely compensation, which very much is the same spirit. Now, however, the catch is that after f takes g6, Nicholas checked with the computer, and in fact, it's very important to take back, recapture that pawn with the knight on g6, which is, yes, on one hand, natural because you develop the knight from h8. On the other hand, we talked about this, that these bishops, the bishop e1, d1 is where the bishops are very strangely placed. So it's very tempting that you sacrifice the pawn, and after fg, you want to make sure that the bishop gets to g6 on this lovely diagonal, and then you can imagine that, let me go e5, d5, knight d6, and then, okay, finally this knight will also find its way to the game. So I'm really curious to see if after fg6, will the players really understand that knight take g6 is the way to go?
Yes, absolutely. It's like a little bit counterintuitive to take with the knight, but it has a logic behind it, indeed. And the one thing is that the players have plenty of time in the very beginning to figure out what are their strategies and think about going through in their mind whether I want to put my pieces here or there. But there is also a new element compared to the rapid portion of the event, that there is a confessional booth. And actually, we have the first player who visited the confessional booth, and let's listen with it what he has to say to us.
It's interesting to see that there is different move on all the boards, which is slightly different from the rapids because almost all the games used to start with the same move as the players discussed. But here, I think players are taking more time over the board and trying to play what they feel like is the best move. I'm just here because my position seems pretty normal. It's just one move, and I thought I'll just join in and tell about my observation. I think it'll be interesting to see how the games go on. I think Arjun versus Hikaru is gonna spice up a bit. That's my feeling.
It's nice to listen a player talking during the game. When I was competing, I never had the opportunity to use a confessional booth myself. I don't know how open I would have been for such an initiative. What about you? Did you have ever the opportunity to use it during the game, or would you be using it?
No, I never had, but yeah, it's very interesting, and I perfectly agree with it that if you feel like after G4, G5, Knight G3, Knight G6, you have a symmetrical position, nothing really happening, and then why not to come and to share your thoughts? And I was so happy that, by the way, FG Knight take G6 is on the board by Hikaru, is spot on. He captures with the knight. It shows that he spent time. That's why you have to spend time. I might think that in a rapid game, you automatically take back with the bishop. That's another difference. I'm loving the fact that we are playing with a classical time control. What Vidit revealed was a sensational observation that now we have 6 kind of different positions. Yeah, and this is lovely because this is what freestyle is about. And now that the players had 10 minutes time to discuss, but it was clear that one guy said, yeah, maybe E4, but also he wasn't sure. And then you go back to your board, and then, like you explained, Judith, beautifully, that you got all these informations, the input of your colleagues, but finally you are the one who decide what do you cook, what do you serve on the table, and this is phenomenal.
And in the meantime, it seems like the players are very active using the confessional booth because world #1 Magnus Carlsen visited it as well. So let's see what he has to tell us.
I think as white, this is the most difficult choice in the first move I feel like I've had in this is the 3rd tournament that we do now. We had some discussions with the other players before, and we didn't really get to too much. I had no idea what to do. I was considering probably 5 different moves. I mean, G4, F4, E4, D4, and F3. And none of them seemed particularly promising. I think in the end I kind of defaulted to 1 D4 since it's protected by the queen and it looked like a little bit safer. But honestly, I don't see how to follow up, so it's probably going to be another 10-minute thing on move 2, but that's it's part of the fun.
Magnus is really enjoying himself. He really likes and feels freestyle chess. It's his baby, right? He enjoys this, that he has such a difficult challenges from game to game. And as he expressed it, that it was how difficult decision for him to make in this game, what to choose from. And he chose D4, and after F5, F3. What is your take on that, Peter?
Well, it's a very natural kind of move. Magnus also revealed that he was even considering one move F3, first move F3, yeah? So this F3 move was very much in his mind. It's a very harmonious kind of move because it opens up the queen. It supports the E2, E4 move in the center. Clearly, white probably wants to place his knight on D3. It would be a harmonious setup also, just in case, already ready to develop the knight maybe towards the F2 square, or maybe he's also ready to activate the bishop later on. Those are all possibilities, depending on the situation. The reason why I highlighted the move bishop G3, it might look strange at the moment, because what is Peter talking about? Black can answer it with F4, yes. But imagine the knight already being on D3, then bishop G3 will be a legitimate move, especially because if black wants to fight against E4 and does something similar like what Nepo is doing against Vincent, to playing the stonewall kind of setup, the Dutch setup, with D7, D5, then already we might see that this knight D3, bishop G3 idea, fighting for the dark squares, might become very important. So, super interesting. what I also would like to highlight, Nodirbek is learning his lesson. He has already been picked twice by Magnus Carlsen last year in Weissenhaus, being knocked out, basically losing his game in the first 10 moves. This year in Weissenhaus, the same scenario repeated itself. He was rushing, Magnus outplayed him immediately in the first game with the white pieces, got the upper hand and went on to win a fantastic masterpiece that Peter Heine Nielsen commentated in for New in Chess magazine. Very interesting analysis. And now he has learned his lesson. He's spending his time. He wants to understand, how do I play best, not to fall again into this trap, rushing and getting a bad position.
Yes, it's interesting what you're saying, that how we are learning during from one tournament to another, right? That you have experience that things are working on your way, you're repeating it, and once you burn yourself, you finally learn your lesson and think, okay, I have to make a deeper dive into it before I make my decision. But what I was wondering also while looking the D4 and F3, that generally speaking in freestyle, what is more common, to set your pawn structure the way you want it and then you adjust it accordingly with your pieces, or because where your pieces are, you create a completely different, even a very unusual and unfamiliar pawn structure?
Yeah, well, I think that just to highlight something also, that why players are playing the way they are playing, or Magnus, let's just forget about everything that happened in this game, and let me start with a move activating the knight from the corner to G3. So we are talking about developing a piece. However, here black can play the move F7, F5, and all of a sudden that knight is completely stupid on G3. The rook on F8 protects the pawn. The knight is restricted. Yes, you can follow it up with F4, but one has the feeling that this knight on G3 is not harmonious at all. And that's the reason, I just wanted to highlight that that's the reason why players are first trying to set up their pawn structure so that they will understand where their pieces belong afterwards.
Okay, that's interesting to notice. And actually in four of the games, actually 5 of the games, we had the first 2-3 pair of moves, only pawn moves.
Yes, and there is one very important thing. There is the game Richard Rapport against Gukesh. And the reason why I'm highlighting that this is so important, because we had a conversation with Nicholas before the start of the round. Let me also bring back the starting position. And Nicholas mentioned that once again, computer loves the move A4. And our automatic reaction was, all right, we understand A4, but what happens after A5? Yeah, so let me put it on the board. A4, A5, this actually happened in the Rapport-Gukesh game. And then Nicholas said, you know what now the computer says? Okay, we included these 2 little moves. Let us continue now in the same spirit with E4. But this is what is so difficult to understand, that after E4, F5, and this is now on the board, E takes F5, G6, the inclusion of this A4, A5 move, whom does it favor in the long run? Please try to figure it out over the board before making your decision. I really believe that you deserve a Nobel Prize if you understand the nuances, because I'm unable to do that. And the players are in this position in Rapport against Gukesh, and the reason why this is so important, because in so many other games, we see that E4, F5, E takes F5, G6, F take G6, knight take G6 is already on the board, and now the players are also probably keeping an eye, how does that game follow, that what are the nuances? Judith, what is your feeling about seeing all these small inclusions?
I like it very much the way you're breaking it down, and I'm just continuously smiling on the fact what you highlighted, that A4, A5, including that pair of moves on the left side of the board, where actually your king is on B1. So normally, with the classical way of thinking, we are not thinking of these kind of moves, right, to play A4.
Yes.
At the same time, we should always think about the fact that we might castle on the right-hand side, going to G1 and making a short castle. Of course, not after G4, I must say. So after G4, we can forget about all kind of king placement on the other side. And when we talk about king safety, it has a completely different definition in freestyle, I believe. And I'm trying to figure out what is the idea for white. If after g takes f5, I believe it should be that white wants to go g5, right?
Yes, but why is this so great? Why is this so good? Is this really the idea? Because it gives them the center. No, according to computer, can't do this. But then what is Ricci up to? Playing simply g takes, maybe just g takes, wait a second, there's g takes f5 because you cannot recapture that pawn. And if you have to trade queens, you would love to recapture after takes, rook takes f5. The problem is rook g8. The rook invades on the 8th rank. When did you see this in, I don't know, what move is this, 5 or 6? And suddenly the rook is smashing all the pieces on the back rank. Completely crazy. It's a typical rapport kind of reaction. Aha, you want to sacrifice a pawn? I will not take it. I will come up with a great idea myself. I find it fascinating, and I'm curious how Gukesh will react.
Okay, I think, what do you think about going to Arjun's game and Hikaru? Because some interesting move g3 was played. Can we pick that game?
Yes, certainly. I already have it on my monitor, but we also have now the bird's eye view, having an overview on all the positions. And we see that this e4, f5, ef5, g6 is such a crucial situation. Now, look at this. MVL, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, has not yet captured fg6, so he has the luxury maybe to take a look. How does this rapport Gukesh game continues after g4? Maybe g4 is a fantastic idea by Ricci. Maybe not. You don't know. He's certainly thinking. I just find it fascinating. He has so many intrigues right from the start.
Absolutely, but here the gambit was accepted with the f takes g6, knight g6, white played, Arjun played g3, e5. And before we dive into this position, I just got the information that Arjun visited the confessional booth. So let's hear what he has to say to us about the position.
Yeah, so I have just played demo g3, and right now I'm a pawn up, but obviously he has good compensation for it. He has his knight out, and I'm expecting him to go e5 here. I'll go f4, e takes f4, g takes f4, and knight d6, something like this. I'm a pawn up, but it's not a great pawn on f4, and he has some lead in development, so he definitely does have compensation for it, and I think it's like about even. Let's see how it goes.
Okay, so this was quite useful, what we heard, that Arjun was expecting that black is going to be playing e5 and then f4. And basically he says that he's not so sure, it's about equal, right? That, okay, e takes f4, g takes f4, and after that there is an isolated pawn. It's an extra pawn, but of course he understands that black has compensation, and it's not much, but still it's an extra pawn, right?
Yes, first just we have to very quickly show that why black can't take on f4, yeah, because knight takes f4, first question, but then white can take on g8, take, and then take on f4, however, rook g1, how does this actually ends up? Black enters, so probably now we play the move knight d3, protecting the bishop. And if black captures back the knight, we might be able to do harm again or not.
There's also knight d6.
There is knight d6. Yeah, if rook f8, then knight d6. We are not winning material yet, and the pin remains. So this is also another fascinating, crazy line where you can burn a lot of time. Let's not forget, black is starting to play bishop e7 and then the long castles, and black is the one who solves the problem, the issue first. However, probably white will also have this extra tempo with bishop f3 at some moment, probably even instead of rook f8, because this rook f8, knight d6 moves probably helped black. So yeah, probably bishop f3 is the move, hitting the rook. Yes, so please take the pawn, but then white gets the initiative, then rook f8, bishop g3 probably wins material. So black has to play rook f1. When we are the one who can castle first, we get harmony. Yeah, so this is the reason why black is not planning to take, and Arjun did not even mention the move knight takes f4, believing that, okay, this will work out in my favor. The move he talked about was knight d6, a very nice little move, making sure that you cover the f5 square. The pawn on f4 will be hanging, then white has to react in some way. How do you protect it? Knight d3 or knight e2. No matter what you do, I perfectly agree with Arjun that it feels like black has good compensation.
Yes, I understand that there is a feeling of that black has good compensation. Black brings the knight to f5, blockading the pawn, brings the bishops out to f6, to bishop f7 possibly, and then adjusting the king and the rook, castling, keeping it on the left side of the board. And it seems like a good compensation for black indeed. And I have a little problem with the bishop on e1. It can be brought to f2 also, but it doesn't feel that it's that white has the upper hand, because black is developing somehow faster.
Yes. So basically, it's a very interesting situation. Also psychologically very important how Hikaru will react to the move f4, because did he foresee it? Did he really expect this move to happen? Or he thought like, my compensation is based on my lovely center?
Yeah, okay. Why don't we go to the next game? Let's see Vincent against Jan Nepomniachtchi. What is going on over there? Because they are making some committal moves, and as you were saying, it was kind of a stone wall if you go f5 and d5, which happened in the game. And let's see a close-up of that position. Wow.
Yes, very interesting. Just to catch up how we reached here. So we have seen some crazy position already in other games. This was more classical, d4, d5, knight d3, knight d6, f3. So very similar to Magnus' idea against Abdusattorov. F5, the classical approach. Yeah, black does weaken the e5 square, but he says that, you know what, I'm going to go g5 and I'm going to get my knight to g6. I will be controlling that weak square on e5. And also the idea that I highlighted with bishop g3 will be beautifully countered with f5, f4. So that was the reason why Vincent reacted with the move h4, trying to stop g5. And then we already can understand why Jan is rushing with his move and his plays quickly. He played the move h6, wants to go g5 and makes sure that thanks to his bishop on e8, he covers the move h4, h5. He covers the h5 square, because otherwise when you play a pawn move like this, if white would have chance to play h5 and then get a knight to f4, you would get a grip, you would get the strategically almost winning position. But thanks to the bishop on e8, it's not possible.
But it's also interesting to say that, of course, the players has to know a lot of different openings to know the patterns where the pieces fits best. For example, in the stone wall opening, usually there is a problem with the white square bishop. But now that it stands on e8, it's already a much better place there, because after d5, f5, there is a full spectrum where it can be powerful, right, on both diagonals. But let's listen Nepomniachtchi, what he had to say about his feelings about the position.
Yeah, so meanwhile, openings, okay, at least in my game, is quite solid and calm. I'm a little bit concerned because I fed like the gambit of 5 g6 to all my black team, and okay, in 3 games it happened. So I'm a bit, I'm a bit concerned if the gambit will, finally work out, because what Arjun did is quite sensible to me, and also what Rapper did is quite interesting too, and and one more game is from MVL, and maybe MVL also finds a refutation, so it will be Nepo Gambit 3 times refuted. Yeah, hopefully not.
Interesting remark by Nepomniachtchi that he's not very worried about his game at all, but he's worried about his image.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
having the Nepo gambit with f5 takes and g6, which actually in a completely different setup he played against Magnus Carlsen as well. And but I felt a little bit, I was waiting for the moment he's saying that I'm so unhappy that I couldn't play that. But it's always nice when the players are going into the confessional booth and sharing their thoughts. Nicholas, what can you say about this position? What are the pros and cons for this pawn structure for both sides?
Yeah, I've noticed already in the past that Nepomniachtchi, he likes to play these kind of stonewall structures with the pawns on d5 and f5. And of course, there's a clear advantage to it. You have a nice grip on the center, while it is not able to play any of the pawn breaks, especially with the knight on d6 perfectly placed, protecting the squares on e4 and c4. Of course, the disadvantage of this kind of approach is that you weaken the square on e5, but Nepomniachtchi is saying the advantages definitely outweigh the drawbacks here, and the computer agrees. This has been a decent approach. Actually, coming back to the very first move, as I had mentioned earlier, d4 was not one of the top choices, not one of the top 4 choices by a computer, and we saw different approaches here. Nepomniachtchi played d5, up to the turf against Carlsen, played f5, which is also very reasonable. The computer even suggests once again this move a5. At any point, really likes to include these moves, but as Peter said, it's so difficult to evaluate who it really helps to include this pair of moves a5 and a4. But again, I see this as a top move by the computer. Instead, we saw d5. Now, maybe g4 was an interesting move here to stop the move f5, to stop this grip on the white center. Instead, we saw Vincent going knight to d3, developing the knight. Now knight d6, now f3. Even a computer here with the white pieces wants to play this kind of stonewall approach, going f4. But already it seems like there's not much of an advantage here. f3, f5, now h4, and h6. You already see a 23-minute time advantage. We just got another move in by Vincent. He goes b3, also quite a sensible move, controlling the square on c4, staying flexible with the bishops so far. But this is a bit of a difficulty in the starting position. If you have the bishops in the corner, like on g1, h1, b1, a1, you just move a pawn in front of the bishops and they're already developed. If they are on d1 or e1, they're a bit awkwardly placed, so you have to figure out where to put these bishops. You can see a bishop on d1 can't even move yet, and bishop on d8 likewise. So we're going to see how Nepo approaches this position. g5 looks very sensible, gaining some space, but I think he has already played it. This move seems obvious to him. I mean, it was, after all, his idea behind going h6, and I think he will be quite happy with the outcome of the opening. Judith.
Yeah, the game is extremely interesting, and I would like to dive in a little bit deeper into the game. But there is a little video with Keymer's thoughts, what he felt and how he felt before the start of the game. So let's see that.
Vincent, this is familiar ground for you. 8th place coming in. Last time, it went pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, you know, whoever it was going to be for the quarterfinals, it's a tough matchup, and so is Nepo. But yeah, after like a good finish yesterday, I do feel quite ready, and I'm absolutely looking forward to the match.
Were you surprised that he still picked you first after what happened last time?
No, actually not. After knowing that he was the first to choose, I actually kind of assumed he would pick me. So, yeah.
How much better do you feel about the classical time control compared to the rapid?
Quite a bit. It gives way more stability. It's less random in the sense that you can control the outcome of the opening much better, and I do believe that that's very important for me.
I wish you the best of luck. We look forward to it.
Thank you.
It is very clear that he feels much more comfortable with this time control than in the rapid. And of course, in the rapid, basically, he had one goal: to qualify, and then look around and calm down, forget about those games, crazy games of 11 games in 2 days with the, it is really challenging for the mind. And now to sit there, and we see him just, I don't know how much he's enjoying himself, but he knows that he has the time to think, to make his strategies, to make his decision what he thinks is the best. It's no rush.
Yes, but there is one catch. Yeah, that when you play with Nepo, and he plays quickly, even in the classical time control, then you feel like, wait a second, he plays quickly, maybe he's inaccurate, and let me try to punish him for his fast play. But it turns out in this position, Nepo is actually playing the best moves. He's adapting to the new situation, new challenges perfectly. And then is Vincent now burning time in order, how do I punish, which actually is not possible because we just heard from Nicholas that everything that Nepo did so far is the best and the position is equal. And Vincent is burning a lot of time. Maybe if we would just give Vincent the idea that actually the position is kind of equal, then he would play the same moves in 10 minutes. Yeah, because then there is no reason to try to find the way for advantage because the advantage does not exist.
Yeah, it's true, but Vincent is also becoming a much more experienced player, and he starts to know how the big guys think and what are their strategies.
Yeah, but Nepo thinks differently than the other guys. That's the trick, yeah? That's why he's Nepo.
Yeah, but for example, I'm looking at the board, and I see this very early come out with the 2 pawns f5, g5. And I see that Nepo made the benefit of having the rook on f8 and queen on g8, right? He's not only opening the diagonal for the queen, but also make sure that it's very useful on the g file and pushing g5. So actually, yeah, I think Nepo is able to, somehow he has a very good intuition how to play the freestyle, and within a few moves, somehow his pieces and pawns have a coordination. That's
yes.
how you feel. Because this is what I feel here, that he has a pretty good coordination after move 5 moves, right? And if black plays e6, his bishop from d8 will be also kind of useful on that diagonal. The knight from h8, any moment it comes out to g6. The castle he has any time when he wants it, but I'm pretty sure that right now he's not sure whether the rook on a8 stands better to play a5 possibly, or is it going to be more useful on d8 if black decides to make a castle? I doubt that he's thinking in the long term to castle to the right side.
Yes, no, that is out of question. Castling on the king side, as we call it, all the way to g8, it's kind of absolutely impossible in this structure. The big question for me is that Vincent played the move b2, b3, which is a mysterious move. In my mind, that is he somehow thinking about activating his bishop, not activating, correcting his bishop's position from e1 to b2. I just feel like it's too slow. And also note that eventually, after knight g6, somewhere, sometimely f4, knight f5 will hit the e3 weakness. So I somehow believe that Vincent might want to play bishop c3, e3, bishop e2, so that the one bishop gets to e2, the other one gets to b2, then he gets the chance to castle long, but it's a short castle, so-called castle to the left side. The king remains here, and then he will try to eventually find a square for his knight on g1. So those are the thoughts that I'm having, and also with the bishop on the long diagonal, he will stop any kind of e7, e5 breaks. So in my mind, I'm worried of this f5, f4, knight f5 idea in the long run, and I'm very curious to see how this will develop.
Now that I'm looking again and again to the position, and of course there are new discoveries come every time I look at it. For example, now looking at the d1 bishop, I have a very bad feeling towards that bishop. Seeing c2, b3, and on the other diagonal e2, f3 pawns.
You are not alone. Yes.
It's not a very big perspective for that bishop for the moment. And it seems like white will not be able to play c4 nor e4 in this position. So white has to think about playing c3 or e3 to make space for his bishop, right? And as you said in the beginning, that it's a lot of time to regroup your bishops through c3 and b2, and I'm not even sure that it's really the best spot in this position.
But then why did he play b3? He spent the tempo on b3. Otherwise, I can't believe that he wants to play king b2. Then
that's what I just wanted to say.
Yes. No, because then he might run into some e5 break. Yeah, and especially against Nepo, you cannot place your king here. You will be punished on the long diagonal somewhere, and that bishop gets to f6. Queen to g7, okay, Vincent goes a4, so he's trying to grab space here. But honestly...
So maybe this is why he played b3, because he wanted to play a4.
Yeah, but... and he wants probably to push the pawn to a5 and the bishop to b4, maybe, but I'm not happy with the... And a4, a5 blitzed out by Nepo, and it's so irritating. You are sitting there, you are thinking... 10, 15 minutes, should I play a4 or not? And then Nepo comes back while he's comfortably walking, and he blitzes out his move and tosses the ball back to your court. Please burn another 10 minutes for your next move. After move 10, you will be in time trouble. I will then somehow trick you and win the game.
But for me, it was quite obvious that he's going to be playing a5. Why shouldn't he?
Of course.
So I think Vincent also understood, of course, that a4, most likely the reply will be a5.
Yeah, but still he has to make a move which he was not comfortable one move before. And I somehow feel that, yeah, the pawn should be placed on e3. That bishop should try to come out to e2. And also, if we have already done this activity, I believe it would be lovely to ask Nicholas, Nicholas, please tell us how much are we in the dark? How easy it is for Vincent to handle this position?
I think maybe we were a bit too pessimistic. The position is fairly equal still. And yes, he has a time disadvantage of half an hour, but his position is very solid. So a computer wants to see something like e3. I think e3 makes a lot of sense. Also stopping this move f4, preparing to put a bishop on e2. And now it's a question how black continues, because you would like to play a move like knight g6, getting the knight into a game and also hinting again at this move f4. But knight g6 always runs into h5. You have to go back to h8, and this cannot be the idea. Now white can maybe stabilize with g4, and you have just lost time and have lost space. So it seems it would also make sense for black to play a move like e6, also opening up this bishop. And now maybe white can take on g5 and follow up with either bishop c3, putting bishop here, or maybe going g4 as well. Going g4, and then something like this could happen, knight g6, bishop c3. And yeah, it's a question how to evaluate this position once black plays f4 here, and what we think of this pawn structure. But I think overall the white position is very solid. This knight on d3 is very well placed, and I would not be too worried yet, but let's see how Vincent will handle it, Judith.
Yes, the position is very interesting, and as you say, that we shouldn't panic with white that much, because the position is pretty balanced and kind of equalish, but it's very, very complicated. So in one move, we can jump from an equal position to the worse position or a better position. And but I wanted to ask you, Peter, that when the players had the opportunity, number one, Nepo was picking Vincent. It's not only the opportunity they had to pick their opponent out of the four, but also to choose the color. And Nepomniachtchi was the only person out of the six pairs who picked black pieces in game one, because we are seeing a mini match here in the knockout format. The players are playing one game today, and then there is a one game tomorrow, and who reaches 1.5 points goes to the semi-final. And if it's 1-1, then we are seeing a playoff, which can happen only tomorrow. So what do you think about this? Why Nepomniachtchi is the only person who chose black, and what could be his strategy behind it?
Yes, well, the point is that if I would be playing the tournament, yeah, I'm old school guy, I would automatically pick black for the first game. This would be my intuition. It might sound like the slightly more defensive approach, but my feeling is like, okay, first I want to see how my game with black goes. If something goes wrong, I know that with white I have to be very energetic. And freestyle gives so many possibilities because the opponent doesn't have a very solid repertoire. So that would be kind of my thinking. Magnus, on the other hand, is the optimist, and he says that I want to play white because I want to win the first game, put the pressure on my opponent, and then if my opponent will get the white pieces while being under pressure of he needs to win, then he will be overexcited. He will not be as precise or quiet as usual. And then his white pieces will mean absolutely nothing. Yeah? So there are different things. Now, the big question is why a super optimist Nepo, who believes in his superpowers and everything, picks the black pieces? That's a big question. But those are my kind of thoughts that when you pick white or black, he might just also feel like he wants to put the pressure on Vincent. Show me the money. It's a prestige duel. Vincent won the last event. Nepo was not participating there. Nepo probably saw that at home. He actually won the Head of Lot Open at the main time. That, okay, give me the possibility to play in this tournament, and I'm going to crush the field as well. And I feel that there's a lot of this psychology involved in this fight. One thing to the game, that the move e3, e6 was played, and Nicholas was so spot on, and it was so nice to include his thoughts with the computer that automatically when the move g5 appeared on the board, it would be so natural that, okay, we first take it, takes, and then we're going to think, right? But it makes such a huge difference. Once we take, black can simply develop the knight immediately because he doesn't need to worry about this h5 small nuance. And this also, I just wanted to highlight that this small little detail shows that the players are also super deep. Vincent wants to maintain the tension between the h4 and h6 pawns as long as possible. And that's also one bad news for him because he constantly has to think about this, that do I already include, do I have to include, or can I still maintain the tension?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a nice touch, and that's very typical in many different openings from the classical chess as well. That you keep the tension and you don't want to give up because it matters what are the circumstances to the actual changes of the pawn structure and also what kind of new opportunities is given. It's given to the pieces. Now I'm wondering if Queen H2 might be a continuation, so to keep the tension still and not to give up to the tension and exchange on G5, or you think the Queen on H2 would be standing kind of strange?
I also feel that Queen H2 is a very human kind of move, yeah? Activating just to say, hello, I'm here, I'm also in the game. Yeah, that's how I feel about this. In Hungarian, we have this word, kukucskálás, yeah? Just checking out. Yes, I'm here, you know, I'm also participating and keeping an eye on the H4 pawn. We also look at this diagonal just in case. We talked about the dark squares that eventually the bishop would love to reach this diagonal. Maybe there would be tremendous pressure there then with combining the forces of the bishop and the queen. So the big question, and Nicholas did not highlight the move Queen H2. It was not a move that the computer suggested. So that's probably the reason why Vincent is also thinking that maybe I'm running into some tactical possibilities, that it's a loss of a tempo, maybe somewhere this f5, f4 break will be even more tricky. I don't see yet how, but just in case, just to highlight that when the knight jumps to f5 and to e3, then we would very much love to have our queen on g1, covering that e3 square. We are talking about facing Nepo. You have to constantly be thinking about all these dynamic possibilities. Very big question, but I also feel like we have talked enough about all these finesses. It's a slow game, and maybe somewhere the house is burning, and let's move on probably.
Yeah, but before we move on, I just want to highlight that maybe the position is pretty much balanced, but there's a huge psychological advantage in time for Nepo, because Nepo was spending only just few minutes from his clock. He still has 1 hour 24 minutes, while Vincent is really spending a lot of time until this point. He spent more than 40 minutes. So let's go and pick another game, and I would like to invite all of us to listen what Maxim had to say in the confessional booth, and maybe after that we will look at that game of his as well.
Hello, it's a very new experience for me to
to play in this classical time control, I must say it's very tempting to spend a lot of time on these opening moves, and at the same time I couldn't help but watch similar games that were unfolding, especially in this line. Everybody chose to sack the pawn with f5 and g6. At the end I decided to give back the pawn, bring bishop to f3. Hopefully that's useful in the future. I'm not completely certain. Also looking at Richie's position, where I think he's a safe pawn up, and also Guker's bishop is misplaced on d8 now. Maybe not following Richard's footsteps will come back to bite me, but in general I'm still okay with what I'm doing. Like, I want to create some sort of imbalance in the center, and thinking maybe sometimes I can try to castle king side, and then launch an attack on the queen side. That's the dream. I'm not sure I can fulfill it, but at least I have time to try to figure it out.
Very interesting thoughts by Maxim, and what a starting sentence it was. It was such a temptation to think in this time control, and then it was also very interesting that he's seeing the other boards, how they are developing with this pawn sacrifice from the very early of the game with f5, ef, g6. So maybe we can go back a few moves just to see how it was.
Exactly, yeah. So e4, f5, the Nepo gambit in action. E takes f5, g6. And because Fabi was spending quite a lot of time, Maxim really had the chance to look around how the other games are developing. And he did reveal that it was tempting to maybe follow Richie's suggestion or his move that Richie played with g4. However, the other moves a4, a5 were included. Who knows what that means for the position. And also f take g6, knight take g6, and then Arjun we have seen going for this very clever g3, f4 idea, which we already discussed. But Maxim, being Maxim, he says, I like to find another way. I want to be original. And he came up with the idea of giving up the pawn back immediately. f4, g takes f5, a4, so a4 appears, and soon we will reveal the secret why he's playing the way he's playing. Bishop f3, knight g6, g3, d6. This is the current position. And what Maxim highlighted is the fact that he's dreaming, and he's a dreamer, he's joining us, that somehow probably he was indicating some bishop f2, queen g2 setup, develop the knight to d3, and castle all the way to the king side, and then launch an attack. And that's why a4, a5 was so important for him, that when his rook will join the party, rook f b1, b4, then black's king on b8 will be a target. That's the dream scenario, but as he told himself, he is not sure if his dream will become a reality.
But it's interesting to listen this, because it means that the player who plays a4, he has a long strategy of escaping with the king from b1 to all the way to g1. Though I'm not so sure that it will be something that he's going to be fulfill, this idea, because, for example, black could go maybe c6 and bishop b6. But maybe it only happens after queen g2, because queen on g2, it can be also tricky.
Yeah.
And I like very much when once black is going to be pushing e5, it can be a very active position. But I would ask Nicholas, what do you think, and what can you tell about this position? Because this is a very special structure now.
Yes, let's have a look together. So d3 was just played, and I think it's already in anticipation, or was played in anticipation of this move e5, which I believe was partly the reason why Caruana went for d6, the move earlier. And after f takes e5, So after d takes e5, we see the pawn of d3 already controlling the e4 square, being ready for this move. And here maybe knight b3 is possible, suddenly targeting the pawn on a4, a5. This is another advantage of including this pair of moves, a4 and a5, that you sometimes can try to attack and win this pawn. However, here black could go c6, or maybe also go and sacrifice his pawn with a move like knight d6 or bishop f6. I think c6 looks very sensible to protect the pawn, and also an idea that you highlighted, Juliet, to go bishop b6. So, in fact, after e5, f takes e5, however, the computer quite likes knight takes e5. This is more anti-positional because you leave an isolated pawn on f5, but on the other hand, you get more piece activity. Here, black is threatening to trade the bishop on f3, and this is definitely not something you want to allow. But if bishop g2, maybe black can follow with knight g4, bishop g5, and a lot of activity for the black pieces. And I think it will be very difficult to play the short castle, the castle all the way to the right side of the board here. I mean, this was just a dream of Maxim's. It just depends how it will play out. This is the current position. e5 is definitely a move that Fabi is considering. There are also other options like c6 also makes a lot of sense. Trying to develop the bishop to b6. I'm just wondering, in the long run, what are we going to do with the rook on a8? But probably white has the same question. What is he going to do with the rook on a1? Definitely a complex and difficult position, which I think could potentially explode in the next 5 to 10 moves. Let's see.
Absolutely, and it was nice to hear this analysis because, I don't know, somehow while you were showing us all these lines, I had the feeling that white has no really good harmony. I have not such a good feeling for white. I really like the position for black after e5, controlling the center. And I can't say that I feel very realistic that Maxim will be able to fulfill his dream to get to g1 in a good circumstances, that he would find also safety there, because I can imagine myself just going h5, giving up the pawn or playing h4. And I don't see the danger for the black king. I mean, many moves has to be done in order that the white king finds its safety on the king side and also tries to make an attack. So I don't know, and we have to highlight that also, that Fabiano is one of the biggest experts who understands the freestyle chess format. He did not show it, he could not show it in the first 2 days in the rapid portion of the event, because somehow things really went very strangely for him, especially day 1 where he lost his first 3 games, and after that he won 2, and he was winning against Nepo, yes, but Nepo escaped. So he's kind of rusty or something. But of course, classical time control is a whole different story, because suddenly you don't have to make quick decisions, which is very helpful when you're not in your best form necessarily. But I like his position a lot. What do you think? What would how would you take it? Would you take white or black in this position?
Yeah, well, if we are talking about freestyle chess, and we know that, and you know that tomorrow you will have the reverse color, then I would certainly pick now black, because I feel like black has solved all his freestyle problems. Yeah, we have seen some other games where right from the beginning you really get under a lot of pressure, while here it feels like after move 7 there is no objective problem for black. Yeah, it's of course a very rich game, it's a very complex structure, but it's a dynamic balance. And one thing I want to say, that immediately when you mention this small little detail that you might not be sure that the queen will be so nicely placed on g2, I immediately felt like, yeah, of course, Judith is spot on again, because after c6, once black plays e5, f takes e5, knight takes e5, as Nicholas highlighted, then the knight harasses the bishop, and with the queen on g2, we won't be able to maintain the long diagonal for the bishop, and then black takes over the initiative. Yeah, so it might look tempting to play queen g2 with a tempo targeting the b7 pawn, but you always have to look for the consequences, and this e5, fe, knight e5 is a big problem for white.
Well, let's see how Maxim will be handling this. For him, I think he's a newcomer to freestyle. He's the first time that he plays in this series, but I have a feeling that he's kind of insecure in the freestyle chess. But of course, he's an amazing player. He's very resourceful.
And I think he is for a very long time already part of the Grand Chess Tour, and they do play the Chess 960. They call their Chess 960. So he has tons of experience from the rapid segment. The classical portion is something unique. This is the very first time we have it in this series, the classical time control for the freestyle. And this is why he also said that it's so tempting to think. Yeah, it's a big challenge.
Okay, so why don't we go to the bird's eye view and pick another game, because there were quite a lot of happenings in the other games as well.
Well, I can tell you that I'm already burning with desire to look at Magnus's game against Nodierbeck.
Me too.
Because it has a completely different structure. Also, Magnus, we talked about it, is a master of spending his time very well in order to establish the control. But it looks like the game is out of control, and the move like h5 on the board that you just mentioned in the Maxim Caruana game, that you would be ready to sacrifice the pawn to get the initiative. And this is exactly what Nodierbeck is doing against Magnus.
Okay, so let's go and focus into the Carlsen-Abdusattorov game. And let's break it down. What is really going on? And I think first we can look just a few moves, and then we will ask also Nicholas, because I think he will have to say a lot to us also. But let's analyze what is actually happening, what we understand.
Yes,
for
exactly.
The moment.
Yeah, what we see is a very strange kind of structure that Black basically has moved all his kingside pawns, all the pawns on the right side of the board, and he is trying to challenge White's center, yeah, because Magnus, true to his style, is occupying the center once again. Let's just very quickly go over the first couple of moves. So d4, f5, f3. I was expecting, to be honest, to see very similar thematic in this game with Nodierbeck going d5 like Nepo against Vincent, but I really want to give credit to Nodierbeck that he is not affected by the fact what Nepo is doing. He wants to find his own way, and he opted for g5. And by going g5, I feel like this is a super brave decision, giving up Magnus Carlsen the center. So Magnus grabs the center with e4, and Nodierbeck says, okay, please take the center, I'm activating my pieces, I'm advancing on the king side. Knight g6, knight g3 played by Magnus, putting pressure on the f5 pawn, inviting f takes e4, please clarify the situation. And Nodierbeck played a move, another very brave move, knight d6, a somewhat strange looking move, because we are not supposed to place a knight before our pawn like this. Yeah, it's an awkward kind of square, and the computer doesn't like it, but just two moves, and all of a sudden, computer will be very much on black side. So Magnus played the move b3, trying to restrict the knight, and also setting up the chance of grabbing more space with c4. Nodierbeck goes for e5, and after d5 comes the stunner, the move h5, fighting for the e4 square. h4 is hanging in the air, razor sharp stuff. White plays c4. Continuing, look at this pawn chain, but who will win the battle for the e4 square and for the light squares? All of these questions, Judith, what goes through your mind? And after that, we toss it to Nicholas.
It's just a beautiful position. I'm enjoying to see this pawn structure, which you just highlighted. But I also love Black's pawn structure, having on the 7th rank 4 and then on the 5th rank 4 pawns. I'm very curious whether e5 did make sense, where it was a provocation by Nodierbeck when he played knight d6. But this is a kind of very funny situation that normally something like this would happen, well, a little bit like in the King's Indian, where the kings are on the other side completely. All the pieces are still in the back rank, right? The only piece which came out is the knight. Again, I'm just reminding myself and everyone that Magnus likes to play with the pawns here, right? Just to make sure that he likes to take space advantage. And after that, I'm handling with all my pieces, and they are going to be so powerful. I don't even know if I have to pick a color which side I would be playing, but probably I would just take black because I like those pawns so much.
You are King's Indian player by nature.
Yeah.
But also I would like to highlight that what Magnus is doing, he says that if you give me time, if I'm able to stabilize my center, I'm going to win. Yeah, so it's a very ambitious approach, and that's why there is tremendous pressure on Nodirbek to find those dynamic possibilities, to use the moment while the bishop is not yet developed to c2, and in this regard to understand and to find out the truth about it. Nicholas, I think the floor is yours, or do you want to add something else, Judith?
No, the only thing is that I think it becomes very concrete, because strategically White has a fantastic position, but Nicholas will tell us the insights. What is the evaluation to start with, please?
Yes, let's break it down. You also posed an interesting question earlier, so I just want to briefly point this out. Here after knight d6, we saw this provocation, the knight going to d6, inviting White to go e5, and actually that was the best move in this position, going e5, hitting the knight. Knight goes to c4. Once again, you hit the knight. Let's go b3. And knight b6, and probably Magnus didn't want to push the pawn forward because of the pawn break d6 at some point. But still, this was the way to go, because in the game, after his move b3, another pawn move. Now e5 was a strong answer, playing in the center. Black's pieces are well placed here, quite harmonious. And after d5, now h5, an aggressive move, was a bit inaccurate. And the reason is that if you take on e4 first, you force White to take with the pawn. You cannot take with the knight because the pawn on d5 is unprotected. So if you take first on e4 and then you play knight f4 followed up by h5 and h4, White is really having some issues with the knight on g3 and also defending the pawn on e4, and Black already has some advantage. In the game after h5, now c4 was played and now h4 was just played. The difference is now after f takes e4, White is able to take with the knight because the pawn on d5 is already protected, and you get rid of this awkwardly placed knight on g3, and you don't have to worry about h4 so much. Instead, after the turf just played h4, basically forcing White to take on f5. This will happen any moment, because if you move the knight anywhere else, you will just lose the pawn on e4, so knight takes f5 will happen. Then Black will take on f5, White will take. And now rook takes f5 looks a bit awkward. White could immediately hit this rook. I'm guessing that after the turf's idea here is to go knight e7 to recapture with the knight on f5, have a beautifully placed knight. The bishop can go to g6, the other bishop to f6. It is quite a rich position. There are like King's Indian themes here. However, in the King's Indian, you rarely, if ever, have both kings on the left side of the board. This is quite unusual, and probably the king is a bit more vulnerable here on b1, and Black is feeling fairly safe. In general, the computer likes the Black position here after h4, and I think, especially compared to the last event where Nodirbek was just basically crushed with the Black pieces, this is looking quite different, and he has all the chances to get half a point or maybe a full point here. This is a complex, full game, and I think we're in for a great fight here, Judith.
Well, what an amazing game is unfolding here between Magnus and Nodirbek. They do have an incredible clash, right?
Yes, it's a real clash.
It's like these big battles in films, right? That you have this big lineup of soldiers and their big clash. Isn't that? It's reminding me of that. Like, it's sharp.
Yes, super sharp, and we know that if Nodirbek gets a chance to fight, then he's brilliant. His problem was against Magnus before in all those matches that he never really got the chance to show his skills because Magnus was dominating the opening phase. I was actually not myself only. Nicholas was also in the van with Nodirbek and Rustam. We had a completely different discussion with Kasim Janov, but I could feel how concentrated Nodirbek is and that they have a plan. And the plan was to think. And it might sound ridiculous why we are highlighting that thinking is so important in chess, but it is. The point is that in classical chess, the players know so many theory, they know all the motifs, they know exactly in which type of position where the pieces belong. But here, you get completely different challenges. And look at this, for example, the move knight takes f5. Isn't it obvious that white has to take knight takes f5 in this position? What else do you do? And Magnus is taking his time.
Well, he just got back to the board.
He was away from the board.
Okay, but still he did not blitz it out yet. But
No.
he will.
He's pausing right now.
It's interesting because don't you have this impression that he's surprised?
It seems
But he cannot
like
be
it.
surprised.
A little bit.
But you know, it happens sometimes that you're in the game, you're focusing, and I think he was pretty much sitting most of the time. You go away from your board, you come back, you have a fresh look, and I'm not sure he was happy what he saw. Like, am I sitting on the right table?
Is this my position? Yeah. Who pushed those pawns so early? Yeah. Yeah. Knight takes f5 played. Of course. Yeah. White has to play on take on f5. I already kind of felt like I lost my mind. That to me, knight takes f5 is so natural, and Magnus is not playing it.
But he was away from his table for a good reason. He was in the confessional booth. So let's listen what he has to say, if he likes it or he doesn't like his position.
I think I would definitely bitten off a bit more that I can chew in this position. I think my play was maybe a little bit too ambitious and a little bit too fast, and I had made this weird hallucination at some point that my rook could protect the pawn from e1, but my bishop is still there. I don't, like in some line the bishop was away. I could protect my pawn. Like as long as I can protect the center, then I should have a great position, but truth is that I can't. I think it was even more dangerous for me if he had just captured an e4 immediately and then gone for knight f4 and h5. Really didn't see what to do there. Now, I think I'm still worse, but at least I think I can stabilize. I mean, I will have to give up parts of the center, like the e4 pawn, but I should be able to develop my pieces and eventually set up some kind of blockade, but yeah, it's not been a good start.
Not a very good start?
Yes, and he was spot on. Yeah, that he highlighted immediately that actually his play was based on some hallucination. He felt like he could protect the pawn on e4 with the rook on e1, but the bishop on e1 was on the way, and he just lost concentration. And then he exactly said that after the move d5, e5, d5, there was the chance, as Nicholas highlighted, fe, knight f4, and we were wondering that what white would have done. Well, Magnus himself didn't know what to do. Black is coming up with h5, bishop g6. The pawn on e4 might be very vulnerable. That was a wonderful opportunity for Nodirbek to maybe grab a real initiative. However, what Nodirbek did is absolutely good. It's a very natural way, and it's everything under control. But Magnus already said that I will be at least able to set up a blockade, stabilize the position. Black will be perfectly fine, but the game will simply go on.
But I think h5 is a typical continuation of Nodirbek. We could see in the first 2 days, the preliminary phase of the event, that he always has this huge energy to
desire to go forward.
Like he's moving, going, sacrificing, pushing the pawns. He has this incredible energy, and maybe he's regretting after that he didn't have to have so much energy. He could split it and just take a knight f4 and improve his pieces. But he has this incredible energy in his play, and this is what we see lining up all those pawns. But I fully understand him that he was very tempted to play h5, to tell you the truth, because it's also very tempting to push h4 and forcing white to give up completely the center.
Yes, and now we have seen a couple of moves. Yeah, Magnus is trying to stabilize. Yeah, activating that passive knight from c1. We all know that normally in King's Indian position, whenever the e4 square is available, white is trying to activate that knight all the way to e4. The bishop belongs to c2. Obviously, however, it always comes in packages. If you go with the knight towards the e4 square, then black will have the d4 square for his knight. Black will be able to jump there. The bishop clearly goes to the diagonal, to the h7 b1 diagonal. There is so much tension here. Judith, what is your feeling that in long terms, whom it could benefit if white stabilizes? Can he maybe even hope for an advantage? Or do you think that black will always have more than enough dynamic in this position?
It's very difficult. First of all, I like to point out that Magnus did not like his position, really. He was not so happy. At the same time, he feels and he has all the self-confidence that, okay, I will be able to stabilize the position and then it's okay. And I think he's correct with that his pieces are kind of strangely placed, but he makes several moves, like his next move, I believe, will be well, either bishop c2 or immediately knight c3, regrouping to e4. So once you have a knight on e4, you have a better feeling about your position, right? Because even that e4 kind of push can be sometimes tricky when you have those pawns a2, b3, and king on b1. And so once white would reach to have the knight on e4, bishop on c3, bishop on c2, playing king b2, bring out the queen from g1 all the way to e2 or d2, then white would be in extremely stable position, and then probably I would pick already white.
Yeah, and the long-term issue with the dark squared bishop on d8, yeah, where does this go later?
First of all, the bishop is kind of not understandable where it's going to be, but my bigger problem is for black, the king. Where is my king going to be placed well?
Yeah, actually it was very funny when Nicholas said that, yeah, since white pushed all the pawns, maybe white's king is more in danger on b1 than the king on b8. I also had this feeling that it depends. It depends in which scenarios, yeah, because if white will be able to stabilize the structure as you highlighted, beautifully placing all the pieces, then in long terms, black's king on b8 will feel much more uncomfortable. But if there is some dynamic tactic, and Nicholas was looking with computer, so probably the lines that computer was showing involved, and I already see somewhere I talked about that, what will happen with this dark square bishop. Nicholas analyzing some bishop e7, b6, bishop c5. Don't do this to my heart. Nicholas, we just talked about stabilizing and new problems appearing.
Before I toss it to Nicholas, I have even a crazier idea. What about playing c6 and bishop b6? Nicholas?
Yeah, I mean,
be honest. Don't hide your feelings about c6.
We can take a look. But I think this is a very important point. The bishop is not on g7 as it usually is in a King's Indian structure, and the pawn is on d6. So you have some more flexibility with the bishop on d8, which allows you to have ideas like you just pointed out with c6, bishop b6, or developing the bishop to e7 and then go b6. So let's have a look at, well, let's make some move. Oh, bishop c2, this is the current position. Let's see c6 here.
Wait a second, just before going c6, let's just one time show...
You want to postpone it
No,
possible.
one time just show that the move d6, which is the so-called King's Indian move, actually doesn't fit at all into the position. Because then the long-term issue with the bishop on d8 will really become, and that's why I was so impressed by this bishop e7, b6, that, of course, the engine is super smart, it's immediately it's flexible, and it does not think about this is a King's Indian, no, what I can do with this position.
Yeah, this is a very important point. If black plays d6, white is immediately fine, or maybe even a bit better, because of the bishop on d8. You need to have all your pieces in the game somehow and all of them active, and this bishop, of course, wants... So Jules' idea to go c6 is maybe a bit early here, because it's also giving white some chances. The computer wants to play castle now and have some fun on a maybe newly opened d-file. So this would be too early. But yeah, I was just making some moves because as you guys were talking, I was wondering, it looks visually quite decent for white, like you guys said, bishop c3, king b2, and so on and so forth. But black also has great strengthening moves, putting a bishop on g6, and then this idea to develop the bishop to e7, and you don't even care about this pawn on e5. I just give this pawn because I will focus on putting my pieces on the best possible squares, and at some point the airy king, the slightly opened up king, it will tell, and black develops a very strong initiative. So especially this idea of b6, bishop c5, activating this bishop, claiming more control over the dark squares is a very strong and powerful one. And Magnus, he is definitely not out of the woods here. He said he can stabilize his position, and it might be possible, but there are some very dangerous ideas, and Nordebeck is thinking right now he has a chance definitely to pose a lot of problems to Magnus in this position.
You ruined my party after c6. I was here saying that, okay, c6, bishop, b6, and then you say long castle and it's over.
Yes, and it was so easy to forget about long castle because the bishop was on d1 and the knight was on c1 before. So it just shows again that this is a crazy game. Yeah, and you have to have such an open, and you have to look at all directions. You have to expect the unexpected, be ready for everything.
Yes, and but I think this is very special and amazing discovery, this bishop e7 move, that only one pawn is not standing where visually we usually think it would be standing, and the whole thing is different. But how agile you have to have, how creative you have to be in order to be able to discover this move.
Well, I have to tell you, just before you announce something very special, that if bishop e7 appears on the board with the idea of b6, I will jump out of my chair and start uploading. Because this is really such a game changer, and that's why we love freestyle, and that's why I'm really loving this classical format. The players have time to think, and they might come up with such genius ideas.
Well, and in the meantime, we have a special guest, Kristen Chirilla from the US.
Good to see you guys.
Welcome. You're the trainer. Second,
it's very difficult to call myself a trainer for this tournament.
Well, okay, you're supporting Fabiano Caruana. We are just seeing this position, we were analyzing it, and we discovered it together with the engine that an amazing opportunity for black is to play bishop e7, b6, bishop c5. What do you think about that?
Bishop e7, remind me again? What?
Bishop e7 with the plan of b6 and bishop c5.
Ooh, okay, and there's no way to stop that, right? I guess I have to go a3, b4, but that weakens my king a lot. Yeah, that's a big question. I mean, how do I castle? I want to castle, but on the king side, how do I do that? How do I get the queen out is the problem.
It's a far way to go. This is the problem, yes. It's a far way to come all the way over here. You have a lot of pieces still in the way, and there are not a lot of squares. So it seems like bishop e7, now we just get a move.
It's definitely something that he's looking at.
He has played d6.
No. Ooh, now Magnus gets his stability that he was talking about.
There was no need to play d6. The pawn on e5 was not even attacked.
I think that's probably what he was worried about, just bishop c3 coming along with tempo. And that's why he didn't play bishop e7. Maybe he also wants to keep that square for the knight, but actually, why would you go knight e7? Knight e7, knight g6, knight f4, maybe an idea later on. But I don't know. That knight looks good on f5 for the moment. Yeah, d6, difficult to explain this one.
It's the pawn moves which really make a difference in chess often because you cannot move them back. And now you really restricted your bishop long term. Where will you activate this bishop? On this diagonal would be great, but you have the pawn on e5 in front of it. So this seems like now Magnus is getting exactly what he wanted and some stability here.
This is the weirdest King's Indian I've ever seen, right? With g5, h4. I guess the king will stay on this side. On the queen's side, maybe castle all the way on the other side. I don't know. It's a very difficult one to assess.
For sure. But as we have you here, of course, we want to take a look also at the game of Fabiano, so we can switch over there because we also had some action.
Let's do it.
And you've been following the game.
Not so much, actually. Okay. Not so much. I've been a little bit busy, but I've been seeing what he's doing, and I've seen one of the graphics that I think the other stream presented. They say he has a 99% accuracy.
Oh,
or at
wow.
least he had a 99% accuracy.
He's doing well. He's doing well. He played the Nepo Gambit in the opening, as they discussed before the game, and it worked out well because, well, Maxim did not accept it. And this is the current position. Let's have a look together. The knight is on e5, quite active. Let's maybe just come back a few moves. What happened? I think we last saw it around here. E5 was played. Knight b3.
The sacrifice was not accepted. Right, he didn't take on g6
in the opening. Yes, exactly. Yes. Here in the opening, we saw that Arjun, he took the pawn on g6, which was actually the right decision, and he has a better position right now against Nakamura. We'll get there later, but maybe also Maxim felt like, I don't want to just copy what Arjun is doing, and I don't want to copy what Richard is doing. Richard played g4, but a4, a5 was included, so he found his own way, giving back the pawn, but this was not really the most critical continuation. And here, after f takes e5, knight takes e5, now there was the threat of knight takes d3 also in the air, so the bishop had to drop back to e2. And now knight e7 was played, developing a knight. Well, the computer also quite liked to bring the bishop out to b6 here, but knight e7, and this is the current position.
I like it. I like it for Fabi. I'm trying to understand where the kings will go. This is the first thing that I'm looking at, and I still don't know exactly where either king is going to go. Definitely not on the other side. It doesn't feel because the bishop is already on e2. If you put it on g2, maybe have like some sort of a fianchetto situation, but you're already committed to e2. So probably not on this side. On this side, you have some problems with the pawn on a4, but that's about it. So I guess you're going to castle long side as white. And black, on the other hand, might have some difficulties with that, right? Because of this pawn on a5 still. So,
Sorry to interrupt. I think one important detail is that the last move was knight takes e5, bishop e2. So the point is that he couldn't move the bishop back to the diagonal to g2
because of d3.
Because of knight takes d3 tactic. Yeah,
exactly.
So it's always the strategical ideas are going hand in hand with tactics. Just very quickly, I add, because this was such an important moment of the game. So black played the move e5, breaking in the center. And after f takes e5, knight takes e5, spoiling the pawn structure, but using all the dynamic possibilities of the position, hitting the bishop. And the desired move, bishop g2, runs into the tactic of knight takes d3, because that queen from g8 is targeting the knight on b3. That's why MVI was forced to play the passive move, bishop e2. And that's why we are so happy for black, because black gets a lot of dynamic possibilities.
I have to say, guys, I feel very underdressed here. You know, in a t-shirt, in the community stream, I was fine. In here, you guys are looking amazing. So I feel a bit underdressed.
Yes, Peter was saying today it's the quarterfinals, so he has to come with a tie.
yes.
No, it's all good. Christian, how are you enjoying your time so far in Paris?
Oh, I love it. I think it's a great tournament. The organization couldn't be better. I think for everybody, for commentators as well. But maybe you guys can speak from your experience in that regard. As a spectator, as let's say Team Fabi in this one, at least for the first week, I'm having a great time. So yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, I think this is probably the best week of the year in Paris in terms of weather. I mean, the weather is absolutely amazing. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's spring outside. There are like the cherry blossoms.
It's so nice.
It's so nice. It's beautiful. Were you a bit nervous yesterday for Fabi?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I was starting to get nervous already before the last round, before he played against Vincent, because Vincent was on a back-to-back winning streak, and you could see that he's going to try something. Now we were thinking, hey, how do you kill the game? Because both of them, if they make a draw, they go forward. But in freestyle chess, it's just impossible to find that repetition or whatever. You know, the Berlin of the freestyle, there's no such thing. So it was a difficult one. He got a very bad position out of the opening, but the good thing is that the other two games were looking pretty good for Team Fabi, right? Ricci against Hikaru didn't get anything out of the opening, and Gukesh, he was lost at move 10 against Jan, I think. So it was a tough one, but you know, the final result is what matters.
He's now in the quarterfinals. He's fighting against Maxim. He's better right now. How do you see your role as here supporting Fabiano Just like, is it like emotional support or just being a companion?
I'll give you a big secret. We're not doing any chess preparation. We're not doing any freestyle chess preparation. In fact, we're not looking at chess at all. But yeah, it's mostly just emotional, psychological support in between the rounds. When he's having a hard time, we take a walk around the playing hall and try to kind of decompress and do all of those good things that chess players usually like, to just like walk around and relax. Kind of take your mind away from the game. Fabi loves to watch his game in between the games, especially in rapid chess. So, you know, he finishes his game, he asks me, hey, what's been happening? How did I do? What were my mistakes? He likes to check his mistakes as well if he loses a game. So, yeah, he's very concrete and objective about what he wants, and it seems to have been working so far.
Does it frustrate him if he finds out that he blundered something or that he made some obvious mistake?
Yes and no. I mean, you have to sort of find out the positives from any game. Even if you've played bad, you've had some good moments up until that point where you made a crucial mistake, let's say. So you have to always find the positives in a position, and whenever you play a good game, you have to get those energy, get that energy in. So, you know, it's a balancing act, but it works.
It does. Yeah. Judith, Peter, do you have any questions for Christian?
Yeah, I mean, you are in the team of Fabi for quite some time.
It's been a while, yes.
You had already quite an experience in different events, in Rapid, in Candidates Tournament, in World Championship match, I believe. Yes. So you know Fabi very well. When he plays badly, like he did on day one, how can you cheer him up, or what can you do, or do you do any change in order to switch his mind to better?
So I think this is what we switched after he finished his third loss in the first day. 0 out of 3, obviously really, really bad, and he was in a very bad mood. But after that third loss, it was the first time where I sort of pushed him to go outside, go for a walk, because he generally was hanging around the playing hall in between the games. But I told him, hey, let's just get some sun, get some fresh air, and try to focus on the objective, which was finish on +1, +2, finish on a plus, right, the day, and we'll take it from there. And yeah, he switched things around. I think whenever he's in a good mindset, he's very hard to beat.
And in game day one, it was very, very rough day for the player, 6 games. And in the sixth game, he, after winning 2 games, going out to the sunshine, then he had a winning position. How did he take that he took with the bad piece, that black piece, and actually he ruined his completely winning position?
Bishop e7 was the winning moment instead of rook takes e7. It's such an interesting situation, because if you do take with the rook first, which he did, it's already over. Like, that's it. There's no more winning in that game. So it's one moment. But again, he couldn't feel too bad given the way he started that day. 0 out of 3 and finish only on -1. That's a good result going into day 2.
And what about day 2? It was quite a mix of a performance. And the last game you mentioned already that it was kind of strange and
strange situation.
Very strange situation, unusual situation, because we don't play the classical chess, but we have freestyle. It meant that it's not so easy to make a draw, because already after several moves he had some problems against Vincent.
Yeah, no, he was completely lost out of the first 10 moves, I think.
So after that he didn't have to wait long, seeing he lost the game, but I think already Richard was lost. So his heartbeat was not beating faster for a long time, because he understood that he qualifies. How did you prepare for the classical time control?
We played some games, some card games last night. That was the whole preparation. We had a good time. Me and Niklas were on the same team, so we defeated them. He was, he was having a hard time dealing with that.
Actually.
But we hashed that beef over breakfast. So that was good. That was good.
Yeah, Fabi really loves to be social in the evenings, play games together. So we usually do that, and I think that really puts his mind at ease, and then can get a fresh start again the next day.
Absolutely. Yes. He enjoys that. A bit less whenever he needs to prepare in the morning, but since he doesn't need to prepare in the morning. And I think this is one of the big changes. We go to breakfast a little bit later than we usually do. There's no preparation, there's no energy expenditure in the morning. It's just get a good breakfast, focus on what you have to do on the result, and take it from there.
Well,
I have one question.
Yes.
Because now we are seeing Maxim thinking there alone, and Fabiano is walking right now. I think I already made this point in Weissenhaus that my impression is that whenever Fabi is walking around, it means that he's very comfortable with his position.
He feels good.
Do you agree with this?
Completely.
Or can you reveal this information?
No, I mean, I never actually asked him. I don't think he has any huge tells, but yes, I do think you could see it from his body language that he feels quite relaxed. He's confident in his position, that's for sure, in this one. But again, he understands that it's so volatile, right? These positions are so volatile. It's difficult to understand how they're going to play out for the next 5 to 10 moves.
Is he also a player who prefers the classical time control in freestyle in comparison to rapid, or he's happy in both?
I think he's happy in both. But at least from let's say a coach's perspective, the way I see it in this one, I think he's doing better in classical. I think he's doing better whenever he has some time to think about things.
Okay, thanks very much for sharing your insights about.
Before
Fabi.
I leave, I need to send a challenge out there. First of all, Peter, I'm waiting for you to join the C Squared podcast. We're going to find a schedule that works for everybody. Nicholas as well. The invitation is open for everybody, and of course we've had already Judith, and we've had a great discussion, and you're always welcome.
Well, now that you brought it up, I have to ask something. That you started, I think, like 2 years ago, or maybe already more.
Yes.
What does it bring to Fabi, this podcast? Because I listen to it time to time, and I see that it's in a very casual form, and you have many guests, and it's a very high quality, very nice. And I think he's maybe the only player who has a podcast and joining so frequently.
Yes.
But it seems like he feels comfortable. Is he happy that there is a platform to share his views about other players, about the state of the chess world, about everything?
I think so. I think so. I think it's an outlet to kind of, express his opinions, and his opinions are very valuable around the chess world. He's been a perennial contender for the title, so obviously he's enjoying. He knows the chess world very intimately, so. I think there's no better voice outside that could express those feelings. He's very eloquent as well. So, and I think he enjoys it. I think he enjoys especially the guest interviews. Like whenever we get to talk with guys like you, I mean, he really enjoys that, because when do you have those type of opportunities to speak with so many legends?
Well, thanks very much for sharing your views. And now we are going to go for a little break, but don't go too far for too long, because we are going to get back very soon and discover other games as well.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Arjun, congratulations. You finished on 6.5. You're qualified for the quarterfinals. How was your experience of playing this round robin over the board here in Paris?
Thank you. It was very intense and very exciting. I'm happy that I made it to the knockout phase.
You had a fantastic run in the Freestyle Fridays, winning 3 times in the row. Was that the only prep you did for this event, or did you do something else as well?
No, I was analyzing like many possible starting freestyle positions, and I was trying to make some like principles out of it. And yeah, I did spend quite some time on it.
Tomorrow we move to the classical portion. The top 4 players will be able to choose their opponents out of 5 to 8. At the moment, it's still unclear whether you will finish in 4th or in 5th. It will depend on the last game running. Do you have a preference, finish 4th and not getting a choice, or finishing 5th?
Probably slight preference towards 5th because like 4th player usually gets the best one like between 5 and 8. So maybe 5th, but it doesn't matter that much.
I imagine tomorrow will be your first time playing classical freestyle chess. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it. It will be quite new for me, and I know some of the others are experienced, but like I'm excited for tomorrow.
You are the only Indian to make it through to the quarterfinals. You have a reputation for having quite a creative style. Do you think that gave you an advantage in freestyle chess?
Probably a little bit because like sometimes in classical I have to go out of my way to and accept some worse positions to make it complicated. While here most of the times like on move 1, move 2 itself it's already complicated. So maybe that does help a little bit.
Well, it's been a pleasure to watch your games. Arjun, congratulations and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Jan, congratulations. You finished the tournament on 8.5 out of 11. You scored 4.5 out of 5 today. How are you feeling right now?
Well, to be honest, I didn't feel quite well today, so like I didn't expect like anything to be quite good. So I thought like I will try to sit on my +2 and just make sure I will qualify. But somehow like I got a couple of easy games with white. I mean, especially with actually all 3 games with white, I was massively better after opening. Yeah, let's say with Maxim or with also like with Arjun and also with Gukesh. And yeah, somehow with black I also like managed to outplay Vidit from a bad position, and then against Magnus at some point I was winning. But it was like already time scramble and I couldn't calculate. So I mean, so far like, today was a great day, but it's important to keep the momentum, because the main tournament starts tomorrow.
Absolutely. But so far, this is your first time playing in the Grand Slam Freestyle Chess Tour. How was your experience of these 2 days of round robin rapid?
Well, I'm not going to whine too much, like scoring 8.5 out of 11. So yeah, maybe the time control is favorable for me. So it's like semi-rapid, semi-blitz. So it's a bit faster than rapid and a bit slower than blitz. So it's like possibly my 2 favorite types of chess. Yeah, currently. And also it's it does a great job when you shouldn't like spend like hours and hours preparing. So my head is relatively free of like any extra knowledge, which could bother me during the game and before the game. So yeah, it was fun. But yeah, once again, like tomorrow is the day.
Unless Magnus, who is still playing right now, unless he wins, it looks like you might be the winner of this round robin, and in which case you would be the first to choose your opponent at dinner tonight. Will you give it some thought in the next hour, or do you already have some ideas?
I have no idea. First of all, I have to see who finishes which place. Yeah, like who qualifies. So it should have been like I think from 4 to 8, from 5 to 8 it should be like I think Fabiano, Vincent, I think Hikaru, and maybe someone else. I'm not sure who exactly.
Arjun.
Could be Arjun. Yeah, could be Arjun. Could be someone else, but probably him. Well, we will see. So I guess like we have to understand that rapid is one story, and like classical, even like classical playing freestyle chess is completely different game, and I'll surely take my time to consider. In a way, I would be happier to finish 4th, so just to get what I was left with. So no extra responsibility for a poor choice like it was in Ferrovi's case, I guess.
Are you looking forward to playing classical tomorrow?
Yeah. At least it will be like a shorter day. Like instead of like 4 games, it will be only 1 game. Yeah.
Absolutely. Jan, congratulations on a great result in the round robin and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Maxime, congratulations. You are through to the quarterfinals here in Paris. How did day 2 of the round rapid go?
It was a bit less convincing than yesterday. I had a lot of bad positions, but again, I managed to to save myself in some of them and to win very luckily against Vidit with 2 pawns down. So, of course, I'm satisfied with the qualification, and now we move to the unknown.
The unknown, the classical portion awaits tomorrow. Before that, tonight at dinner, the opponents will be decided. The top 3 can choose between places 5 and 8. It's not clear yet whether you will be 3rd or 4th in this round robin. Would you rather be 3rd and have the chance to choose between 2 players, or be 4th and just, get an opponent?
I'm very mathematical, so yeah, I prefer to have a choice than no choice.
Is there anyone here that you would particularly like to play tomorrow?
I think we know already we're 5th to 8th, but we'll see. I don't really care.
Is tomorrow your first time playing freestyle chess in a classical format?
That's why I said I was coming into the unknown.
Have you done any kind of special preparation for the classical part of the tournament?
Not really. I just was watching the games from previous events and was looking at time management from the players. Hopefully that helps a bit.
Well, Maxim, congratulations and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Vincent, you just won your last game against Fabiano. Let's start there. A lot of people thought a draw was good for both of you, but you went for it. You quickly got a winning position. What was going through your mind before the game, and what happened in the game?
Yeah, before the game I was already happy to be in the situation that I was. Even with loss, I think I would have been guaranteed a playoff, so that's quite comfortable considering that after the second game today, my chances were not looking that great. So I was already happy with that, and of course it was in my mind that a draw would be a great result. But there's no real way to simplify the position, and I think he was trying not to be slightly worse, and that attempt got really messy, and I think taking the pawn the way he did certainly wasn't a great idea and gave me too much play.
You mentioned that after 8 rounds things were looking tricky, but then you won the last 3 games. What do you think happened? Is there anything you think changed?
No, not really. It's just we have to be honest that, of course, also the drawing of the position can influence the way things go. Sometimes there are positions that are easier to play for white, and against Hikaru, it was a very difficult and tense game. I think out of the opening I wasn't better at all, maybe even worse, and of course winning that game was certainly the key point.
So you will be one of the players tonight that the top 4 can choose from. In Weissenhaus, you were the first to be picked. You went on to win the tournament. Do you think you will be picked first again tonight, or they are not going to there?
I'm going to see, I will sit back and see who I'm playing against, and no matter what, I'm really looking forward to playing freestyle classical matches again, which is, I like it better than the rapid, and of course it's great that I don't have to play for 9th or 11th place, but can still fight for the top spots.
Vincent, congratulations on qualifying to the quarterfinals, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Paris for the Freestyle Grand Slam event. And we are already in the quarterfinals, and I suggest to go to the bird's eye view to see what is really happening on the boards in the quarterfinal and also on the other 2 boards who are fighting out for the places number 9, 10, 11, and 12. Let's see what has been happening in the last few minutes while we were on break, and we are ready to break it down what has happened since then. Which game would you like to pick, Peter?
Well, I would like to go to the Magnus game against Abdusattorov, and after that, just because there is a clear change in evaluation, and we want to highlight because we talked about this game so much, and after that I want to jump, of course, to Arjun against Hikaru to update all our viewers what really happened there. And here we go, and the reason why I wanted to come back to the Magnus's game, because what we talked about, that if finally White will get the grip, White will stabilize them, White will be the one calling the shots, and it will be a very unpleasant defensive task for Black. We saw that crazy kind of dynamic idea. Let me just bring that position back. It was Bishop C2, and here was the moment when Black had this idea of going Bishop G6 and trying to activate Bishop E7, B6, Bishop C5. It was a genius idea. I even promised to jump out of my chair if it happens and upload, because when I saw it on the screen of Nicholas, I felt like this is a game changer. It's just incredible. However, Nodierberg did not sense the moment, and he was thinking like humans are thinking that, aha, what does this position reminds us is the King's Indian, and usually what is the only pawn move that's missing from being a real King's Indian is the move d7, d6, and he went on to play d6, which I feel that we see the question mark as well. I feel that this is a move that you cannot play against Magnus, because Magnus gets his stability, he gets the pleasure, all the dangers are disappearing, all the dynamics disappear from the position, and from this moment on, Magnus just stabilizes. First of all, goes long castle, or it's short castle. In any case, he remains with the king on the left side of the board, on the queen side. b6, h3, another cemento. Magnus says, you know what, now the position is static if you play the move b6. I have the time to play h3, making sure that you won't be able to break the structure on the king side, which is now the queen side, because of the queens are here, so on the right side of the board. And I'm going to fix everything. It's all about the e4 square, and Magnus masterfully and patiently, slowly improving the position of all his pieces, even rook fe1, small little touch, queen g7, bishop e4. Yes, super important. Judith, take it away. What would have happened if white plays knight c3?
You give the opportunity for me. Well, definitely when I see the bishop on f6 and the queen on g7 and the pawn on e5, that I don't need that pawn on e5, right? So, of course, e4 comes to mind immediately at first.
And after knight takes e4, how do you
Bishop
continue?
a1, I believe. That's the move, what you want to hear from me. I mean, obviously, on the black squares, there's a huge danger for white, though I'm not sure it would be so deadly, because king d2 might be a move. But generally speaking, of course, this is one of the reasons why white wants to blockade the pawn on e5,
Exactly.
that the opponent does not have all these kind of ideas to give it up and use the black squares on the long diagonal. But what I can also tell you, that Magnus was in the confessional booth while we had a short break. So let's see what he has to say now. Maybe he's more optimistic about his position.
Yes, to building on what I said earlier, I think he's definitely not made the most of his position, and I'm now more or less completely stabilized. Trying to win this position is going to be very, very tough. Even though he has no active play, he's still very, very solid. And I kind of had to castle queenside. But if I want to play for a win at some point, I will probably have to walk the king all the way on the other side, which is practically not going to be super easy to do. But I anticipate that the light squared bishops probably will be traded at some point, and yeah, and then I'm just sitting there with the knight on e4. He will either have a knight on d4, maybe on f4, and then we go around. I think it's too risky for me to start pushing on the queen side. So yeah, I really have to try and bring the king around if I want to try and win. It's going to be hard, but we'll see. I think this is one of the peculiarities of Freestyle, that his king is excellently placed in the sense that he can castle to both sides, which I think could be sneakily important. Like once I start attacking, he can just run away in one move. This does, however, mean that he cannot really move his rooks, but I think there are plenty of ways for him to sort of move back and forth without doing that.
Very interesting comments by Magnus. He understands that he has a nice position and he has opportunities, but it will take a long time until he can break through. And interesting that he felt that with the king being on the left side, on c1 or b2 or wherever in that area, he will not be able to break through with a3, b4, c5. But he outmapped for us that for that he will have to go all the way to the king side, probably g1, h2 somewhere. That's why also h3 is a very important move, that the pawns f3 and h3 completely stops black playing g4. And only once he has the king and the king side, only after that he will be able to make his very normal pattern of playing a3, b4, c5. At the same time, I could feel with him that he was jealous on the king setting of Nodirbek, because he still has the opportunity to castle either way. So just in one move he can go and place it to g8, right? And that would be a very typical King's Indian position already.
Yes, it's super funny. I think Magnus, if he would know that there was this bishop e7, b6 possibility earlier in the game, then he would be super happy to have this position, because, okay, here now the problem is, how do I win, how do I improve? And he has already envisioned that he wants to walk his king to the king side, to g1. The queen from g1 will be clearly activated by queen f1, queen d3. At first you bring that queen out, king d2, then maybe rook b1, rook ec1, and then try to get this king e1, king f1 idea. Magnus also said, yes, I know that this is the idea, but implementing it will be super tough. One thing he was saying, that black will probably shuffle around, wait, but black has to be careful, because if he still wants to keep the castle options open, then he can't move the rook from f8. If he moves that rook moves from f8, then he will lose the chance of evacuating his king all the way to the king side, to safety.
But also I believe that if he would go to g8, even then maybe rook d3 and g3 would be possible. So it's kind of tricky, like really where the king stays more safe, in
Yes.
b8 or g8. And now I would toss it to Nicholas, because maybe he can tell us the truth. Where is the king more safe?
The truth, difficult question.
I put pressure on you.
The computer actually here has a very interesting idea where he would like to keep the king on b8, because there is the possibility to go g4 and sacrifice a pawn. The point is that after h takes g4, you go h3, trying to undermine the pawn chain. So now white cannot take this pawn on h3, because knight takes f3 is a fork. And if you try to get rid of the knight first, let's say something like this, and you're greedy, you take this pawn as well, then black has a check on g5 and can take the pawn f3, and you feel the white king being not completely safe, and black has great play, whereas the black king is very safe. So actually a computer after h3 wants to play a move like maybe rook d3, protecting a pawn on f3, black can take on g2, white takes back, black can maybe go back to g7. It is a pawn sacrifice. You don't get the pawn back anytime soon, but you now have a target with the pawn on f3. You put the king on b7. You always have the option to maybe include a4, where white will definitely have to respond going b4, keeping the a file closed, not allowing this rook to be activated. And let's see a move. So g4 was very interesting. It was computer's first choice, but it was also a difficult one. a4 is a human move, trying to open up the a file, but for sure Magnus will quite quickly play the move b4. He cannot allow black to take and open up the a file, activate the rook, get some attacking chances. So I expect b4 to be played very soon. And then the question is, what has black gained? Maybe black will put a pawn on a3, but it is a bit double-edged. On the one hand, it can be an asset to have a pawn on a3, sometimes when maybe the position opens up and you can attack the white king. But on the other hand, can also be a weakness in the endgame, or at some point the pawn could fall. So also here still this move g4 is actually the computer's first choice, but the computer did not want to already commit to the decision of going a4. So let's see what he has in mind. a4 may be premature here, and Magnus is thinking, but any other move than b4 would be a big surprise here, Jude.
I see in this position, of course, I was King's Indian player myself, And I see that Nodirbak, as we talked before, he's a very energetic and pretty concrete player. He's calculating, he's looking what kind of opportunities he has exactly in this moment. And while Magnus was talking about in a style that he wants to go maneuvering from here to there, it is not something Nodirbak has in mind, I think, to go maneuvering with going with the king there and just be making prophylactical moves. But actually, G4 is very much in the spirit of Nodirbak, so I wouldn't be surprised if it would come and show up on the board G4. B4 is played, of course.
Yes.
Magnus played it. What is your take on this position, Peter?
Yes, certainly the inclusion of A4, B4 highlights that Nodirbak doesn't want to play a slow game, especially knowing that you are playing against Magnus Carlsen, the biggest strategist of our times. And then what do? You try to create chances, because after all, White's queen is still a little far away. One of the ideas, yes, we already talked about the move G4. There's also this break with B5. Is that a move? Is that completely crazy in order to undermine the queenside structure? And then somehow, if that pawn, for example, you capture or go C5, then can I go back with the queen to F7, targeting the D5 pawn? And we might get a completely different messy structure. Probably the problem will be that you will be able to capture on F6 and on D4 and collect a pawn. That's why I'm not able to succeed with it. But I felt like I have to mention this break as well, because it's also in the air.
But this is a big question, actually. Is it possible, is it a threat by White to play bishop takes D4, e takes D4, knight F6, and simply grabbing the pawn on D4?
Yeah, why? On one side, why not? Yeah, why not? Yeah, but of course it's black to move. Maybe, if we talk about these ideas, then maybe black can just put the bishop back to G7 and then try to play for this B5 break, because then I don't have to worry anymore about the liquidation. That's also an idea.
Well, it seems to me that bishop G7 makes a lot of sense, because also it can show up, and we see it on the board, played, opening up the free space for the rook on the F file, and also sometimes bishop on H6 can show up. It can be useful. I'm not saying that knight F3 can be useful at any time soon, but of course we keep that in mind. Maybe rook F3, but with that pawn structure, having a pawn on G5 and H4, it's hard to imagine that it will be ever a possibility for black.
Yeah, but now I also discovered one more thing, that whenever black plays B5, probably the reaction will be some queen F1. And then suddenly White's queen from G1 gets very active, and maybe black's king on B8 will feel insecure. So a move like B6, B5 is very double-edged. You only do it if you know exactly that it works perfectly. And my other question is, and this is not to Nicholas, because of course we can't really answer it, that now that black moved the bishop back to G7, is it still possible that he is actually setting up the other G5, G4 pawn sacrifice in a slightly better circumstance?
I'm not sure if it's a better circumstance, but this idea is definitely still in the air. For example, let's say White plays a move like A3, just stabilizing a bit. We can definitely consider this move G4, H6, G4, H3. But here, yeah, it's a question if you get so much play. You have taken some options, some possibilities out of the position by already committing to this A4 move. It is interesting for sure, but you don't have to play it. Actually, a computer here after, let's say, A3 would like the castle all the way to the other side of the board. And as you pointed out, then if you put a king on G8, then this move B5 maybe gains in strength. We can try to open up the position against the white king here, play B5, maybe at some point C6. We can dream to start an attack, and it's definitely not so simple for White to deal with this. So in this current position after bishop G7, it is Magnus to move, and he should actually activate the queen. Put the queen maybe to D3 and get into a game, stabilize his position further. And White is better here, but yeah, there are a lot of dynamic possibilities still in the position. Pawn breaks, B5, C6, bring the king over. So Magnus definitely has to watch out, Jude.
Yes, I agree completely with you. Queen f1, that would be my next move. And Peter, you were talking about b5 kind of thing. I was like, Queen b1, let's forget about this b5 ideas. But the other thing what was very interesting for me, even Nicholas said about a3. Like a3 is typically a move that in principle, in the long term, you would be kind of happy with that. At the same time, the b3 square would be, and Queen f1 is on the board, but the b square would be a weakness, which you don't see exactly why and how it will be.
But it bothers you.
And at the same time, if you don't play a3, then maybe one day black plays a3 and the b4 is going to be a weakness. So these are the nuances where you have to be Magnus or a very top player to understand that I have to keep that in mind to play a3 or when to play a3 or to play a3 in order when everything starts opening up, I need to have that pawn already there, right? But it is a move that I don't know if after Magnus optimizes his position, he brings his queen, let's say, to d3. After that also, I don't know if a3 is so obviously beneficial for white or not.
Well, I think the good news for Magnus is that he doesn't really have to think about those subtleties yet. He knows that his queen is out of the game. I'm going to go queen f1, I'm going to play queen d3. Black has to make up his mind what he's going to do. Some more stabilizing with queen on d3. All these breaks that we discussed with b5 after queen f1 clearly will never work. And also the decision to castle all the way, then black loses some trumps in the position, yeah, that like you already showed your cards. Yeah, that, so that's the maximum I have, and then Magnus will adjust his strategy accordingly. However, the position has stabilized. We already kind of promised that we will also look at Arjun versus Hikaru. We haven't done justice to that game. I want to head over to that game, or do we first look at the bird's eye view, Judith?
Let's look at the bird's eye view and then pick our other game, because we have very interesting games going on, and every game is already heavily in the fighting mode. A lot of pieces, of course, on the board, very few exchanges still yet. And the beauty of freestyle chess that all the games are played out. So here we see what is going on right now according to the computer, that well, we have balanced position in Magnus Nordirback. Well, maybe if we would be asking the players, they would have a different opinion on that. And but this is a starting point to see how the players are doing. And this is more interesting about talking about the accuracy of the play of the players. And look at that, Vidit 97%.
Yes, wow. Also Vincent 96.6 and Nepo also 96. So we understand why it's balanced, yeah? The position is balanced. They are just both super precise.
Well, Rapport 97%. He's the highest of all. So let's see, which one would you like to pick?
Yeah, Arjun. We talked about Arjun, and actually it seems like he's having a good position. However, Hikaru is fighting back with his last move, h5. It had to be played. Let's take a closer look.
Let's take a closer look on Arjun versus Hikaru, because yes, there is a extra pawn for Arjun. He was not so cheerful when he was talking about his extra pawn at the very beginning of the game, but now maybe, I mean, having the extra pawn plus having the e6 outpost for the knight, that's already a different story. What do you think, Peter?
Well, what comes to mind is that, as they say, pawn is a pawn after all. And in order to understand what happened, let's just go back very quickly and see how did we get here. So we already saw that this is the Nepo gambit, f5, ef, g6, fg, knight, g6. And I believe that Arjun, I would give double exclamation mark to this concept of playing g3 and after e5 going f4. I feel like this is true genius. Sensing the new dynamic of the position, I'm going to give the pawn back, or if you don't take it, I will just free myself, and you have to give up your center control. because we talked about it, that basically the pawn sacrifice was based that I'm going to get the center. And Arjun fought back. And we talked about it that, yes, black has compensation. The big question is, how big is the compensation? And queen h8 was kind of the novelty of the game, because Arjun expected the move knight d6 to jump out with the knight to control the f5 square right from the beginning. And we do see that in the game somehow he never really got the chance, or never really got the grip of the f5 square, knight e2 d5. f5, yeah, the pawn advances immediately. Arjun uses the chance. Knight to e5.
And I think it's an important move, f5, because suddenly when the pawn is on f4, it more looks like kind of a weakness. And if the black knight can reach out to f5, then you cannot talk about the strength of the f-pawn. But once you push f5, crossing the halfway of the chessboard, somehow it feels much more powerful.
Yeah, now also watch out for knight c4. Yeah, that black wants to jump probably to c4 with the knight. That explains our next move by Arjun, d3. A small little tranquillo, a very quiet little move, taking away the possibility of going knight c4 with the combination of the queen on h8. This is very nice, and Arjun says, okay, pawn is a pawn, I'm pawn up. I will slowly develop. You cannot do anything. The computer does not like the move knight d6, but okay, won't be analyzing these moves now so carefully.
I think this is an important moment, that actually Arjun was playing d3 against knight c4,
yes,
and not d4, because d4 was also something to consider, because he wanted to leave the square for his knight on d4 so he can reach out to e6.
Yes, so basically it was a super fine move, double prophylactic, avoiding any kind of knight c4 and setting up this beautiful rate structure with the pawn on d3 and knight on d4. Beautiful harmony. What happened next? Knight d6, knight d4, rook g8, knight g3, and we see that white is slowly developing. White is getting the upper hand, knight e6, and yeah, Hikaru out of desperation is jumping around, trying to create some threats against the b2 pawn. Arjun says c3, and that's how he provoked d4. Yeah, then Hikaru felt obliged to go d4. Now white plays c4. Immediately we see that suddenly black's activity on the long diagonal is actually simply blocked by the own pawn on d4. How nice it would be just to remove that pawn from d4 from the board. Immediately we would be saying that black has lovely compensation, and this is how we reach kind of the current state of affairs. h5 was played. Arjun very energetically kicks that knight away with c5. That might be very unpleasant. Knight c8, well, question mark, but I would say a very logical move. In bad positions, there are no real good moves. Queen f2, and we reach the current state of affairs. Judith, Nicholas.
At first it looks like, well, I wouldn't like to exaggerate, but the first thing comes to mind, white is completely winning. What about you, Nicholas? Can you oppose with that, or what do you think?
No, I mean, you look at the position, and it doesn't need a computer. Of course, we also have the support of a computer, but it doesn't really need it to understand that white is in excellent shape. Look at the pieces. White has a powerful knight on e6. White is up a pawn, a pass pawn on f5, which is more strength than a weakness. The black pieces are fairly passive. The knight on c8, the bishop on f6 is blocked by the pawn on d4. The queen is in the corner. White is ready to bring another knight on a beautiful outpost to e4. This is really looking bad, and the computer is confirming it, saying +2 winning advantage here for white. But I think the worst thing about this position for Nakamura is that it doesn't feel like he can muddy the waters so well. He cannot really complicate matters. He cannot start an attack of some sorts. It's a very tough position. He plays knight 8, e7. That makes a lot of sense. He wants to also put a knight on a strong outpost on e3, but if white plays the prophylactic move bishop b3, controlling the d5 square, then the knight does not even get to e3. Now we also lined up the bishop against the rook, creating maybe some potential discovered attacks, and yeah, the white position just feels much easier to play and he's up a pawn. He has all the trumps in the position. Arjun on the way to score a very important win here.
Absolutely, and he chose to play with the white color, and if he does, he was completely fully right. And he plays very stable, I must say. He played quite well in the first 2 days in the rapid portion. He does have some experience, but this is the first time that he's experiencing a long time control. He expressed that, and in this position, to tell you the truth, it is a reminder that we have a position of freestyle. At the same time, there are so many patterns which comes from classical chess as well. And as you pointed out, Nicholas, having the outpost to knight on e6, and just the idea that one way away, the other knight to centralize itself to e4, and having the d1 bishop going to b3, I don't think that this game can end anything but with a victory for Arjun. Do you think there is any real practical chance for Hikaru, Peter?
Well, I would say that if it's not Hikaru sitting on the black side, it would be hopelessly lost. And I think it tells it all. But it's Hikaru there. We have seen him getting out of things like this. I don't know how he does it. I don't see any realistic chances. Nicholas highlighted that, yes, black at this moment wants knight d5, knight e3. If that knight lands on e3, then we already don't need to be Hikaru to understand that we get chances. But white will stop that for sure, and then black is still without any counterplay. The only little element that is not like a classical chess that, yes, the king's position, king b1, king b8, it gives a little bit of hope that something is a little different than usual. But imagine eventually a potential bishop d2, bishop f4 would be kind of also deadly. If that bishop from e1 activates itself to f4, then the pressure on c7 pawn will be unbearable. I don't have any good suggestions. Yeah, Hikaru will certainly find the way to continue the game.
Yes, but at the same time, having the knight on e6, it's not only that it's beautifully placed, but it also paralyzes black from castling.
Yes.
So actually the rook on a8 will stay there for until the moment, until white has the e6 knight. So for black, it's important there are two aims, I think, in this position for black. One is to try to get his own knight to e3, similarly as the white knight on e6, and the other one is just to eliminate the e6 knight by playing somehow knight d8 and get rid of that extremely powerful knight. What do you think going circle around for bird's eye view and pick another game, because other games were also like Maxim and Fabiano's game, also we haven't seen for some time. Also we have the other games, but let's see where.
Also, so much happened in the Vincent game against Jan. It almost looks like Vincent is getting into horrible time trouble. On the other hand, the position is very solid, and time might not be so important at all. He finally got a maybe minimal advantage. Maybe it's not even an advantage. It just looks like he has the pair of bishops. So he's the one who can decide when to eliminate that monster knight on e4. That knight on e4, I think, compensates for the pair of bishops. So I would say it's strategic equality, and might also be some kind of a fortress position.
Well, I think we can pick Vincent's game. In the meantime, just notice that Nodirbek decided to push a3. So we will come back to that as well. But let's see what is really happening, unfolding between Vincent, the winner of Weissenhaus, the first leg of the Grand Slam, and Nepomniachtchi. He is very much behind in time, and this is not something too good. At the same time, the good news is that it's a very solid position, right?
Yes, I think that Vincent actually used his time perfectly, that he navigated that center stage when it was not really obvious what is really happening. Just very quickly, really in 30 seconds, I want to finish with it. Keeping this h4, h6, I think it was super important. Vincent played the move bishop e2. And look at this maneuvering. Black plays bishop f6, white plays knight hf2, knight g6, h5, of course, knight e7, knight e5, using the tactic, that black cannot take on h5 because of knight d7 fork. and black cannot eliminate that knight because then after d takes e5, the knight on d6 will have trouble. So that's why Nepo, of course, continues his route to targeting that e5 knight, that monster knight. Vincent is now ready. Look at this lovely kind of idea. Knight f2, knight e5, knight fd3, perfect harmony. Just in time after queen g7, he reinforces the knight with bishop on c3. It's cemented. Jan goes b6, queen h2. It's all about the e5 square. And Jan continues harassing that knight with knight f7. I need to challenge. I need to do everything in my power to eliminate that knight. So after knight f7, Vincent finally decided. Computer did not like the move f4, but it was kind of understandable that Vincent wants to cement the knight. And what happened? Black played g4, bishop b2, and that's how we ended up in this locked position. All these strategical moves now make perfect sense.
But I'm still wondering how the e3 pawn ended up on e5.
Well, knight e5, fe5,
Okay.
there is the... Exactly, otherwise it was a big mystery, like what really happened here. Bishop g5, knight f4, yes. Queen f7, targeting the h5 pawn, but Vincent is now already also in time slowly to protect it. Takes. First of all, now takes on h5 finally will lead, probably because of rook h1, to loss of the h6 pawn, so Nepo doesn't want to touch it. Now already Vincent protects it. Rook a8 and queen g1, we kind of... Jan is not rerouting the knight. Is this a good idea?
But
or
I don't understand.
Is it a panicking
No,
idea?
I think it's a practical idea because he sees that Vincent has 12 minutes on the clock. So I go knight d2 because time doesn't matter.
But
and
wait
I
a
put
second.
knight f3.
I don't believe in this. No. I don't believe in this. Not just because of the ever bar. I felt like the knight on e4 was controlling the c5 square. I don't know. After this knight f3, I feel that there might be something for white, maybe with a potential b4 break in the right moment. Maybe I will even have to play the move c3 in order to avoid any kind of knight takes d4, c5 kind of tricks. And then c3, b4, and if I break, black's king can be in danger, but maybe I'm overreacting. In any case, the game heats up.
No, but I think the reason is why Nepo played knight d2 because of the clock situation.
You think so?
Well, he thinks it's not too dangerous, which I'm not so sure at all, for the reasons why you just explained, that the c5 from black side is not so easy. And I think he thinks that, okay, if you take on f3, it doesn't matter, right? Because I just give up the pawn, I double on the g5, so black is not in danger for a second, which is completely true, I believe. At the same time, he also is not afraid generally of c3, b4. He thinks, okay, this is a draw, that is a draw, but okay, let's provoke a little bit, but it cannot go anything too wrong for me. Yeah. I think this could be his
well, but also this knight d2, knight f3 is a very defensive move. Now with bishop c6 also, black is basically giving up on any dynamic idea. He just wants to sit, yeah? I'm expecting that he might want to put the queen on d7 to keep an eye on the a4 pawn, discouraging white from going b4. And maybe it's a clever idea and it's just a total block, because as you highlighted, bishop takes f3, gf3, queen takes f3 is never good. Black plays rook g4, black plays rook cg8. The bishop can fall back to a8, targeting that h5 pawn. White can never be better. Of course, white is probably not running risk, but it's a draw.
But do you think that he thought that the knight on e4 is more dangerous for him if white captures it with the bishop?
Yes.
So after f takes e4, some f5, or d4, then c4?
Exactly.
And that's why he regrouped it to f3, that he's more comfortable with the exchange over there?
Yeah, he was maybe thinking about this idea that white goes queen e3 and potentially somewhere takes f5, targeting the h6 pawn. Of course, I don't really see realistic scenarios where it really works so perfectly, but it might have been a consideration. In any case, the game slowly progresses. Vincent is down to 11 minutes against 49. I would like to ask Nicholas. Nicholas, please tell us what is the objective truth. Is Vincent able to create some chances on the queen side or the king on the left side of the board, or black is able to maintain the balance?
Great question. And the computer is giving some advantage, but if you just make some moves, there's no real progress. So I think it is very difficult to, you need to prepare somehow b4 or c4 under good circumstances, and that seems really, really difficult, because if you play b4, now he puts the rook on a8, so he's further making the advance of b4 difficult, since the pawn on a4 is always a target. So for example, if I play b4 now, black takes the pawn and then takes the pawn a4, and all you have done is just lost the pawn. But then really the question becomes, can I prepare b4 in such a way that I don't have an issue with b4? Difficult. And the other break would be to play c4 somehow, but once you play c4, then you also open up this bishop. Probably black will put a rook on d8, maybe the queen on d7, also to be ready for this break. And I think, as you guys said, black will just sit. White is never really happy to take on f3. There must be really good circumstances to do that, to create any chances, because winning the pawn does not really amount to anything. And I believe that Nepo will now just wait and see if Vincent comes up with any plan to do something. You would like to maybe move your king over also, but it's really hard to do so with the knight on f3. Let's see if Vincent maybe has some idea. Maybe it is possible to do a slow plan like this, to put the king over to g2, maybe put the bishop on e3. I'm just speculating here, and then eventually prepare b4, but not easy. And let's see if Vincent, being also a little low on time, is trying, and maybe also willing to risk a little bit in this position.
Yeah, he went king b1.
King b1. Okay,
wow.
He wants to regroup the bishop. He will definitely try, but once he plays a break, he needs to be sure, because it could also backfire in some circumstances.
But while you were showing all these lines, I was also thinking about it, that maybe Nepo is not just playing for a draw. He just improved his position playing king b7, rook a8, and we only discussed how prophylactical he's playing against b4. But what about if we think about it that he's going to be playing rook b8, king c8, king d7, and b5 himself? Yes. Of course, it's not so easy to move away with the king because the c6 bishop is hanging. But let's say if white would be trying to regroup the king, and let's say white would go queen e3, c3, bishop d3, bringing the king to e2, then already maybe also black can think of playing b5 himself.
I would be very afraid to touch my c2 pawn. I don't want to touch it, because once I push c3 and you potentially push b5, that will hurt me. My heart, is already thinking, no, we are old school, we don't do this kind of things. Yes, the idea of getting that bishop from a3 to e3, but, if the bishop would be on e3 and we would ask a good player that, please tell us what you would love to do with white, he would say, well, certainly bishop c1, back to the bishop is heading to a3, so this is a very sophisticated kind of computer style of chess. However, Vincent played this mysterious king b2 to b1 move, and the reason why I interrupted Nicholas, because I just felt like, what on earth is the idea behind this? That is maybe, for example, a computer highlighting something that, yes, the b2 square is important. I don't get it yet. No, yeah? No answer.
No, and in fact, I was checking if black goes queen d7 now. You should really not play bishop c1,
then
because
b5
then
comes.
b5 is coming, and black might take over. So black has some active ideas as well, especially connect to this b5 break. So you need to be ready for this. And yes, king b1 is a bit mysterious, because as you pointed out, the bishop is not really better placed on e3. The only advantage of that is that if we dream about, let me just make some moves. If we dream about the king somehow being all the way over here, I will just make moves so that we get to something like this. Then I'm ready maybe at some point to play b4, and the pawn on a4 is protect. For example, in this case, now that I played a lot of moves, I can play b4. But this is far away, of course, and we have queen d7 on the board, so bishop c1 would not be a good idea now. And we might see the point behind Vincent's king b1. Maybe he will just move the king again now. Let's see.
So I think this is what Nepo is thinking. That, okay, I put my knight on f3, fine. It's very different. It doesn't come to your mind, right? I mean, knight is on e4. How more optimally you can place the knight. He's regrouping to f3. Little pressure on the d4 pawn. But it seems at first that, okay, bishop f3, and it's just equal, draw. Then he makes these moves, king b7, rook a8, queen d7. I don't want anything. And
bishop c1 played.
Oops.
Oh, no.
And
What
now
is
after
this?
b5, I'm getting worried for white.
You see?
Yeah, Vincent is very ambitious, because the move bishop c1 is trying to play for an advantage, but with 9 minutes on the clock in a mini match, how realistic are your chances that you will be able to outplay Nepo in this position?
I'm not sure that he's playing for more than the position. What you should do if you, I mean, you cannot offer a draw to start with because we are under move 40.
Okay, you want to hear stability?
Yes.
After rook a2, I will just make sure that you will never get b5 in. My next move will be rook a1, and I don't care that I have 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 9 minutes on my clock. I will collect the 30 seconds, and I'm ready for any kind of break, and I can never ever worry. But this is not Vincent. He believes that because of the pair of bishops, he should have the advantage. Unless he's down to 5 seconds on the clock, he will try to play for a win. This is his kind of character. I would be just rook a1, rook a2, looking at Jan that, what do you want from me? You are really playing for my clock. You can't touch me at all, my friend. Oof.
But I'm not sure he cannot touch you. Like he could still play queen d7, protecting the bishop, then goes king b8, go bishop b7, and c5.
Okay.
So
but I will also be able to take the knight if I want. When you move all your pieces there, then I just collect this pawn and I might be settling g4. No, I'm just saying that objectively I shouldn't be risking anything. But when your clock is ticking and your opponent blitzes, exactly.
You have to make moves, and you think that you're not worse at all, so you don't feel like playing rook a2, rook a1, right? You're trying to act king a7.
Wow, yes, setting up bishop b7, bishop a6, the classical French idea. We haven't talked about it.
But it's interesting that he went queen d7, but of course the purpose of queen d7, protecting the bishop, yes.
Wow, yeah, this is, actually this whole knight d2, knight f3 stuff is a sign of true genius. Yeah, it would be so natural to think like the knight has reached its final destination e4. And by the way, let me, when was this? It was long ago.
So bishop is regrouped.
It was here, yeah. The reason why I want to highlight is that the last move from Vincent was queen h2 to g1. Looked like a perfect idea because it stopped c5. Yeah, you play queen g1, you want to play queen e3, and then you look what you're going to do, c4 break might come, and then Jan immediately use this chance, knight d2, jumping with the knight to f3. Fantastic concept. And now we can already go back to the...
But now things are speeding up. They play very fast. Nepo also plays very fast. Bishop is transferred to f2.
Well, so basically, is Vincent indicating that I might take the pawn because...
He takes. He took it.
Wow, materialistic, yeah? Young generation, new generation. Oof, taking the pawn. I would never do that. Well, but with bishop a6, black is provoking it.
Yeah, you didn't have too much of a choice.
Yeah, rook g4 blitzed out. Okay, this is a clash of beliefs. This I'm loving. Actually, that's why I really love when a young generation plays against established top players, because they look at chess completely differently, and they have different. For example, Jan, if after the game you will ask him, "What do you think about the game?" I just cannot believe Vincent took this pawn.
Yeah,
that will be the answer of Jan. I can guarantee you for sure. How could he take it? He doesn't understand chess. This is how older people are thinking. Yeah, and the younger guys think like, well, the computer thinks I can take it and I will take it from there. I will play well. I will find the way to prove that it's right.
Well, but he had to, right? Just trading the bishops was not really an option on a6.
Yeah, now already not. But he set it up with king b1, bishop c1, yeah, this idea.
Well, maybe it was not possible to stop this plan by black anyway.
Yeah, that's the other. Well, okay, there were options, but okay, yes, let's think like, because if I had bishop on a3 against bishop b7, I always could have played bishop b5.
But you could also play queen d3. You go king b8 already.
Then yes, no, of course, yeah, but anyway, I'm just believing that it's a fascinating kind of storyline that the younger generation looks at chess differently. And that's why we love it. Yeah, these clashes guarantee us tremendous fight. If top players are playing with old school versus old school, you will make sure that the opponent will never ever get the slightest chance of touching you, and you will get tons of draws. Yeah, why I had 90% of my games draw? Yeah, because I just cut every single possibility of my opponent. But Vincent aim is to win a game, and he is willing to take risks.
But maybe he had a good strategy, by the way. Because c5 will not really be an option for black for a long time. If black goes with the rook doubling on the g file, on g3 there is nothing going on, right? So what is black up to?
Well, once you see it, but let me just bring back this position. Yeah, that how genius you also have to be to foresee actually that, wait a second, this lovely bishop, which we would be talking about, the monster bishop, the soul of the position, that the position requires that this bishop should be transferred to f2 in order to take that pawn which we are not supposed to take. I just find it fantastic and fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite funny, the last few moves. The maneuvering, the bishop for black also, and for white. But now I'm curious who plays for what?
Yes.
Or they agree that it's a... And okay, this is finally a very much a position from classical chess. I'm not saying too often you see in these structures the kings on the queen side, but it can happen.
Yeah, it's... I feel like, okay, Nepo is now already in a mode that, okay, I probably cannot win the game, yeah, if white doesn't do anything, so he cannot win on his terms. So his idea is, I'm just going to play quickly, because you cannot really do anything, and then please try to win, go down on the clock to 1 minute. In order to break something, you will give me chances, and somewhere I'm going to trick you, I will get my counter chance, and then now the psychological pressure is on Vincent that with little time on the clock, will he try to break something, or he will just say, okay, I have enough respect, and then we just keep a status quo?
Exactly. What do you think? Let's go back to a bird's eye view, and I would suggest to take a look on the players who are playing for the 9th and the 10th, 11th, 12th place as well, because they have interesting games, and we've seen all the other games. Of course, we should go back to Maxim, but can we circle around in the other 2 games?
Yeah, please.
Let's go to Gukash's game first, just to see what has happened. And there is some big happenings in the Vidit game afterwards. We check that. So let's pick Rapport's game, who played very well generally in his 2 days, but in crucial moments, he was not able to convert his huge advantages in several games, for example, against Arjun, but also against Magnus. So let's see the game of theirs.
And we just have seen the long castle on to the queen side, to the left side, how you want to call it, and it gets an exclamation mark. Well, I would just say that it was the human move, because if we just go back, then we see that, okay, you just feel, okay, in some situation, the question, do you play king b7, or what probably Gukash felt like it's very important that this pawn on d7 will be protected, because who knows, all this exchange sacrifices with rook takes g6 and then entering the position, and then you might have a weak pawn on d7 could be, let me just even make a move like king b7. Can we play, and we know Richie, can we take rook g6, g6, and then, for example, rook h7, hitting the pawn? I just want to highlight that, for example, some d5. I cannot, unfortunately, jump to d6, but knight g5. And then some knight e6 will come. Yeah, for example, looks very strange. In any case, this is now not important. Just the reason why I feel like a strong player wants to eliminate this possibility, all these tactical possibilities at all. So let's castle because that's much safer.
Yeah, it seems like a much safer solution to play castle. And maybe I will toss it to Nicholas, to you. What do you think? What can you share with us from in this position?
Yeah, it's interesting. Rapport is still up a pawn, but it's a double pawn. The pawn is far advanced. It looks strong at first, but it's not really going any further, and black has ways to kick this knight away, going d5 at some point, then trying to win this pawn. And if things go badly, white can also just be worse, because white has the worst pawn structure, having another isolated pawn on f2. So the current position is still better, but you need, I think, to be ready for the move d5. So maybe you should play a move like rook e1. But already here, I mean, black has different options. It's not really clear how white is going to make progress. And it seems to me that the worst is over for Gukesh, who was in a lot of, or more trouble, I should say, earlier. Castle was an important move. He's getting a lot of harmony and coordination for his pieces. And yeah, the exchange sacrifice that you highlighted, Peter, they're not really doing much here. It's hard to suggest something. Computer says rook h4, bishop e2. Difficult. So let's see what
Can
Richard
you just
comes up.
tell me that against bishop h5, the reaction is
to take, indeed.
To
yes.
take on e4 and then take on
take.
f6. Use the moment that the bishop is on h5 misplaced, yes.
And you hit a lot of...
Exactly.
So bishop f3 would need to be played, and then, well, for example, rook f7. And black has no issues here, can maybe even think about being better. So bishop h5 earlier was a good move, but here it's already too late. Black is regaining the pawn, is better, or is definitely fine. So this game is about balance, but I think still some fight left for sure, Judith.
Yes, it's interesting that when we started to look at the position, at first sight, it looks like white has a beautiful position. What an f6 pawn, protected by the bishop on c3 and the knight on e4. But once we start looking at it, especially after black's last move of castling, it seems like it will be extremely difficult for white to hold on the pawn, passed pawn on f6, and if it gets lost, eliminated, then already white also have to be watching out afterwards whether is there any chance to play for a win, or maybe I should be just very happy with the draw. So, okay, this is what we have in this game.
Well, I think that we have to mention again Gukesh's heart rate, yeah, that basically we are not surprised anymore after Weissenhaus. Yeah, we have seen him in crazy bowling situation with 60, now he's like with 65. With the white pawn on f6, an extra pawn on f6, he's in complete chill. I don't care. I have everything under control. This bishop on g6 gives me enough stability. I just feel like this is some unhuman kind of way of being able to react the way like it is. Whenever we see the older generation, Rapport is always over 100. Nepo, even in the solid strategical position, was 115 and like this. It's just very nice to have this chance to look at the player's heart rate.
Okay, so let's go back to the bird's eye view, and then I would think to jump to the Vidit's game, because there maybe it can be the first game which might be finishing. So let's see what's going on. And yeah, I think in the meantime, Rapport played rook h6. So what anything special happened on the other boards?
Well, unfortunately, I wanted to know, we have to go back to the bird's eye view because there is some technical issue in this game. This is horrible. I will not even comment on this position.
Okay, so maybe just here we can talk about that game between Praggnanandhaa and Vidit. If
I also have it. If
yes,
yes,
okay, Nicholas
fantastic.
Can discover all the ins and outs of the Vidit's game.
Yeah, I think we'll just take a quick look because the action is really heating up in the quarterfinals. These players are fighting for the 9th place. So there are 2 matches in the lower bracket. This is the current position. Black just put a queen on a5, threatening checkmate on a1. And you can see that Black has a lot of activity. Also, this knight is attacked twice by the black pieces. But Vidit, correctly so, is going for the white king. Now, c3 was played by Pragnananda. And here, well, Black has an attack for free, basically. Of course, he could give a check already, but does not run away. The computer wants to see bishop c5 here, hitting the queen on g1, provoking d4. But after d4, there's also something like bishop f7 happening. D takes c5, now check, and check. And this would be already checkmate if white takes the bishop back, and if you move the king, you have just lost an exchange, and you're also in bad shape. So it makes me wonder if there's not maybe even the direct bishop f7. Let's see what happens here. Also interesting, but white has maybe some tricks with rook takes b6 check and bishop takes a4. So Vidit has to carefully calculate all of this. Even this is good, by the way, but maybe a bit messier than you would like it to be. And especially the rook is poorly placed. Black has a free attack. I would think that Vidit can convert this, but we will
Well,
keep
actually,
an eye
wait
on
a second. The game disappeared, so it's a resignation.
I still have it here, I think.
No, the Vincent game disappeared because they traded everything on h4, and that game ended in a draw.
Right. Yes, so let's go over there. Yes, we see a draw was agreed in the game between Vincent Keymer and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, great.
Maybe.
Yeah, just to very quickly see those last moves. Wow, what a strategical battle. And yes, so here we are. We talked about this, that will Vincent somehow try to break through. We didn't really see realistic chances. He opted for rook c1, rook d8, queen c3, king b7, queen f3, back and forth, king a7. Okay, Vincent still did not repeat, but of course rook h4 isn't really a winning attempt. Just to do something else, takes. Black is in time to.
It's more like a draw offer attempt.
Well, he could have then repeated, but give one more tempo, yeah, rook g6, and it's a different story, but it's black to move. So rook g8 is set up, the rooks are traded, and then there is no more chance. White played queen g3, the queens are traded, and the players agreed on move 41 to a draw. Wow, a great strategical battle. I think both players can live with the result, and they can be proud of their game.
Absolutely, it was game 1 only in their mini match, and tomorrow we'll see what Nepomniachtchi is up to, playing with the white pieces, and we don't know what position the starting position will be. So let's go and circle around with the other games, which is still going on, because we have a lot of excitement. Interesting, we haven't seen Maxim's game for some time.
Yes, and it seems like, at least if we can trust the bar, I can hardly see the position, so I don't dare to judge it yet, that the bar is giving some equality. It means that MVL is back, or is he even now fighting for advantage? I do see the light square bishop come to life. If that bishop lands on b5, and after the move d4, white is setting up this idea of going bishop b5, that might outweigh the e5 square. This is a huge turn of events. I don't know, because so many things happened. I believe maybe the best is to give the floor to Nicholas. Nicholas, did you have chance to look a bit what happened, or just the current position?
Yeah, let's just see how it turned from a better position for Fabiano to a worse position for him. Just goes to show how difficult these unusual positions are to handle for both sides, if even the best of the best in the world cannot really find good ways to find a grip and understand what is happening, where the pieces belong, and mistakes happen. So this is where we will started. We'll get to the current position quite quickly. C4 was a committal move.
Very unexpected, I must
Very
say.
unexpected after a long think. We can only speculate. Maybe he did not want to allow knight d5, something like this. So c5 was a good reply by Fabiano, setting up the knight to come to b4, maybe d4. However, here he should have followed up with knight 7 to c6 to take control of these squares. The knight would be very powerful on b4. Instead, he put a bishop on c6, knight h3, knight g6. So this all looked quite good. Queen e6, knight c1 back, queen d7. And here, well, Fabiano played queen d7 with, it seems like, the intention to take on a4. And this is what he should have done now. But there was apparently something he didn't like. He played bishop f6, and now it's slowly turned around. Bishop f6, now knight f4. Good reply. The knight is aiming to go to d5. And maybe the knight should have been traded here, or queen f7 potentially. Instead, b6 was a mistake. And now actually Maxim is better. Putting a knight on d5, forcing black basically to exchange the knight. And now you're left with a lot of weakened light squares. And castle was played all the way from b8 to g8. The king went, and d4 was a strong move, and this is the current position. Fabiano has 7 minutes left, not a lot of time. He needs to take this pawn. This is absolutely clear. He needs to take the pawn. White would probably take back with the queen even, or with the bishop. Queen takes d4 is possible. Apparently one doesn't have to fear any discovered attacks along this diagonal. And white has the safer king, the better pawn structure. This pawn is weak. White has the bishop pair, good control over light squares. This looks quite promising for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave right now. He has a time advantage. I mean, a lot of factors are definitely in his favor. Bishop takes d4, not a computer suggestion, but still does not really change so much. White is still clearly better, has a lot of trumps, and Fabiano has to fight for his life here, I think.
Well, I would like to just add that queen takes d4 did not even cross my mind. Yeah, it was so natural that, if cd4, bishop d4, and then we want bishop b5, and we take it from there. Yeah, so, yeah, and queen g7, very natural move, because Fabi wants to give up the pawns, however, get activity. That's the human approach. Probably he's also setting up some knight d7. Look at this. If he can play knight d7, trade the dark square bishops, and then that knight lands on c5, then the other knight can jump to e5, and all of a sudden we are talking about very serious counter chances. So white has to be energetic and very precise to maintain the advantage.
It's true, and at the same time, I would ask a very simple question. After queen g7, why can't white take on f5?
Yes,
I'm sorry,
why not?
I'm very simple. I just see that pawn is hanging. I think I know that you want to go.
Okay, I have some knight c4. Yes, I would love to. Yeah, use the chance for tactic.
I thought also about knight f3. After knight c4, what about playing rook d3?
Rook d3, you can, yeah?
That is the move I was thinking. Can I do that? And after bishop d4 to capture on f8, takes, and then queen.
Yeah, and then you are in time to stabilize. Wow, this is lovely. Yeah, so knight c4 is not forcing enough. That brings us back to the question that how can we force things, and probably then knight f3 is the answer.
Yeah, maybe knight f3 is better, because if rook a3 to f3, then bishop d4, capturing on f8, let's say, which is not necessary.
But then
completely.
I'm fine.
But then b2 is hanging, and white cannot defend the pawn on b2, right?
Yes, no, this is good. So okay, I'm loving the move queen g7.
If it works.
If it well, if rook f5, knight f3 is fine, it's already a good news. Maybe you can just. Is knight f3 a threat? Maybe not yet, because I have bishop takes f6 and also the queen is hanging. I'm just thinking that can I somehow maybe get the bishop to b5? That would be fantastic. But I'm not sure. There is so much dynamics, so many tactical motives in the air. Without calculating, without really getting deep into the position, it's impossible to say what to do.
But I think after bishop b5, also black can consider to play knight g4. Because if black can exchange the black square bishop, it's already something improvement on black's position.
No, so this is actually much more tricky than what the computer is saying, that white is better or white is clearly better. I don't know exactly, because to my eyes, no matter what decision I take, I have to calculate for 10 minutes at least before I can navigate this position.
Yeah, for sure it became extremely tactical and concrete. So now in the time trouble, which we are getting there, right?
Bishop C3, cemento. Wow.
Stabilizing the bishop, doesn't want to see all kind of knight F3, knight C4, whatever kind of
but still, the idea of knight D7 is there. That can I rely on long-term compensation with knight D7? We just trade, I give the F5 pawn. Okay, I know you will be pawn up, probably you will be slightly better, but I will get good practical chances. Isn't that playable, Nicholas?
Well, let's have a look. Bishop C3 was actually one of the top moves for white. Bishop B5 that you named was the best. You can actually allow all of these knight jumps here. Nothing's happening. Knight C4, there's rook D3. And everything is safe, and white is just keeping a lot of positional trumps in the position. And knight G4, even white can play knight E2 and try to activate the knight. And if this knight is coming to D4 and to E6, it would be just horrible for black. So bishop B5 was good, but bishop C3 was also good. And yes, knight D7, you can play this move. And the computer doesn't even want to take on F5 here. Because apparently here, indeed, you do have good compensation because your pieces are quite actively placed. You have good control over the dark squares, and it's far from clear. Black has good compensation for the pawn. The computer, once again, wants to see bishop b5. The bishop is so well placed here on this outpost. Also keeping an eye on this knight. And after knight c5, again, the activation of the knight to d4. And if this knight lands on d4, it's really a lot of trouble for black because the knight is keeping an eye on so many important squares here in the black position. So this seems to be the most challenging. But I think knight d7 is a very natural move, which I would expect. And then we'll see if Maxim can find this plan of bishop b5, knight e2, which is not so obvious, I would say.
Exactly. But I also see that there is so much development in the other boards. This is still a very big fight. Magnus is making progress. Hikaru is fighting back. We talked about this, that if his knight lands on e3, maybe let's get the bird's eye view and check out where we want to go.
Absolutely. In Magnus's game also there are some news and let's see, because really in this game Fabi can get in serious trouble, but of course he's a practical player, he's resourceful, so let's see what he will be able to pull out from the hat and do some magic for himself and look for counter chances over there. He's behind in time, but also his position is difficult. So let's go to the bird's eye view now. And then we will be diving in one by one into the other games. So here we see all the games which are running still, and which one should we pick?
Well, let's go to the Magnus, yes, because finally the move G4 did happen. I think black has sacrificed the pawn. The computer is not a big believer in this timing, and so many things have happened. We have to catch up. So this is the current position.
This is the current position, and it's very clear that black is trying to look for counter chances, and the knight is not stable now, so that after g4 happened. But my question is, can't white play knight c5? And is it something, how can black react?
Well, that hurts.
Because
knight c5 really hurts.
This is obviously the most natural move to play, right?
It might be the winning move because exactly.
It's either black exchanges the queen and then knight has a beautiful outpost on d3 and an extra pawn. At the same time, white has to be careful how is he going to be converting his advantage. But on the other hand, if black moves away with the queen, then the knight on e6, like Arjun has it, it seems like an extra pawn, a fantastic outpost with the knight on e6. I mean, what can black do in return?
Yeah, not much, and I'm trying to understand why Magnus has not yet blitzed it out, or is he enjoying his position too much? He still has a lot of time. So let me bring the current position. Yeah, so this is the current position. Black's last move was bishop h6 to e3, perfectly setting up the pressure on the e4 pawn, but was knight c5 expected? Was this anticipated, or was it blundered? Since we haven't seen the last couple of moves, we don't know the flow of the game. That's why I can't really judge it. But it seems like it's a super important move.
So the question is whether knight d2 or knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5. If you ask knight d2 or knight c5, and that's why it's clear that we want to play knight c5. I feel like it's just winning. Knight c5 and you resign, no?
Wow.
Yes.
You're harsh now.
I love my horsey. Yeah, if it gets to d3
yeah,
or
but
to
on the other hand,
e6.
knight d2 is also tempting, because once you have it on f3, it's attacking the h4, the d4, maybe everything is falling
Yes, that's true. But okay, knight c5 is so beautiful, and you spotted automatically. I fell in love with it. I can't even look at other moves. I just want to highlight.
And we have knight d2 on the board.
Oh no! Magnus playing spoiler, but okay, yes, knight d2. Maybe it's a more professional move, but if we ask Magnus, I think he will be laughing and saying, yeah, I had a lovely choice. I could do this or I could do that. It was very tough to decide. But finally, probably the reason why you mentioned also beautifully that knight on f3 is not just a stabilizer, but targets that h4 pawn. And that hurts. And also
now you
d4
like
pawn.
it too, yeah?
Yes, well, the other one I felt like I just strategically I'm going to sit and win. Here he wants to win move per move.
No, because it was somehow, at first I didn't understand why he's thinking. I mean, knight c5 obviously comes to mind instantly. And it's appealing, it's nice, it's practically forcing the exchange of queens. And I didn't understand, why is he thinking so long? So that's why I thought, well, maybe he wants to go knight d2, and he just wants to simplify things. He doesn't want to sit there for an extra hour to win the game. What do you think, Nicholas? Was he correct to play knight d2, or knight c5 was better?
He was right. Knight d2 was even better than knight c5, but let's be clear, also knight c5 is the winning position. There is even a third knight move, just to point out. Also knight c3 was quite nice and is also winning for white, because if black takes on c3, you just end up in a completely lost rook endgame. Because let's not forget, white is up a pawn already, and there are a lot of weaknesses in the black position. But knight d2, putting the knight on f3, is a very strong idea. If black trades the queens now, then, well, what are you going to do here? Knight is coming to f3, and white is just going to pick up all the pawns. And bishop takes d2.
But wait a second.
Again, a lost rook.
Wait a second.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. After knight d2, can I play something like queen g5? And against knight f3, sacrifice the exchange on f3 and cement the bishop on e3, sit on king g7, queen f4. How do you break?
Yes, probably you should try something like this. I mean, this was the only disadvantage of going knight d2 over knight c5, that you're not forcing a queen trade. So Nordebek has to keep the queens on the board. He did it in a different way. So your idea, just to point out, was to sacrifice the exchange here and try...
king g7, queen f4, cemento.
Yeah, try to hold somehow. I think this would have been a reasonable chance, but also here, for sure, white should win eventually. Instead,
king
we see
rook c2.
Yes, there are ways to break the fortress,
I mean,
break the cemento.
Against Magnus, it's hopeless.
Yes, he will eventually break through. Instead, queen f7 was played. So at least there are some hopes, maybe somewhere, something. Well, with the queen on d3 and the king so open, you cannot even really dream about queen d7. So I'm curious what he has in mind after rook f1. Maybe he just wants to move to queen again. In either case,
guys, I think that Magnus wins this game.
Yes.
We trust him. Look at this. The Everbar says that Hikaru is turning things around.
Yeah, let's go there.
Head over there, because this is pure magic.
Yes. This is classic Hikaru. From a lost position where Jude was already saying, and I was saying the same, this is over. But Peter, you were spot on. Hikaru, he's masterful in defending, and now he's even taking over. And just look at these last few moves. They were very nice by Hikaru.
Well, it looks from which angle? Can you imagine Arjun fans in India? The only player from India who qualified, he was very close to deliver a terrible blow to Hikaru, to beat him in the very first game, putting maximum pressure, and all of a sudden, he's the one fighting for defending the... Well, actually, after Bishop takes e6, I feel like he's fighting for his life. Black's knight on e3, the light squared bishops will be there. I don't really count pawns. I look at piece activity, and where Black is super happy.
Well, this is what we were talking about. If Black can bring his knight also to e3, that is something that it can give him great counter chances. And this is not a very good sign. It is not something that you do because you're enjoying to doing that, giving up that white square bishop, taking on c6. So it must be a desperation, something that you had to do. But what is the idea behind that for Arjun?
Is he going up to the a5 pawn? Or the, I don't know exactly, because the last move was bishop a4 takes c6. Unless you have a good reason, you would never ever touch this, no?
Well, probably bishop e6 was a huge threat, and takes and rook f8, and the back rank is awful. And again, now White has the same problem, which we were pointing out
cannot
before.
Castle, yes.
That he cannot castle because of this e3 knight. And to take the e3 knight is also not very tempting, to saying softly. Nicholas, what can you tell us about the actual position?
This is actually quite an interesting moment because the natural move, bishop takes c6, is not best. The computer really wants to take with the pawn here. I just want to go back a few moments to this position here after queen takes g1. Here actually after bishop e5. Here Arjun was still a bit better if he goes queen g6, but already a huge chunk of his advantage has gone. And here after queen f2, this is an interesting moment because both players are stuck with the rook in the corner. You can play castle, yes, but the problem is that you would immediately lose the rook.
Yeah,
so you don't want to do this.
But you lose the rook.
So the question is, how can you activate the rook? And here Hikaru found a very important move, a5, to for one threaten a4, but also to play the king to a7 and activate the rook via g8. And if the rook lands on g2, then White is in a lot of trouble. So now bishop takes c6 was played, and Hikaru did play the natural move, bishop takes c6. And the reason why this was actually not a good choice is that now for some reason you can take on e3 twice. So let's understand this together. Aha. The point is that after bishop takes b2, White has to move queen d2, hitting both the a5 pawn and the bishop on b2. So if you take on a1, it will actually be a perpetual now. So this is a fine point, and usually you would not really think about opening up the bishop and allowing all of these ideas against the pawn. Also here is rook g8. It does look really, really scary for White. But this would be the way to go to reach actually an equal position. Will Arjun play it?
Well, he's done for 3 minutes.
And he has played knight 4 g5, and this is a big, big error. And now actually Hikaru is winning already here. He can play the rook to g8, he can improve his position further, and this construction will not hold with the knights and the pawn on f5, and Black, well, just has a beautiful position and a lot of initiative here, whereas White is still stuck with the rook on a1. This is the main problem, and I think Hikaru is looking very good right now. Judith.
Well, absolutely. Things are shifting continuously from here to there. So it is a very nervous game, I must say, that it looked so good for Arjun. And we are actually very much in the heat of the games, but still at the same time I just want to share what Keymer and Nepo had to say after their games.
Feel about the game today? Were you happy with how it evolved?
I mean, drawing with white is not bad, but also not a dream, meaning that tomorrow I will go into the last classical game of the match with black. But yeah, I'm not sure. Like, the starting position didn't feel that dangerous for black, and he went for this f5 idea, which weakens c5, but of course he gets some other trumps, and I felt that maybe somewhere I had some advantage, but in the end I never saw anything clear, so I think it was a quite decent game from both of us.
Does it matter that much here in freestyle to have black tomorrow when it's a deciding game? Is it as important as it is in normal chess?
That depends, first of all, on who the players are and also on the starting position that we get. Or, I mean, mostly it's not even about the objective elevation, but sometimes it's just easier to play for white, or sometimes it's rather equal.
How happy are you with how your chess was today, how your head was working and everything that goes with it?
I think it was decent. I mean, I didn't feel that I got to show very much. But I'm not sure. That could also be just because the position didn't really allow that. Yeah.
Wish you the best of luck tomorrow, Vincent.
Thank you.
Jan, you were the only person to choose to start with black pieces. That means you have white tomorrow. How much of an advantage do you feel that is?
I mean, like playing white with in the second game. I mean, it's more about like you can't really control the flow of the game. Yeah. So let's say if you try to win. If you try badly to win with white and somehow you overpress, you get to probably have hard times winning with black pieces. Yeah, despite that there is no theory whatsoever. But I think like whenever it's like 2 games match, black in the first game, if you sort of okay with a draw in the first game is doable. I mean, I can't say it's like the best strategy ever, but out of my experience in KO tournaments, it's just fine.
How did you feel the quality of the game was today?
I'm really not satisfied. First of all, I blundered really badly when I played knight g6, h5, and I blundered knight e5 idea, so h5 is never hanging. This was my idea, so I'm in time with knight c6. And I should have done instead, let's say, knight h2, f7, queen to g7, and just never let him maintain his knight on e5. So, but let's say his knight on f2 would be forever poor. And instead, like, he got like quite nice position, and he was pressing for pretty much for the remaining game, and yeah, so draw was sort of pretty much only thing I could hope for.
Good luck tomorrow, Jan.
Thank you.
So we get the information from the small interview of the players that none of them are happy and satisfied, so they can go back and relax and go next day. Hopefully next day, at least someone will be satisfied, but there will be no other choice, right? Maybe not in the classical game that we will have a decisive result only in the playoff, but something, in some way or another, we are going to see a result. So let's see what was the happening in the last few moves, because again, the evaluation is changing.
Yeah, but I think that Hikari is just trying to be super practical. He transferred the game into an endgame where only he can win. It's a risk-free advantage with a pair of bishops. He collected back that pawn that he sacrificed in the first move. It was a nice present from Nepo, yeah, okay, e4, f5, and then you take it from there, where finally Hikaru, after, I don't know, 4 hours of heavy fighting, he got that pawn back, and by getting that pawn back, now the pair of bishops, look at this monster bishop on c6, eyeing the a4 pawn, the bishop from e5 eyeing the h2 pawn. The knight on e6 is not doing that much of a damage anymore. It's not protected. Now white even had to lose a tempo on h3. I believe that the position is very close to be collapsing for white. I'm even seeing some ideas like bishop d5, rook e8, trying to trap that knight. And all of a sudden we are talking about a trapped knight on e6 instead of a monster knight. I don't like this dynamic.
Yeah, the question is whether white had enough time to play h3, because of course he needs only one move to bring his rook from a1 to e1 or f1 to bring it into play. But now bishop d5 seems to be very, very strong.
Well, bishop d5, I still have king. Maybe you should even start with rook e8 just so that you eye the a4 pawn. I know that I distracted you. you would have suggested rook e8, but I pushed the arrows and I put the first arrow on d5. That was my mistake.
Yeah, because after rook e8, king c2, black is not playing bishop d5,
Exactly.
but maybe bishop from d7. Though it's the same because rook e1, bishop e6, and then rook e5, bishop
b3, yeah.
That would be a tactical idea, which...
Let's just show this, yeah, because it's beautiful. So, for example, rook e8, then it doesn't really matter. King c2, we can even play the move bishop d5 or bishop d7. It's a matter of that what is better one needs to calculate, but the idea is the same, that when white seems to be clever and hitting back the bishop, then there is bishop b3, intermezzo, check, winning the game. King takes b3, rook e5 seems to be lost. So all eyes on Arjun. He has almost no time on the clock. 2 minutes against Hikaru. I believe also the body language of Hikaru should be signaling that, yes, this is my time has come. Now I'm the boss. I'm the one calling the shots. I was suffering enough in this game. And I'm already feeling the pain for Arjun. This will not end well.
Yeah, this a5, king a7 was very crucial some moves ago, that suddenly the black rook from a8 just gives the threat that it will come. But when it will come and show up on e8 and it becomes active, that can be decisive. So let's go and switch to the other boards because we have some developments. Let's go to Magnus's board again, I think, because there was some simplification and the kings are very much in danger on both sides, but somehow Magnus has too many extra pawns. Let's see what has happened. So there was an exchange of bishop and knight. And then suddenly white is collecting the pawns. H4 was just taken in the previous move. So now the question is for Magnus, is he going to play queen e1 immediately?
Yes.
Or is he has a better way of protecting the rook, like queen e7, but then maybe d3? So would you play queen e1?
Yeah, well, when I looked at the position, I also felt like, wait a second, so we already collected enough pawns. How do we stabilize the position? And then queen e1 appeared. It's also aesthetically pleasing move. Clearly, any endgame should be winning, and otherwise, if the black queen has to fall back, then white will get the queen to d2, and then we will reshuffle. The king on b3 will feel secure, I'm believing. I would like to highlight that Magnus played this beautiful fixing move, b4, b5, making sure that black was not able to undermine anything there. It happened right after knight d2, queen f7, b5, cemento, and that's how they reached this position. Nodirbek is fighting. He's also down to 1 minute only, and he's trying to create mess, trying to create some chances to also mess with Magnus's mind. Yeah, that it's not a one-way traffic. I'm having my chances, but I don't really see him surviving with this clock situation.
And the position situation.
Yes, but if it would be vice versa, that Magnus would be down to 1.5 minutes, then we would believe much more that some of those tricks could work.
Well, I think it's very important for Magnus not to allow the black queen going to a1, for example, looking for counter chances. Because right now for white, there is only a perpetual check. If he goes queen g5, king h8, queen h6, king g8, there is not more than that. So queen e1 looks the safest. And but still, Magnus will have to make some accurate moves, which usually he does.
Yeah, usually he does. I feel like after queen e1, maybe something like queen f6, combining some d3 ideas, or is that just something that I'm dreaming of? Maybe you can just simply take king takes d3 and nothing happens.
I was even thinking after queen f6 just to go king b3.
Yes.
And after d3, rook d2, I'm going to be grabbing that pawn. My king is very much into the safety zone.
Yeah. No, queen e1 looks to be a super
And after queen e1,
move.
black cannot capture on e1. Takes, rook f2 check, king b3, rook g2. I don't think it can be enough for black to try to look for a draw.
Yes, but okay, we have to address it, just to highlight that, yes, probably we are sacrificing all our pawns, but I believe we will still have enough to win the game. So, for example, takes, rook g3 check, king b4, rook takes h3, and potentially we will win this d4 pawn, and we will be protecting our g4 pawn, and we also have this a4, a5 break. I somehow felt that it should be winning. Maybe the way how I was doing it's not the most precise, but the impression is that it should be a technical win.
And he went queen g5 check back. I wonder what is his plan. There is another idea, queen h6, queen g6 check, and come back queen d3, with the idea of queen a1, king b3, and everything is protected.
Wow.
That's also nice. Can be nice.
Very interesting. Yeah, let's see. Nadia back
You
in.
have
He's
to have good
fighting.
nerves for that.
Yes, in fighting mode. He's leaning forward in the table. That, yes, I know I'm in trouble, but I still have chances.
Or he just wants to come back queen d2 now. Queen d2, queen a1, king b3. Nicholas, is there any chance for black, any tactical tricks that Magnus has to watch out?
Well, actually, sorry to interfere, but thereafter queen d2, queen a1, king b3, queen b1 is checkmate, followed by rook a8. So there are possibilities. That's why your idea of queen g6, queen d3 was so beautiful. Yeah, you controlled all the squares.
Yeah, that's why I had my white square, important squares covered.
Yes, so as you pointed out, Judah, the queen should go to d3 in this variation. I think this is his intention, Magnus' intention, to put the queen on d3. Now, queen a1 is really the only try you have to somehow play queen b2, king b3. The rook defends the square on b2. And now, can you try rook f1? Something like this? Apparently you can. You're not getting checkmated. And black is hoping somehow to...
But now rook d2, rook b1, king a4, and then queen takes d4 check, or is it too much?
Sorry, what is it?
Rook d2.
Rook d2.
Rook d2. Rook b1 check, king a4.
It's not very human, is it?
King a4, rook b2, apparently. and black is back. Incredible.
Queen takes d4 check and king g8, and black is amazing. Yeah, because you actually pinned. Yeah, that, wow, and the rook e2 and rook e8 check, and we will start, but we are doing nothing. Amazing. What a fascinating line.
This is a crazy resource.
Incredible.
Crazy resource. So
on
we
the
have
board,
the position after queen d3 on the board. So queen a1, what else are you going to do here? I mean, you have to try somehow to go for activity. Queen a1, king b3 will be played. You could take this pawn on a3, but queen f1 or rook f1, then no, you don't want this. No, he will play king b3, and then after rook f1, then king a4 maybe, or something
prophylactic,
like this.
Prophylactic king a4.
There are different moves available. Also, queen d2 is strong. Rook d2 also works, but only after rook b1 check you would need to take the pawn on a3, and then you should also win.
Honestly, I completely forgot that the pawn is hanging.
Yes,
because normally rook a8 checkmate was coming.
So 2 minutes left for Abdesattorov, but the main problem here is the position. He is down a lot of pawns, and if he doesn't get some attack going against the white king, then he is just lost, and objectively there is not really any attack, or white can defend against it, so all that he can hope for is to try to get some kind of trick in somewhere.
I think maybe we can go back to Hikaru's game, because
it's back to equal.
It's just going back and forth. The bar, like Nakamura is huge advantage.
But wait a second, guys. I don't want to leave this, because we have discussed this king a4 journey, and it could end with this rook b2, for example, magic. Let's just have the bird's eye view to sink in what really happened. Also, Fabiano is fighting back. It's not an easy position at all.
But in the Fabiano game, that will be long.
Yeah, that will be long. Yeah, we just.
That's why I didn't want to pick that one, because I say, okay, that will be a long end game.
And okay, the Hikaru game is an end game. It's not that dramatic. I want to stay on Magnus because also time trouble is there and so on. We should. There is also turnaround in Pragnananda is suddenly better against Vidit. Yeah, there is so much to talk about, but I just feel like we have to focus on Magnus. and Magnus goes for king b3. He's going along our line. Rook f1 will be played. There is no other move for Nodirbek. And this king walk, this is so fascinating.
Yeah, it's nice, and of course White has to be very focused, concentrated, because now king a3 would be allowing rook a8. At the same time, Black can only look for counter chance with rook f1, but after rook f1 we can already take on a3. But actually, first we were discussing this, right? This was my idea, to go queen d3, covering the white important squares. And then the reason is I wanted to change my mind and go from queen d2 is because it's incredible that Black can go rook f1 and there is no check. While if the queen would be on d2, then it's a checkmate. Queen h6, queen g6, rook e8.
And why do you think I fall into the trap? Because I wanted rook d2, queen d8 to give a check. I'm collecting the pawn, eliminating this, and then I will go after your king because my king is safe. So actually, it's very easy to fall into this incredible trap, because that rook b2 is just... If you tell me that it's +5, I agree. And if you tell me 0-0, I'm in a horror state of shock that, oh no.
Yes, but after rook d2, rook b1, Magnus would just capture on.
Take on a3, yes. He has enough time.
No reason not to.
Yes.
Because Magnus has this, that in one hand he has a great intuition and feeling for the pieces, but at the same time he's also very concrete and calculates. And he's mixing these two exceptional good skills of his, and somehow it works.
Yeah, there is a reason why he's number one, for 15 years. Yes.
And I think it happens very rarely that he is having a great position, winning position, and after that he loosens up and takes it easy. Because it happens with some players that once you have a winning position, it's okay, winning this way, that way, doesn't matter, and they lose their focus a bit, and then against a very strong player, things can go wrong. But with Magnus, somehow he can sit there with the same curiosity.
Throughout, yes.
Playing the completely winning position also, and calculating like when he played knight d2. I know I have a fantastic position. I know I'm going to win this game, but let's measure. Is it knight c5 that is going to be the fastest? Is it going to be knight d2, which gives the less opportunity and counter chances for the opponent? And quietly plays knight d2, the boring knight d2.
Well, the boring knight d2 led to this position, which isn't boring at all. And Magnus, I'm very curious about his move, because how he will react. I just feel like this rook d1, for example, is irritating me, because then I cannot move my queen due to queen c3 check. So there was a logic behind rook d2, that protecting, threatening queen takes d4 and so on.
At the same time, it's also like you have to shift in your mind between the attack and the defense. And you can go rook d2, it's kind of staying defensive, right? Okay, queen d4 is a threat, but you can also do this because you have so many extra pawns.
And wait a second, for example, rook e7, going for a mating attack, can be answered by queen b1, and suddenly I'm trading queens, and the d pawn and the a pawn will be super strong. I just realized, because, and Magnus goes rook d2, the cemento approach, correct. This rook e7, queen b1 was amazing.
Yes.
I was shocked, because you are not delivering checkmate, but you are going for an endgame.
Wow.
Yeah, rook d2, nice. But the real question after rook b1 check of course, we believe he will take on a3, but it's so aesthetically pleasing to play king a4, get up, show the public that, yes, I'm such a maestro, I'm walking away, I don't even touch your pawn, and then to get hit by rook b2, that would be insane.
Yeah, but actually after rook b1, king a3, Black cannot even get away of not exchanging the queens, because nothing can stop king d4.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And
that's why king a3 is very tempting.
Yes, he will not play rook b1. Maybe he will play rook f4.
Yeah, but that's sad.
Or maybe king g8.
But what is rook f4? G3?
Yeah, rook f4 on the board. Yeah, Niklas was spot on.
What after g3?
Well,
g3.
You want
rook
to go
e4.
back? Rook? Of course. Of course.
Tactics. Yeah, this is actually your
this
territory.
Is nice, actually.
G3, rook e4. You would blitz it out instantly.
Beautiful.
Yeah, these kind of tricks is what Nordebeck has to hope for.
Wow, one game disappeared, and it seems like the game... Which game did disappear?
I will tell you which game ended. It is the game between Maxim and
yes.
Fabiano ended in a draw.
Wow.
Wow. I
Yes.
thought it was
The long game. That you didn't want to check anymore. No. Yes, Fabiano managed to defend the worst position.
And look at, actually, okay, yeah, no, we have to focus here. I just wanted to highlight that by this time already, Richie has serious winning chances against Gukesh. That's a lovely advantage.
But everything
He's
is
pawned up.
changing because Vidit had the winning position,
Yes.
and now he seems to be more of a losing than winning.
Yes, he
And
needs a miracle.
Nakamura, at the same time, he also spoiled it to most likely to a draw.
Yeah, that game will end in a draw. That's what I assumed, that game fizzled out, but no, that game is still on. But all eyes on Magnus, because this is the fascinating position. Both kings are weak. The clocks are ticking down. Now Magnus also entering time trouble territory. So it's not anymore the comfortable 10 minutes on the clock and I can chill, I can work things out. And the king on b3, this g3, rook e4 kind of trick is there. And Nordebeck is playing for it. He signals it with his rook f4 move. Magnus showing some sign of nerves.
So after rook e2, rook f1, we go to the same position.
Exactly. Yeah, and look at Magnus's body. I don't like Magnus's body language. He is frustrated. He's upset with himself. Why did I choose this?
King a4.
The best move.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
King a4.
We love this move, but...
Let's hide. We play peekaboo game with the king. We're just hiding.
Yeah, and it's not... Yeah, because you step out of rook e4. Yes?
Yes.
So king a4 steps out of rook e4. This magic idea. Magnus grabs the pawn into his hand. This is also a sign of nervousness. You are sometimes picking the pawn to try to calm yourself down.
But I'm sure rook f4 is something was unexpected to Magnus also. Unexpected resource completely.
Yeah,
this
I think
rook
that he
e4.
felt like game is over after rook d2 and out of the blue, and that's why he's nervous. Yeah, that's okay. No, this is not easy. Down to 3 minutes.
But it's the last move who he has to make, right? It's move 40.
No, there is no time control. It's not the classical chess.
No 30 minutes more?
No, it's just 90 plus 30 seconds. It's
You're
a brutal.
so happy for it.
Well, because that's why I cannot play this game anymore. Yeah, give me the 30 seconds extra, and 30 minutes extra, then it's a different story. But like this, it's a brutal time control.
I forgot that.
Yes.
I thought the players...
Then they can chill, relax, no chilling and no resting here
No chilling
in
at
freestyle.
Oh.
It's just challenge from every angle. Yeah, and look at Magnus just not happy at all. He's burning all his time. He's down to 2 minutes. He's leaning back forward, but backwards on his chair as well. I'm moving around with Magnus, and he picks up the pawn on a3.
But rook e4 anyway.
Well, queen c1 check was blitzed out. Was rook e4 a chance?
Rook e4 was possible, but also there was rook d1 then, which is a problem.
Okay,
yes.
and the queen is trapped.
You have to go into a rook in game, which is losing, yeah.
Yeah, wow, okay, then after queen c1 check, Magnus will... Heart rates, we need the heart rates of the players. Can we get access to the heart rates? I want to see how Magnus is enjoying himself or he is still worried or nervous.
Maybe he regrets now not going knight c5 earlier.
Exactly, for sure. He regrets it for a long time already.
No, he's quiet. He's going to play king b3, right?
Well.
And after rook e4, rook d1.
Yes,
Queen f4, it continues.
Rook f1.
Yeah, queen e5.
Yeah, and then look, black stays alive and he still keeps this pawn in time trouble. This is tricky.
The pawn, the weak white king, I mean, this is not over by any means. Objectively, yes, white is winning, but...
Yeah, but against Nordebeck is a tricky thing.
I mean, king a4, you maybe have to reckon with rook f8 again or something like this. From all sides.
Yes, all sides. And now Magnus is he's behind on the clock. He's 1 minute behind and he's down to 1 minute. Almost under a minute now.
Yeah, should we zoom in on the players?
Yeah,
maybe?
we have to zoom in. Yeah, forget about analysis. It's all about emotions. Magnus is not happy. He's feeling the heat.
We are speechless.
Yes. The tension.
All 3 king moves, by the way, are still winning for white. So it's not like any move can spoil it here, but...
What about rook b2?
Rook b2, maybe also, but not a move we want to make.
No,
then
you
again,
don't
rook e4 might be there.
And you don't want to
Interesting
enter
move.
into a pin, right?
No. No. You will
Magnus
not
very
play rook
upset.
b2.
He's down to 20 seconds. Yeah, that's the point. It's suddenly also a 3-result game. If he misses some counterplay, he can even lose.
King a4. King a4. Nadir back under 2 minutes.
Yeah, suddenly now he has the luxury to think.
And you can see the way he's looking the position, searching, filtering information.
What about this rook f8 idea?
Calculating.
I'm a fan of this rook f8. Of course, it's not our pawns. Yeah, we are giving with check. Please take
With
another
pleasure.
one.
It's a fourth pawn.
Yes. Rook
Rook
e4.
e4.
Okay, the style is rook
I think
e4.
he wanted to show, like, rook e4, I have this in the
Exactly.
position. I'll try it out.
And in time trouble, this is so unpleasant.
Now
There's
rook-
no threat at all. No, there is
Rook
no
e3?
threat.
No, rook e3 is not a threat.
No, maybe it is. It is. Because king goes out after check.
Yeah, but then the e3 rook is hanging.
Rook f2. And what happens on...
Yeah, now
on
you can
rook
already
e3?
play rook e3 because the queen protects. Yeah,
Yeah.
now that white moved the rook, and look at this. Nadir back is feeling like, wait a second.
You
But
can also
rook-
play king g7, actually. But then there might be queen f1.
Wow.
Wow, but yeah, queen f1 is brutal.
That's a tricky move. But rook e3 is tough.
Rook e3 is
Queen
tough.
d4, king g8.
King g8.
And what, you have to go rook...
Rook b2.
Rook
but
b2, only move.
Oof.
Otherwise you lose.
Oof, and you are in total package. Nothing moves. You have
I
only
don't know,
20
queen
seconds.
e1, queen a5 mate and stuff like that.
It looks very scary.
Yeah, then queen d2,
Queen d2.
but yeah, only moves. No. This is crazy.
Rook
This should not have
f2.
really come to that to begin with.
Yeah, it feels like my game. This is how I was always spoiling, but we are expecting Magnus finally also to be able to control the situation. But it's super tough.
Yeah, but black can go wrong with king g8.
Rook
but he
e3
goes
will be
rook
played.
e3.
Yes,
It's there.
it's correct. Yeah, you should never give white this queen f1 chance.
And of course...
I guess rook c2.
Rook c2.
Oh.
Okay, wow.
But now already, whew.
What about queen a1?
Queen a1, yes,
Queen
for sure.
a1.
Queen a1, queen d2, d3.
Oof.
Black has a lot of activity.
Wow.
It's
and at
still
one point we
winning.
may ask who is winning, yeah?
Yeah, it's still winning, but it's definitely heading in the wrong direction for Magnus Carlsen here.
Yeah, now he's up on the clock. That's the only good news. Yeah, that the players are getting 30 seconds increment. So if you have your strategy, you know your next move, and you can blitz it out, then you are winning very important 30 seconds. Queen a1 will be played.
Nadir
It
back.
makes so much sense.
30 seconds. Queen e1. Also question. Queen e1, queen d4, and queen d2.
Yes.
I mean, if you can keep the pawn on d4,
Exactly,
you're
we want
happy
to keep
do
it.
so.
Nadir back.
9, 8, 7,
needs
6,
to move.
5, and queen
there we go.
a1 on the board.
On the board. Actually, sometimes it's very unpleasant for the opponent, yeah, when you are thinking for too long and then you hope that, maybe we'll not make a move. Then he makes it. So, yeah, look at this. Magnus's hand is slightly shaking.
Yes, queen d2, only
It
move.
is shaking. Queen d2. And then now D3 was the stunner. And look at this, Noriebek is shaking his chair. Where are the heart rates? This is some 150.
D3, yeah, D3, why not? Why not D3?
Wow. Yes, because Queen C3 does not work, because takes and D2.
Exactly.
And then you bring your queen back to D4 or E5.
But
So
what
much
about
activity.
but hold on. After
Well,
D3,
just 5 seconds. Noriebek needs to make a move. Oh no, he misses D3. It would have been so unpleasant for Magnus.
No, Queen C1 now trades to queens, and that should be it.
And look at this, Magnus knows it. Now finally he's about to make his move. I know he takes on D4. Okay, but this is also, he takes on E3, Queen B3. Rook E5. Okay, but now it's hopeless. Now it should be hopeless. Wow, D3, and we would have had an incredible thriller.
No, but after D3 I don't understand. Queen E3.
Yeah, D takes.
Queen D1.
Oh,
Queen D1.
That's the key.
Oh,
that's difficult. That is difficult.
Yeah,
That's
because
what
I
he
was
missed.
wondering, I mean, DC, queen check, and takes the pawn,
you're
right?
Yes, yes.
So this is why.
So easy to miss it.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We'll show this later.
Yes.
Back to the game. This is the current position. White is up 4 pawns. And the D pawn was a big trump for black, which has left the board. Now, Magnus should be able to convert this game finally. But he still has to be careful with the king on A4.
Yeah, 40 seconds.
It would have been a great trap as well, D3.
Yes, D3.
Play it with 2 seconds.
Exactly.
And you missed it. And then
Amazing trap.
Amazing trap, yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus would have seen it.
Yeah, probably, but maybe he saw it too late. That could also be. He might have thought from distance.
But what is this? King G8?
King G8, yes. King G8.
And it's on the board.
Out.
If you take on E5, I take on A2.
Yes.
The question is it perpetual already?
It is not a perpetual already, but I'm definitely increasing my chances.
And if Queen D2, can I just protect? Then I don't want anything, yeah? Okay, but I'm 4 pawns up.
Queen.
Do I have to want something, yes?
Yeah, Queen D2 is on the board, I think. And then everybody can calm down.
Yes.
Yeah, Queen D2 is on the board. 4 pawns up.
Yeah, now also the body language again, full of confidence.
And now already nobody can stop Magnus of collecting the full point after this, I believe.
Also Queen C2 is an idea. Yeah, you get the diagonal, you cover everything. No more dynamic, no more tricks.
And no more rooks.
Yes. Well, if you take rook E5, D5, then...
No, hold on. Queen F1. But it's not good enough, probably.
It's not good enough. Yes, he will try, but it's not enough.
Yeah, on the board.
At least collect the pawn in return, but it's not going to be enough. Actually, it's not only that. Queen B4. You have after rook E5, Queen C4.
Queen takes A2.
But Queen A2. This
And
would be
Queen A3. Sorry.
Queen C4.
That's it. I got confused.
Queen takes C4 check.
Yeah.
So King A3.
Yes.
Yeah, Magnus already back in Magnus mode. Very convincing.
Okay, still. D takes E5. Can White capture that pawn with checks?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he can, but of course Magnus will need to make sure.
Are you sure that White can capture it with check? I'm not sure. But maybe he can just take it. Okay, D5.
Yeah, D5.
I mean, the A3 king is still...
And look at this. Magnus is not even thinking and is not even hesitating. He has already foreseen, calculated everything. He maybe includes also some checks, makes sure that Black's king will be in the most vulnerable position, and then he collects the pawn.
So is he going to take on e5?
No, queen f5 check first.
Well, that's
Jadot.
for sure to start
Yes.
with collecting some extra time.
And also kicking back the king to g8. Now the question, do you include queen e6 or already it's
do.
time to, and look at this.
You do.
Yeah, Magnus first goes queen g6.
No, he goes.
Professional.
Very professional. That's the way how you have to do it.
Before collecting pawns, collecting time.
Yes. It's already above 2 minutes again. Also very annoying, yeah, when you're on the defensive side and then you see your opponent is getting the 30 seconds, queen e6 check.
Okay, so black is thinking where to go with the king. f8 or h7? This is the dilemma. You cannot calculate this, right?
Well, Magnus can. I have seen so many these queen end games by Magnus, yeah, that, and he shocked me by playing also quickly and confidently.
Just don't repeat too often.
Yes.
Well, that would be a huge surprise, that kind of mistake by Magnus. Is it time to capture the pawn? Maybe it's still not so easy from practical point of view. What do you think?
Black has some checks for sure. Yes.
Yeah, he picks up the pawn. He will give up the b5 pawn and he walks away with his king. Towards the king side finally.
The question is whether can black collect queen d3? Interesting that he approaches it from this side and not from king c5.
Yes, I was kind of expecting queen c5 and then I'm moving and I wanted to walk.
Magnus also expected queen
Yes,
c5.
because now he gets a chance to play king b4, yeah?
Yes. Queen d2, king c4.
Yeah, and he just walks over to the king side.
Well, white is up 5 pawns right now. This is a bit too much. Oh no, 4 pawns, yeah?
Only 4.
Only 4.
We are complaining already. Yes, what happened?
King b4 on the board. 3 minutes for Magnus and 4 minutes for Nodirbak. Queen b1 check, king c4. Not blundering with king c3, queen a1.
Yes. Queen endgame, it's useful not to blunder the queen. So king c4.
And black will be capturing the pawn with a check.
Yes, king d4.
Or king d3.
Yeah, king d3. And then, okay, I just give all the pawns, I still remain with enough.
King c4. The new score sheets arrived because we are reaching move 60, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yes, which is quite unusual, and we might have a lot of games today going very far.
The game between Pragnananda and Vidit just finished, and Vidit lost that completely winning position.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry for Vidit. He had so many opportunities in this event.
And Rapport is about to collect, and there is a fortress in Arjun versus Hikaru, but yeah, we will get to that once. Yeah, Magnus goes king d4, he even shows off. Yeah, it was also my move that, okay, I can play king d4. Usually it's a wrong move because it steps into some perpetual, but exactly now with all these extra pawns, this works. So no need to show extra caution.
So he even gives the pawn on g2 with check.
Yes, please take everything.
But then the king goes to f5.
Mm-hmm.
And that already something that black will not be able to handle.
Well, actually, if white ones can even give up the h3 and g4 pawns and go walk with the king to d7 and take on c7, and it's completely lost because you cannot even give a single check. But of course, there is no need for it. Black is not even able to collect the pawns. Just highlighting how hopeless it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is a self-mate with white going with the king to e6 and queen f7.
Queen f7 checkmate, yes. Let me just show this. So if white just walks like this all the way and the last check would be queen f2, then there is queen f7 checkmate against the king, which invaded black's position. So always alert in queen's endgame, but yeah, Magnus, of course, will make sure that whatever he does will be precise. And yeah, look at the body language. Yeah, this is the Magnus when we know that he has everything under control. He's sure about winning and gets up. Yeah, that d3 move, yeah? If we would have seen that d3 move, things would have been completely different. Yeah, pity. Yeah, and poor Nodiebek, yeah, he knows it. It's over, no more tricks.
Yeah, it's a kind of position where you're not ready to resign yet.
But you know that it's over. Yes.
But you know that there is only an earthquake can help you. Queen a4.
They're trying to stop king e4, king f5, but okay. King e3.
And you know what he wants? He wants queen b5.
Yeah, and then queen c5 check, protecting the pawn, yeah?
No, if queen
And
c7, queen d5, queen b6, queen g2, draw.
Yes. But of course, this is not the intention that Magnus has in mind.
So what does he have in
Yeah,
mind?
queen
King
takes
f4?
c7 would actually... It would be a draw already after queen takes c7 here. So it's still possible to go wrong. But
yes, no,
Magnus
his
will
strategy is
take
not
this
to
pawn.
take. Yeah, he just wants to evacuate his king and push h4, h5, and his pawn is much faster.
Okay, but now there is a pass pawn for black too.
Yes, but it's low.
Oh, you always have something bad to say on black's pieces.
I'm always complaining. Yeah?
Also queen e6 check.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
On the board.
Yes, because he wants to take with check. If king f8, then queen.
And he can play also queen c6 at some moment. But of course, yeah, because the pawn endgame is completely winning with that advanced c6 pawn. So you can never trade.
Maybe he will play queen c6 now.
Yeah, it looks tempting. It looks super tempting.
I mean, king f4 is also not
King
a bad
f4
choice.
is very strong, yes.
Yes. Because it's the most natural move.
But queen c6 is also tempting.
Yeah. And Magnus goes for queen e7 check.
Oh, he's just too professional. He will repeat moves.
He will?
Just do it the painful way.
Now he could also take on c7, take on b6.
With a check.
Yes.
And then it's 3 pawns with a pawn on g2.
Yes.
Maybe that's his plan.
I mean, many.
Yeah,
many
he
moves.
takes. No, he takes or not? Yes, he takes. Says, thank you very much. Now this is 3 pawns on the king and the pawn on g2 covers the second rank against any checks. And that's resignable. Yeah, poor Nodiebek. He had chances in the opening. Yeah, Magnus messed things up.
Fantastic chance.
Yeah, fantastic chance there. Yeah, because it felt very shaky for Magnus. Then Magnus got the grip. Then, yeah, Magnus didn't know exactly which winning continuation to choose from once he already had the total control. And suddenly it looked like, yeah, Magnus will win very easily. And in the time trouble, all these dramas happened. Yeah, if one more pawn push this d4, d3 would have happened on the board in time trouble.
Yeah.
We never know. It will be very interesting if Magnus would be able to join, would be happy to join. It would be lovely to ask him what were his emotions, because it felt shaky.
He takes on d5 and he will. try to play the 3 against 0 pawns.
King G5.
King G5.
Yes.
G3, Queen F3.
Yes.
Queen E6, Queen E6, even better.
One should not blunder this time. This is what Nodiabek is actually setting up. He's provoking, like G3, Queen E6, Queen takes E6, stalemate. So Magnus needs to be careful.
The last hope for black to somehow create
So
some
what,
stalemates.
Queen B2 is the best move, or
Yeah,
what?
Queen B2 is the move that also crossed my mind as a solid choice. Yeah, and Magnus is moving the queen. Nodia back deep inside. Touch the G-pawn. Please touch it.
It's hanging.
It's hanging, yes. And the point is that black can't even... no, there is also like a simple Queen E5 check. But yeah, of course.
You can actually play H4 check and force a queen trade here.
I was thinking about that, but is it really working?
Yes, it is. It is working.
Because of Queen F4. Yeah, H4, King H4, Queen H6, King G4, Queen F4, and...
Queen D4 played by Magnus.
And if Queen G2, Queen G7, King H4, Queen H6, King G3, Queen F4, and Queen F3. Okay.
Yes, also. That also works. Many paths lead to Rome.
But okay, it shows some confidence, yeah, from Magnus that he quite quickly opted for Queen D4. There is some things to calculate, and we already highlighted that exactly when you lose the G2 pawn, then it's theoretical draw if Black's king would not be in such a vulnerable position.
Yes. But yeah, the line is very straightforward to calculate after Queen takes G2. So Black cannot take this pawn, has to move to Queen somewhere else.
Yeah, and Black cannot chase the king to G3 and play Queen D6.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game of Erigaisi against Nakamura has just finished with a stalemate. They played it out till the very end. And yeah, Nodia back goes Queen B3 check. But yeah, this case we will see that the pawn on G2 will make a huge impact to this endgame.
King F2?
Or King E2 as well, just to be sure that I can interfere with my queen.
I thought White just wants to hide on H2.
Yeah, but then Queen C2 check, King G1, Queen C1 check, King H2, Queen C7 check.
Yep.
You can hide King H1, Queen G1, and you slowly get up, and you chill and you win, of course. But yeah, Magnus just goes King E2 first, not even allowing any of these checks. And Rich is winning, converting his advantage.
Yeah, the games were shifting.
Well, Ricci is actually taking revenge for Ding. Yeah, being his second, he has beaten him in the preliminaries and now beating him today. He just won, so Gukash needs to fight back tomorrow.
Not so easy to make a move for Black.
Yeah, this is unfortunately for Nodia back completely hopeless.
There is another nice stalemate. Queen B5.
Yes.
Queen D3.
Wait a second, I will show it with arrows. Yeah, Queen B5, Queen D3.
Queen E5.
Queen E5.
Queen E3, King H4.
Yes, and please take the queen.
And G3.
Yes, but if I take, then it's a stalemate.
And Queen H6 is not good because
it's impossible.
No, it's
Yes.
But anyway, King G3 I would want to play. Queen B5 on the board.
Yeah, now he just walks away. King F2. There is no Queen C2 check anymore. So.
Not even Queen D3. I thought that was the point.
No, not just King F2, and there is no Queen C2. So there are no checks.
But after Queen D3 also you had no chance.
Yeah, but there were your tricks and like this Magnus sends. No. Judith is saying, find some brilliances. No, I'm not going to give this chance.
So, okay, go Queen C6.
Yeah, but then Queen E3 check. Yeah, once the king lands on H2 and you can protect it, then you can just start pushing the pawns, yeah? Because there are never checks. It's automatically winning. That's the difference. Magnus wants to show the world that, yes, you know the theoretical position without the G2 pawn. Now I will show everyone that why it matters so much. There won't be any checks. Yeah? So basically what we are expecting that sooner or later Magnus will reach this kind of setup, put his queen on this diagonal, then there are no checks because the pawn on the G2 protects against the second rank checks, and then he will just start advancing his pawn slowly with the combination of the queen. Queen B7. Queen E3 check or Queen E5 check. Okay, Queen E5 check. Because then the queen reaches already the diagonal.
Queen E5 and King G3?
Yes, and it's game over. Look at this. Magnus also signaling that, do we really have to play this out?
Yes.
Of course, as a player, you feel the frustration. Nodirbek, he knows that actually I had a good opening today. There was no reason for me to lose the game because of the opening.
There are still some tricks around.
No. No. Don't agree. We had enough tricks so far, but I don't believe. No, I'm not a believer. I cannot sell this anymore.
You have tricks with 2 pawns.
No, just King G3, King H2, and then you start pushing. Yeah, Magnus like, okay, everything wins. What should I do first? But I think he will first prioritize to put his king away. But H4 just wins on the spot as well. Doesn't matter. Because black will need to give a check and then you hide the king.
Well, basically the only way to give away the win is either if you blunder a pawn or you blunder a stalemate.
Or you blunder your queen, but then you lose the game. Yeah. It's not recommended, yeah?
H4. Let's see when Nodirbek will say, I had enough. Let's move on, relax, and tomorrow punch back.
Honestly, I think that he already, for a long time, feels like it's enough, but he plays from nerves. And that he knows that he had a chance in this game.
I'm not sure. Look at his body language. He's in the game. He's not just like making moves.
I mean, his body language is in the game, but other than that, he's not in the game anymore.
Well, it's not very promising what's on the board, right? Everybody else finished already their games.
It feels like he did not switch off his engine yet, yeah. But actually, it's already gone, yeah. It's he's leaning forward, but yeah. But there is nowhere to push. Okay, King G3. Magnus will play King G3. And basically, I feel like as a player that after King G3, I have had enough. Yeah, because I know that, that king hides on H2 and the pawns advance, the queen covers every single check on the board, and it also beautifully, and the handshake is there. King G3 was the final move. Nodirbek resigns. Magnus wins. A very important win for Magnus.
So finally, it's over. The first game of the quarterfinals, and this is from the 4 matches in the quarterfinal. This is the only game which finished with a victory, and this time Magnus won. It was not an easy game for Magnus at all. He went to the confessional booth and expressed his worry in the beginning of the game that it was not easy for him to make a decision. at all in the beginning. After that, it was quite shaky, and there was a crucial moment where Nodirbek made a kind of a classical move, because in his mind he had this King's Indian structure and he missed that. But let's go to Nicholas. Can you wrap up the game? What was it? And or maybe the move of the day would be great.
Yes. Yes, I would just like to briefly point out this moment again where Nodirbek had a great chance to fight back, and yeah, we're going to get to a move of the day also. But first, I just want to highlight this moment where Nodirbek, with 2 seconds on the clock, played the move Queen to B1 and then gave the pawn on D4, and he could not really recover from that. Instead, he could have played the amazing move D3, hitting the rook. And of course, this move was on his radar, but the reason why he did not play it was because of queen takes E3. And if you take on C2 now, which looks very good at first, because is up 4 pawns in this queen endgame, there are no checks, and white is just winning. So the point is that after D3, queen takes E3, black does not take this rook, and this was probably missed by Nodirbek, who definitely considered D3, but plays queen D1, pinning the rook, protecting the pawn, being ready to take next on C2 with the pawn, and then all there is left to do for white is to give a perpetual, and the game ends in a draw. So after D3, white would need to do something else, rook C3 or rook C1 maybe, but it is a huge fight, and it's completely, well, it's not completely unclear. Objectively, it's still winning, but black, with the activity, with the strong pass pawn on D3, definitely has some compensation, and with little time on the clock, anything could have happened here. So let's now go to our move of the day. Actually, do you guys have a suggestion? Maybe?
Yeah, I don't know yet.
Yeah.
Yes. I was thinking like Nicholas has it in his pocket. Yeah, what is this?
I was caught a bit unprepared. I don't think anything really stood out so much today. Maybe, yes, do you have any idea?
No,
Otherwise,
I know that the move D6 that was played from the negative perspective, it was move of the day, right? Because it could have been the bishop E7 highlight, but
well, I'm puzzled.
Well, the idea of the day, it was Nepo's F5 and G6, I think. I mean, he could not play it, right? But it was...
Yeah, E4, F5 was the move of the day then.
Yes, that definitely had an impact on many of the games. So let's go to that. Nepo did not play it, but it did occur in 2 or in 3 of the other games in one variation or another. Then Nepo Gambit, as they call it, after E4, F5, E takes F5, G6, and in the end, it somewhat worked out. At least, well, Fabi drew. He had a better position, actually. Hikaru drew. He had some struggles in the opening, but later on, he was actually winning. The only one for whom it did not go so well was, in fact, Gukesh, who lost against Rapport. There, the moves A4 and A5 were also included. But a very interesting and creative idea to sacrifice a pawn right from the start of the game for piece activity. And objectively, it is quite interesting, but also it's difficult to then follow up with the right moves to really prove the compensation.
Actually, maybe if we have time, could we see this game, that where did it turn? Because it looked like, okay, there is no way Arjun is not going to win this. At some point, then when we came back, we were completely shocked that actually Hikaru was already back in the game. Then he took over, he was winning, then it ended in a draw. Maybe we could just quickly have a look.
Yes, so we saw it around here, knight E4. Yes, so here we want to see bishop B3, to not allow the knight to D5 and E3, where it is really well placed. And maybe this was the start of where Hikaru cut back into the game, bishop D2, bishop D7, bishop B3, this all looks very sensible. Here actually computer even suggests to play the very stylish long castle, not caring about any of the
wait a
rooks.
second. The first question is, I think in everybody's mind, that how is it legal? No? Yes, but the point is that the king is not moving from e1. It does not cross the knight range, and that's why you have the right to castle.
Exactly. King just moves to c1, so it does not cross any protected square, and the rook is allowed to move over or land on a protected square, so this is why it is possible. But very, very fun.
It would have been the move of the day.
Oh, 100%.
Of course, yes.
100%. Also, actually, here he could have simplified. This would have been maybe a bit of a more human approach. Take on f6, take on e3. Yes, you allow rook g2. This is probably why he did not do it. But apparently he can play d4. He holds everything together. He's up 2 pawns right now, and he is winning. So I think around here it did go wrong for, let me come back to the current position. Yes, after knight e3 he played rook g1, and this already gave away a clear chunk of the advantage. And then after bishop e5 there was another mistake. And
well, let me just say 2 words. That we spoke about this, that only Hikaru can turn things around, and we sensed that if that knight ever lands on e3, it will be murky. And if you know Hikaru, then Arjun should have done everything in his power not to allow that knight. Yeah, because ever since the knight landed there, knowing that it's Hikaru from the black side, this is out of control. So take it away.
Absolutely. And this would have been my move of the day candidate. Very nice idea to go a5, to play the king to a7, activate the rook. And it almost got Hikaru a win in this game, but then Arjun, with little time on the clock, and also with the help of Hikaru, could save the game and end a draw. I think both players will be not satisfied with it. Arjun, of course, he knew that he had an overwhelming position, and Hikaru, of course, as well. Later on, he was winning, he had more time, but in the end, it was a fight and ended in a draw. Judith.
Yeah, that was quite amazing. We were diving into Magnus's game and following that all those actions, what was happening with short on time the players, and how Magnus is converting his advantage, and it was not so simple and smooth as it was expected for him and for us, I believe. And in the other games there were a lot of actions. It was quite surprising for me that this Arjun game made so many ups and downs, because it's a classical game. They had a lot of time, right? It's not a rapid game anymore. So can I say that we are not expecting to have such a big ups and downs in the game?
Well, yes and no, because we have to look everything together. That the players had that media day with 6-7 hours of giving interviews, everything prior to the tournament. Then we had 6 games of rapid non-stop action. Then yesterday, 5 games of non-stop action. By the time the classical portion starts, I believe as a player you are very happy that you have time to think, because you are losing your mind. Yeah, it's a very exhausting format. And then the whole position, once it got out of control for Arjun, it was very difficult to stop the bleeding going in the wrong direction. So I feel like Hikaru might have been too happy of coming back, and then maybe that he relaxed a little too much. It was more like emotional state, I believe. Otherwise, it was a spectacle fight.
Okay, and now we have a special guest, and it's going to be a surprise for you, but you will like it and enjoy the short interview.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Welcome, Magnus. It's great to see you, and congratulations for today's performance, and obviously the performance you did in the first 2 days. How do you feel yourself?
I feel all right. You know, things maybe got a little bit more nervy than they needed to be, but of course, getting off to a win feels fantastic. Of course.
When you played knight d2, you consider that it's much easier to win the game there that way than knight c5?
Yeah, that was. I mean, if we want to look at the game a little bit, we can. Yes. There were some interesting points.
Let's maybe start from the top.
Yeah. We can just go through a couple of moments. I mean, first of all, the starting position was, I think, not
a fantastic one for white. It didn't seem obvious that there were any very clear targets that you could go for here. And I saw that some people played one e4, but it seemed to me that f6 followed by d5 should be all right for black there. So I didn't really love that. And yeah, d4. I mean, I was thinking for 6 minutes or so, and I just ended up playing d4 kind of by default because I didn't know what to do. Okay, regardless, I mean, d4, f5 is a good move, and here, I mean, d5 in the style of what Jan played, I think is perfectly fine. The only thing is here, I was considering, since I haven't put the knight on d3 like Vincent did, maybe I can go put the other knight on d3, which I was wondering if that might be clever. But regardless, it should be fine for black. And yeah, this was also very interesting. Knight g3 maybe wasn't great, I don't know. And then I think b3 and d5, this is way too ambitious. Like I should have thought more here. I think like the critical line was e5, knight c4, b3, f4. Oh, I thought f4. Okay. Yeah, f4, bc4, hg. Now I think queen c4, c3 is probably good for white. So I was thinking that he would play d6 at this point, and then I was not quite sure. I thought I thought I might be worse here, but yeah, the computer wanted to see something like this. And
yeah, but I mean, what I did was bad for sure. Yeah, the d5, and now I mean
You pointed out in the confessional here, if he takes on e4 and goes knight f4.
Knight f4, I think I'm just in trouble. Yeah, like I'm just not in time, and I was just seeing. Somehow I was seeing, as I said, I was seeing the rook to e1, but I don't have time for that. So this was just, I think, a massive missed opportunity for him. After what he did, h5, then I think h4 is also not great because he loses flexibility. So I think it was better. I think it was better to go fe, knight e4, and then knight f5, and then I think still black is better, if any, because there are possibilities of g4, and even though I think in general it was better to keep these pieces on the board. After h4, I thought I should probably not be worse, and it was by no means obvious, by the way, that he should put the knight on f5, because the knight from g6 can often go to f4 later. But regardless.
Well, this was a moment we want to point out. Here he played d6. Was that a move that surprised you?
Yeah, I thought, you know, if he wants to play for an advantage, he should play c6. But I wasn't sure. I mean, there's bishop b4.
Yeah, c6 was also Drew's idea here, but apparently then white can castle and white should be better.
Yeah.
The computer want to see the activation like this: bishop e7, b6, bishop c5 at some point.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, Peter also really liked this idea.
Yeah,
he
I
said,
said that I will jump out of the chair. Yes.
Yeah, that would have been nice, because now I'm kind
You're
of
very safe.
I'm very safe. Yeah.
So then
castles h3. Also, like, the weird thing is here he sets up passively, and I would like you guys' opinion. Like, what opening comes to your mind when you see this position, like in normal chess? Because I would say that, like, the obvious answer is that it's a King's Indian, but I would say, based on where the kings are, it's more like a French.
A French. Reverse French.
Because of the structure, yes?
It's because of the structure,
yes.
Exactly. So the King's Indian and French is basically like the same structure, but because the kings are here, then it's more like a French defense. And I know you, Peter, you've had games against the French where you're
just sitting on this.
You just sit on this position and then you win after 80 moves, maybe, right? And so I was really looking forward to kind of a slow grind here, because now he's given up any chance of. By the way, I think also the knight should have gone to f4 probably. So like the better route was to go this way, and then sit on f4. And I think it's very, very hard for white to do anything.
Yeah, you were mentioning in a confession.
Yeah, I have. Like I think the only try is to kind of get the king on the other side.
And then
but also, like as I mentioned, the fact that his king is very flexible, that he can castle at any moment, means he can more or less, I think, put a knight on f4, bishop on e7. Or maybe he has to watch for bishop b6 sacks. Maybe this is this makes it a little bit more complicated.
The sacrifices in the air.
I mean, anyway, I think what he did is just conceptually wrong. And here, of course, he compounds the mistake by playing a4, which is completely inconsistent with what he has done in the last few moves, which is more of a passive setup. And then he kind of lashes out, but there's no real follow-up to that, no.
Yeah, there was an interesting idea with g4.
Yeah, there was, but I didn't think it was that dangerous. Like I could take king c2 or something like this. I wasn't quite sure.
Okay,
something like that. But yeah, I mean, it definitely was. I mean, maybe for this purpose, it made sense to include a4 and b4.
No, even then the computer did not really want to see it. But
yeah, and now, here he probably needed to do it. Now I'm in time to go fg and protect with queen f3 and queen d3. So now there's nothing. Yeah, a3 was kind of desperation, and now bishop h6. Now he's sort of made so many concessions that I just start collecting. Yeah, g4. I mean, if he just plays passive, let's say bishop g7, then I think just knight c5 should be
no knight c5.
Probably just a winning endgame.
Yes, this looks terrible for black.
So g4, thought fg4 was nice. Like it's kind of counterintuitive. Normally you want to go hg.
Was there something concrete you didn't like?
Yeah, there was. I thought actually h3 here
immediately.
Yeah, and then I mean bishop e3, and then I mean I could sack the exchange, but with the pawn here, I'm never quite sure. And so and then there was also rook f1, queen h6, and I probably have to attack if I wanna win, and I wasn't sure about that at all. And keep in mind, he can always he can always castle.
It's easy to forget.
So I thought this was a lot cleaner actually. And yeah, here was the moment you mentioned, Judith, which was, I mean, knight c5, queen f7. Well, I don't want to
he wouldn't trade.
No, I don't think he'd ever
He would
trade.
allow this.
Yeah, so knight e6 and then c5. This is
this is why. Okay.
This is what I was thinking about. And well, I can take the exchange, but then the game is not going to be over, I think, anytime soon. And if I sack the exchange myself there, then it didn't look completely clear to me. But I thought
knight d2 was good.
I thought knight d2 was quite clean actually.
So now you played b5.
Yeah, b5 just to kill all counterplay. I assume knight f3 was winning, but
rook f1, I think.
Rook f1 also I thought about, yeah. But I thought this was just quite clean. But he actually managed to create something. Like there was queen e1 there, which should have been winning as well. But
yes, Peter would have played queen e1, I believe, playing.
But
the rook game.
I wasn't quite sure. King takes a3, rook g3.
Yeah.
Here
king b4.
King d. Yeah, rook
king b2.
Rook h3, king rook d1, d3. King c3, rook g3, and then take g4, and rook f3, for instance, or rook h3 maybe.
Yeah,
but it should be winning, but I wasn't 100% sure.
It feels like a concession to go into this
and then game. The plan with queen d3 looked really nice.
Yes.
Yeah, king b3, rook f1, rook d2, but there's a rook f4 idea I'd missed completely, and this threw me off.
Tricky.
Threw me off for a little bit. There were some lines like what I was expecting was king g8 here, and then I start collecting queen d4, Queen B1 check, King A3.
No, but yes.
King A3, Rook back, and then I go, Rook B2, and I'm
Rook back.
Rook F8.
Okay. Well,
yeah, and then Rook B2.
Okay. So to defend against Rook A8. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So Rook D2,
Rook
played
D2.
Rook F4.
Well, Rook F4. This took me completely by surprise.
You went down to like, I don't know.
Yeah, just
a minute
few.
or so. Yeah.
And because here I really struggled to find a
clear win.
A clear win, but I think like I finally found one, but it was it was a bit shaky. So Rook E4. This was his whole idea, and then I'm actually very happy that I managed to calm down and find this Rook F2, Rook C2 idea. I mean, I was still apprehensive about playing it because it looks very hairy, and I had very little time. But as far as I could see, it was still a fairly clean win.
He should have tried D3 here. Did you consider this?
Oh my God!
Exactly. Yes.
Oh my God! This is the trick.
Yes.
Oh, I just saw Queen E3, DC2, and I win. Wow.
Yes. If he plays D3, so it's a fight. It's a big fight. You have to move the Rook to C3 or C1. Okay, you can move the Queen back.
Wow. Okay, now there's King B3.
Yes, you stabilize, but he has, of course, a lot of activity.
Still, wow. Okay, that was a big missed opportunity for sure.
Yeah, he missed this. And then he played Queen B1 with 2 seconds.
Yeah, he played Queen, and now I just collect.
You just collect, and the rest was fairly smooth.
Yeah. This was easy enough.
Big fight, but probably a bit more nervy than you had hoped to.
Oh yeah, for sure. But this is this is what happens. Like, he's a good player. He doesn't usually go down without giving you a scare or two.
Right. Judith, Peter, any questions for Magnus?
Well, what I noticed that because we have seen your 2 matches against Nodievek from Weissenhaus, last year and this year. In both matches, you managed to dominate the first game. You crushed him, and then you went on to win very quietly. But today, Nodievek came up with a different strategy. He was playing much slower, making sure that he really gets a good position out of the opening. What were your feelings when you have seen that he plays slowly and very well?
Yeah, I didn't like it. I mean, after 5-6 moves, I thought I was in for a very long game, and I would have been extremely happy with the draw at that point. So, yeah, it was.
Because I know that in the very first tournament with Tanya, we have seen you and we have witnessed you. Once the classical portion started, you started to think, and you made always very good moves. And we were saying that this is the way. Then Vincent did it in Weissenhaus. Now Nodievek is taking over as well in this sense. Do you think that other players will also use this strategy?
Yeah, and as you said, like, I definitely spent too little time after the opening, because I was trying to sort of figure it out. It was kind of a 16-17 minute think, right? Because it's first 10 minutes of analysis and then 6-7 minutes on the board, and I still couldn't figure it out, and I made 1 or 2 lackadaisical decisions, and he was really dialed in from the start, and I don't know why he really should have just kept going there. Maybe at some point he was sort of satisfied with having a good position, but I think. Of course, some positions are too difficult for us to solve, but we should, as you can see, it definitely helps to try and solve it as well as you can. Playing fast in certain positions, I think, can be okay, but this one was where there were so many choices, and it was so unclear what to do that we really needed to take our time.
Well, Magnus, congratulations again. Good luck for tomorrow, and thanks very much for, after such a long game, you joined us in the studio, and good luck. So now we are moving on to see the brackets, how it looks like, what has happened today, and also see what's going on tomorrow. Okay, these are the results you see next to the name. Vincent made a draw with Nepo. None of the players were happy. We've seen the other match between Arjun and Hikaru.
Yes.
Probably both can say the same, that they are not very satisfied with the quality of the game.
Well, the quality of the game was good in Nepo and Vincent. They just both hoped for something more.
Yeah, that's true that it was quite a balanced game, but they were somehow both unhappy with the
There is outcome, yes.
Yeah. And, well, of course, Arjun, Nakamura, I think they need some time to go, to walk around, to breathe some fresh air, because there are too many things happen, so they have to push the reset button for tomorrow and go to start again. But, of course, the pressure will be much higher tomorrow. And then we've seen Caruana's game with Maxim. Maxim was not sure of himself, kind of at all, right? He didn't know. He confessed it in the booth that he's not sure what to do. He gave back the pawn, so he was unsure of himself. And we see the lower brackets, and there were also quite some roller coaster stories. And at the end, Richard won against Praggnanandhaa. And for Gukesh, the world champion, somehow he could... actually, he won, right? Gukesh won.
No, Rapot beat Gukesh, and Praggnanandhaa beat Vidit after this crazy turnaround, which we missed out, unfortunately. But there was so much action, and we had to focus on the Magnus Nodiebek dramatic time scramble.
Exactly. So it's the end of the day. We had a long day. The players had a long day. Thank you very much. I enjoyed it a lot, commentating with you both, Nicholas and Peter. And I do hope that our audience also enjoyed the excitement of today. And we are looking forward to welcome you back tomorrow in the same place, same time, and Paris. From Paris, we say goodbye for now and see you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hope for now? I never had it down. And so now, from the moment you came over, I'll be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie?
To play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my freestyle chess masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my freestyle chess masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. I don't know, can't